Yeah, how's everyone doing? We are about to kick off the relay race here. This is actually pretty exciting because this is the first race like this that I believe we've done in Dragon Quest RTA Marathon, where it's a two-team race running multiple games. We're going to do Dragon Quest 4, Dragon Quest 5, Dragon Quest 6, back to back to back here. And yeah, so the teams you can see on the screen. We got Team Healie versus Team Doran, two characters from Dragon Quest 4. And over on Team Healie, we'll have Crimson doing Dragon Quest 4, Mokoppoid doing Dragon Quest 5, ErrorOfRuto, Dragon Quest 6. Over on the right side, Team Doran, we got Anatoleu starting Dragon Quest 4, SUMDeaner taking over for Dragon Quest 5, and cleartonic closing it out for Dragon Quest 6. And yeah, we're gonna probably just get started here real shortly. We'll give a countdown to the runners and then they'll get started on DQ4. Alright, I believe both runners are ready. I'll just type down a countdown for them in the chat here. Okay. Oh, that would help if I started the timer. Okay. So yeah, so the first race here is actually going to be a little different from the other races where they're playing different versions of the game. If anyone in chat here has caught any of the Dragon Quest 4 community races, international community races that we've put on this channel over the last couple of years, you've probably seen us do English Dragon Warrior 4 versus Japanese Dragon Quest 4 with a slightly modified rule set where the Japanese version doesn't take advantage of the glitches that are specific to that version. And that's what's going to be going on here. Yeah, Crimson playing on the Japanese version, Anatoleu playing on English, but Crimson won't be using fairy waters to kill metal slimes. So that'll even out the version differences a little bit, but Japanese probably still has a little bit of advantage due to text differences. But other than that,
we'll see.
Yeah, they'll at least
it should be interesting if.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay. I was gonna say it should be interesting if they get to chapter 3 on fairly similar times, because then you'll be able to really see the difference in text speed instead of a very text heavy chapter.
Yeah, I remember in one of the races I commentated just seeing like an English runner got to chapter 3 first, and then a Japanese runner got out by like 5 minutes ahead because the text speed matters a lot in that chapter.
It really does. Yeah.
But
worth mentioning too that the this relay style is actually fairly popular in Japan. Dragon Quest itself is obviously a popular, popular game for RTA events, speedrun events in Japan. But they do 1, 2, 3 relays and what they call the Roto relay, and then 4, 5, 6 relays as well, because again the same quote unquote universe of games.
Yeah, I've also just seen on Twitch just like collections of like seemingly random games thrown into a relay. I've also seen relays of like the PlayStation games, because there's quite a few on PlayStation in Japan. Both Monsters games, DQ4 and DQ7. Like it's probably 5 or 6 times a year that on one channel or another I see a big, like, we're talking 10+ teams on some of these races. Yeah, it's crazy that they've got so many runners that they can actually put that together.
It is really neat to see. The races just seem to be particularly popular in Japan. I've noticed there's a lot of especially you may recall as well talking to some of the runners in the perfect example. Well, there wasn't a lot of text there to see, but anyway, how some of the runners on the Japanese side often talked about how they make different routing choices when doing a race, because they'll be watching the race and saying, okay, I'm behind, so I need to play a little bit risky, or I'm ahead, so let's play a little bit safe, maybe spend a little bit of extra time, but also make sure I don't lose that lead. And just that different approach because it's a race rather than a PB attempt is just I've thought just really interesting to see.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that a lot with like DQ1, 2, and 3 races of people like, you know, they'll have their opponent's streams up, and if they fall behind a few minutes, they get more aggressive and alter their strats based on what they need to do to get back ahead.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, one other thing about this particular matchup here, which is cool, is that Anatoleu and Crimson are the main organizers of that international community race that I was talking about. So this is kind of their chance to actually play the games against each other instead of having to worry about doing commentary and organizing a restream and all that.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of work that goes into setting that up. So
yeah,
you know, I'm sure they're both enjoying this chance to just play the game without any of that going on in the background.
Yeah, Crimson in particular, I'm not too familiar with how he runs this with this rule set, because he's almost always doing commentary on his side. Anatoleu, I know, has stepped out a couple of times to actually participate.
Mm-hmm. But Crimson did mention to me ahead of time is a couple of particular routing choices that he's going to be making. He said he was generally looking for, as I was kind of alluding to before, that he's going to be to play things a little bit safe. He's not going to go for metal slimes in Chapter 2, for example. Things like that. I'll try and point them out as we get there. But it'd be interesting to see how those, how that plays out versus Anatoleu, who I think will be going for the metal slimes.
Yeah, he usually does at least one. I think he has his route worked out to where he kind of times it so that the metal slime he kills barely doesn't get him to level 11 so that he can save right before it. It's a pretty sharp experience route.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, not too many differences in routing available so far in Chapter 1, though we may see some later. But yeah, just to catch up on where we're at in the game, you started off this game in Chapter 1. Ragnar's soldier from Berlin is tasked by the king to go find the missing children from the northern town of Izmit, so we're doing some investigation on that. Anatoleu's dropping off this guy's wife, Flora, just to get some information about where the children might be heading off to, which is where Crimson's already at, this secret playground in the southeast. And down there, they're going to find an item called the Flying Shoes, which will whisk them off to the tower the children are getting taken away to. They'll also recruit our best friend, Healie. And then that's where we might start to see some route divergence, because I know Anatoleu in his practice, he's been picking up some gold and buying armor to get him an extra herb for the boss fight. And there's a couple of different ways Crimson could go with it. I'm not sure how he usually plays it, but we'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Anatoleu already in here getting this agility seed. 2 points. That kind of triples Ragnar's agility for most of the game. That's good. Yeah, the boss fight of this chapter, you almost always have 7 agility, so difference between 7 and 9 is actually pretty significant for turn order.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly not favored to go first against anything, but it's like a difference of probably 1% versus 5 to 10%.
Yeah. Yeah, the randomness of turn order is always a big thing. But yeah, especially once you get over that, once you get over 8, that also bumps up your base, your lowest agility by 1, and so you have that much better chance to win the rolls.
All right, Crimson makes it to Healie with no incident. So a lot of the walk through this cave on the NES version, you can't find monsters. If you take the path to the Flying Shoes, there's no monsters around those, but once you step off the path toward Healie or toward the gold chests, which, nope, Anatoleu doesn't go for that one. But yeah, that's when you start finding monsters. So they're probably both going to grab Healie and then do a death warp back to Berlin, and then use the Flying Shoes to go to the tower, and then make their way toward the Sword of Malice. Crimson actually killed that fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was intentional, but his first turn he actually got a crit, and so maybe he decided, well, got the crit, we'll take the experience.
Yeah. It's interesting. Ragnar is really low strength at level 1. I'm surprised he was able to kill something if he doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, he's punching this heal slime too. He might have maybe he started off differently. Maybe he still has the copper sword.
Could be. Yeah, I wasn't watching closely enough. But
yeah, I know that's something Mr. Holmes has been doing lately, is keeping the copper sword and just fighting his way to Healie. I'm a little surprised he didn't get level 2 before getting here, though, if that's the strat. Unless he just got lucky with not running into encounters.
Oh no, he did have 2. He's got 3 now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Anatoleu at level 1. This death warp can be really annoying. There's especially, like, I think, is Anatoleu at 12 HP? Yeah, I think Healie will cast heal on you at 12. Yeah. So you kind of have to juggle your health. You really want to get down to like 13 HP and then run into a fight that can do decent damage to you. Because otherwise you'll just get stuck in a loop with Healie attacking you, and you might have to rely on running away and intending to fail so that Healie can kill you. Or not Healie kill you, but Healie won't heal you if you're running away.
Right, won't heal you if you're running away, yeah.
These Gophers Crimson's got here are pretty good for death warping sometimes. The problem is that they pick a target at the start of the fight and they never change the target, so if they're both attacking Healie, then you're stuck.
Yep.
Yeah. But if they're both attacking Ragnar, then you can wait for a moment where one of them builds up power and you're above 12 HP, and then let him hit you.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. It looks like Crimson is not going to be death warping, perhaps.
Yeah, I've seen that. He's been in here for a minute still.
Yeah. This is giving, at least momentarily, giving Anatoleu a chance to get ahead. Anatoleu first into the tower, but we'll see what what this Crimson's doing here, if that will help out later on. So he's already at level 4. So it's that much grinding that I guess he won't have to do in the tower.
Yeah, the monsters in this chapter aren't really worth that much, so even the ones in the tower, like some of them are only worth 12 or 13 XP, so it's not too much of a time waste here to kill these guys, and then you've got extra health, so you're probably not going to die on your way down to the Sword of Malice.
Yeah.
Oh, Crimson's on the move. He must be getting the gold chest too.
Yeah, that could be it.
I don't remember the exact value of each chest, but there's a gold chest right here in Healie's cave. There's also one in the tower that Anatoleu's right next to. I didn't see if he picked it up. He probably gets the Sword of Malice first, though, because I wouldn't want to die with it. Yeah, it's not open. 600 gold in the cave.
100.
So any gold that they pick up is going to go toward armor, either to raise Ragnar's defense power, or they might kind of consolidate, because I know what Anatoleu does is he buys the half-plate armor and then sells, I believe, the scale shield, or maybe it's the hat, so that he can hold another herb for the boss fight, but still have about the same attack power, or defense power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, number of herbs you can hold there is very important, because of course every character in this game has a limit of 8 items. There's no bag or anything. So every piece of equipment you have on is 1 fewer herb you can hold. And so picking up a stronger armor and then throwing away a shield is actually a valid strat here. And it looks like Crimson's just going to be walking back.
Yeah, after you're picking up the gold chest, he wouldn't want to death warp with all the money.
That's true. True. Right after picking up that. Yeah.
It doesn't take too long to walk out of there, because just like earlier on the way in, there's no monsters along the path out.
Right.
Looks like he's also getting the agility seed here.
Mm-hmm. And what does he get? 1.
Ah.
But still, 7 to 8. Again, as long if you hit that 8,
Yeah.
that's gonna be it's gonna definitely help with the agility rolls.
It's also a point of defense if it rounds you up to 8.
That too, yeah. But looking at the splits that Crimson has up, it looks like this is roughly his. This may have been roughly his plan from the beginning, to spend that extra time in the cave, fighting to the gold chest instead of just running from everything.
Yeah, so he sold Ragnar's leather armor. He's buying a wooden hat.
Yeah,
he didn't have that earlier because he kept the copper sword then. He's buying bronze armor.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so he's going to have the same number of herbs as a normal run would have, 3 herbs for the tower and the boss fight, and then probably just buying the bronze armor for the extra defense boost. I think it's 5 defense, maybe it's 10 over leather armor. I think it's 5 over chainmail, so it's probably about 10 over leather armor.
Mm-hmm. At this point, I think you can probably compare their progress just by looking at their levels, and on that point, they're both at level 4, so they're both pretty much in the same place.
Yeah, their goals are pretty much, well, in a normal, go fast attempt, not necessarily a more stable marathon attempt, you'd be trying to get to level 6 right now with the Sword of Malice from the bottom floor, and then go fight the boss. Anatoleu might go a level or 2 higher. Not sure what Crimson will do for levels, but getting level 7 is pretty quick versus just 6. Level 8 takes a little longer. I don't remember the exact numbers. I think it's an extra 140 XP and then 180. And the monsters in here give about between 12 and 20 XP per kill. I got giant bantams on the right.
Oh boy.
I had a point when I was running this where I just decided fighting 2 bantams is just not worth it, even when you're trying to go fast, because they just so consistently put you to sleep.
Yep. Yeah.
Every attack, I think it's a 1 in 6 chance that the target gets put to sleep, so, and they attack 6 times in a battle, so it's kind of likely to happen.
Yeah.
Anatoleu using the secondary effect of the Sword of Malice. If you use it as an item in battle, it casts Fireball, which is pretty likely to hit the healers. I think they have a light resistance to it, but even if it hits 1 and kills 1, it's worth it versus just attacking. It's rare for them to both shrug it off. That's pretty much the only encounter I ever use it on. You can try to use it on some other things. Giant bantams have stronger resistance to it. Duck spills, I don't think resist it, but they have enough HP they might survive it.
Crimson picking up the Sword of Malice there.
Ah.
So now they're both on the grind to level whatever level they end up at. We'll see.
Yeah. One difference though is I think Anatoleu is still going to leave the tower to buy armor, so they're pretty neck and neck still. They'll probably get to the boss around the same time. Oh, and Anatoleu's getting the strength seed as well, I think. I feel like that's dangerous, and that's likely to give you enough attack power that you're going to enrage the eyeball when you don't want to, but...
That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, managing the eyeball's HP is always a really tricky thing.
Yeah. So the boss fight coming up is Sara's Shadow and a giant eyeball, and the giant eyeball is a big problem in that fight. You're almost always going to try to kill it first, but when its health drops under a certain amount, it enrages and starts attacking twice per turn with like a 50% chance to get a critical hit for 15 damage. So pretty frequently, if it enrages, it'll just do 30 damage to you and probably into the fight there. But The issue is that about half the time it will parry and take half damage from your attack. So you can kind of try to, like you kind of just hit it twice and hope that it either defends, 0 times or 2 times, and not once or 3 times, because 1.5 hits will knock it under into the enraged state.
Yeah, it does have that sneaky defend where it can do something and still also defend. Kind of like the parry glitch in Dragon Quest 3, except that this time on the enemy side.
Yeah. Healie can do it too when he wants to, at least. That still doesn't really make me feel better. Wish I could do it on Ragnar.
Yeah.
Anatoleu's getting such a high encounter rate that whether he went at level 7 or 8, he's probably getting 8.
Yeah. Sometimes the game makes the decision for you.
I haven't been paying much attention to the stats they've been gaining. The most important stat is HP. Usually an average Ragnar around level 6 has about 46 or 47 health, so anything over that is very nice to have.
Crimson's going, it looks like. I didn't see. I don't think he's got 7 yet.
Was that no encounters from the healing tile all the way to the boss room?
Yeah.
That never happens.
Free walk.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. 47 HP at level 6. One's with Fireball. Doesn't do much to Ragnar. Curbing Healie. Ow.
Ooh, that's... Oh, and then Healie went to heal himself, so... Okay, we got away with it.
Okay. Healie's attacking the eyeball.
Can we get... Eyeball's defending.
Ooh.
So that's going to push it under. Yep.
Well, it didn't crit, though.
It missed once, so... The miss could have been a crit, you never know.
Okay, eyeballs down.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that's really good. It's very likely that he'll win at this point, though. With the damage ranges, Zara's Shadow could sneak in and kill Healie soon. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But Healie won't heal himself until he's at 16 HP or under, and the Shadow can potentially attack him for 23. So it'd be nice if Healie would take 1 more point of damage.
Yeah.
He'd heal himself. Oh, he got bopped.
Ooh, and there's the 23. Ooh.
Well, we'll see if
He's
he
got
has
a
enough
fair amount of
herbs to
damage
finish
on
it.
Zara's Shadow, though, so...
Yeah. And he
I
does
feel
have
like
some
a good
reduced
chance-
damage because of the extra armor.
If he goes first here. Oh! Oh, that's a shame. That's rough. That fight was going really good until it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly how it can go, though. It's really obnoxious. Like, just the way that the math works out, that if Healie takes small hits from full HP, he almost always lands in that 17 to 20 range where he's in danger but won't heal himself. Because you usually get hit by like 7-ish per hit from 35. Yeah, so now he's going to rebuy his herbs, go back down the tower, and I would guess that he's probably going to get level 7 on the way down for a little more HP. That's very common to do.
I would not be surprised if he saw that Anatolia was taking a bit of time and said, you know, I've got good HP at level 6, I'm just going to go for it. And now that it hasn't, now he says, okay, now I'm potentially falling behind, let's make sure that I win this fight to get that extra level.
Which even from like fresh level 6, you'll pretty much get level 7 just fighting the fights you run into without doing any extra grinding on the way there.
Mm-hmm.
There's duckspills. Duckspills are actually pretty good because you consistently kill them in one hit, even though they're worth a little less. Oh, Anatoleu's got the nasty fight on the right, which put him to sleep as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of areas in this game have like a special encounter that has like a 10% chance to show up, and that's this formation that Anatoleu's looking at of the Bantam, Lilipa, and 2 healers.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, a medical herb drop, but your inventory is always full while you're in this tower, though. Not much that's helpful in the way of item drops in here anyway, though. There's the pixies drop agility seeds, which you could debate about, but besides that, it's pretty much herbs, and then I think Lilipas drop basic clothes, which you don't want. Oh, both of Anatoleu's characters are asleep from one chicken.
Oh dear.
I'm convinced. Just never fight giant bantams. Don't fight this fight or double bantams.
Okay, yeah, Crimson's got level 7 now, so he's just gonna go straight in.
Yep. Anatoleu had like a minute lead on diving this tower, and then the giant bantams reversed it.
Yeah.
8 more HP though, that's gonna help in the boss fight. Didn't see what Crimson gained. What's he got now? 56? That was a
9.
good
He got
level
9,
too,
yeah, that's a good level.
Yeah, the more health Ragnar has, the less time Healie spends healing Ragnar and can spend more time healing himself.
There's Healie in the won't heal himself range again.
Yeah, and Crimson threw an herb at him. And right there, back down to 20, where he could get bopped for 23 again. Fireball won't kill. Uh-oh.
Ooh, that looks, And there's the crit for double crit. That, yep, this is not going to go well. That's unfortunate. Chapter 1 can be really rough in this run, as we're seeing.
Yeah, when we do the international community races and we have like 10 people in Chapter 1 at once, some people will get out close to 20 minutes, some people will be like as far behind as like 50 minutes. It's just kind of up to the boss. The fight is
not really because they did anything wrong either.
Yeah, exactly. Like in most possible loadouts for going into this fight, the fight is like very slightly in your favor. Like you have like a 55 to 60% chance to win. If you really gear up, you might boost that to 65 or 70. But just you can't do anything to raise Healie's defense power is the problem. So at any point, Sorrow Shadow can cast Fireball, get him to 20 HP, and then attack him next turn and kill him. And if that happens in like the first, 5 or 6 turns, then you just can't win. You probably have to be like level 10 or 11 to solo this fight without Healie.
Which is probably what you would do in a casual setting, but it does take time to get those levels, so we just do what we can. Anatoleu also not getting the rolls he needed. It's just what Chapter 1 can do.
Yeah, casually, you probably also have enough armor that the shadow isn't doing much damage to Ragnar, because I think there's an iron
True.
shield available as well as the half-plate armor.
And if you're, level 10 or so and you have a good 70 HP, even the 15 damage crits from the eyeball aren't that big a deal.
Yeah.
As long as you get it down quickly enough.
Then people who really grind this game out for PB attempts sometimes get stuck in here, just resetting the game for, 2-3 hours. You might have a whole stream where you don't get out of Chapter 1. It's a pretty good feeling. Just
Chapter 1 jail.
Because usually when you're going for a decent time, like, sub 6:30 or so, you don't want to die more than once in this chapter, unintended.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like either one of them's getting another level, which makes sense to me. They got at least mid-50s. Yeah, Anatoleu's got 60 HP.
And Crimson's got 56. It's both. Yeah, at this point, it's just, you gotta wait until you get the rules you need, and there's nothing you can do to really push that along, other than keep rolling.
Yeah, and at level 9, especially if you get a strength seed, you're pretty much guaranteed that attacking the eyeball one time is just going to set it off. Alright. Crimson's back at the eyeball. What do we got? The eyeball cheated, so it took half damage.
And didn't take that time,
damage.
so we're gonna have a red eyeball.
Okay.
Missed twice, though.
Yeah.
That's lucky.
If he can hit for 30 damage, yep, that'll kill it.
There we go.
That's one thing I didn't mention is when the eyeball enrages, it heals to 30 HP exactly. So, decently strong Ragnar at like level 7 or 8 has a good chance of hitting it for 30 damage. I'm guessing it also loses its defense power because Ragnar doesn't usually hit that hard, but I haven't looked that far into it. Okay. The heal on Healie is looking good again. That's a really slow Healie. He went at the end of the turn.
Yeah, for us though, for Crimson, this is looking pretty good. I want to jinx it, but
I think he's got it this
Healie
time.
is in that little risky range, but I think it should be able. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. Not bad. About a 33-ish minute, chapter 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for a race.
Yeah.
That's, well, even just a marathon run, you would not say no to that.
Yeah, especially if your opponent is getting about the same. Tolu's eyeball enraged. It hit Healie, but Healie was parrying.
Healie down early, though. That's...
Oh, Healie. Yeah, he healed Ragnar.
Hopefully have enough herbs to get out of this.
Yeah, he's going for it. I don't know how many herbs he started with.
I think that...
It's always hard to tell, too, because, like, when you use an herb, the game seems to pull the last herb out of your inventory, so he doesn't have to scroll to the second page to show us how many herbs he has left.
Interesting. I wasn't actually aware of that.
It's got a lot of hits on him.
You may know that he's out of herbs. Just, yeah.
Yeah, he has 250 HP for reference, so it takes about 12 or 13 hits to kill him usually. Oh, got him. Actually, yep. All right. Okay. Well, that's good. It's still a race. Not that there isn't more
to see when you have a race like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have them both finish around the same time, because as you were mentioning, it can go so back and forth, even just in Chapter 1.
And Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 can both be pretty volatile, and then the next chapter or two are a little less volatile, so there's usually no lead changes at that point, so it's cool to have them close through the first 2 chapters if we can get it. But yeah, they rescued the children, you take them back to home to Ismet, then you go to the king, and the king gives you an experience point reward, which would have been real nice earlier, but...
Yeah!
And then, yeah, Ragnar decides to leave because the, I forget if it was the Tsara's shadow or if the children told Ragnar that the hero is growing up somewhere in the world, and that's why the monsters are kidnapping children. They're looking for the hero, so Ragnar is going to go off and look for the hero as well, and take Healie with him. I get to update the tracker. Alright, Team Healie's on Chapter 2.
It is neat to see those little title plates on the Japanese side. That, they didn't, I guess they just didn't have someone to draw the graphics for English, and so they just used text there.
Actually, I think the way this tracker works, I need to click Chapter 2 when they finish Chapter 2. I think we probably should have added a, start split or something, but that's fine. I'll just hang out on Chapter 1 till we're through Chapter 2. It doesn't help, too, that Ragnar's levels really start to take off here, and he starts to get a lot of HP and strength, and they look like better levels than the ones you had earlier.
Yeah. 11 HP in one level.
Yeah. So yeah, starting in Chapter 2 over here, we play Chapter 2 as Princess Alina. Each of the first 4 chapters we're going to play as completely different characters, and they'll all meet up in Chapter 5. But, yeah, the Princess Alina wants to leave and go on an adventure, but her dad won't let her. So you talk to a couple people to hit some plot triggers, and then you go upstairs and then find that the hole in your wall has been repaired with these flimsy boards that Alina kicks through and jumps off to start her adventure. And then her companions, Christo and Bray, decide, okay, if we can't keep her in the castle, we're going to go with her for protection. And so they join you, and now we've got some... pretty much just a kind of condensed real team here, where we've got Alina, who's kind of the attacker and fighter, Christo, who's the healer, and Bray, who's more the spellcaster. Offensive magic. Oh. And the start of the chapter here, they're just going to start off with a short experience point grind. They're going to at least get Christo to level 4, where he learns the upper spell, because it's pretty strong early on here. Makes the boss fight way more consistent than if you just do it at level 3, where Bray learns sap. Anatoleu talking to the cat, as he always does. Let's see, I wasn't paying attention to what Crimson bought, but it doesn't look like he got extra offense on Alina, so he probably just bought Copper Sword, which is kind of the standard.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people will sell the Feather Hat and buy a Thorn Whip for Alina instead, which just gives her a lot more damage, and then Christo doesn't do as much damage, but he can probably just parry through all the fights. But the Feather Hat that you're selling is the only one you get in the chapter, and it's her best helmet for the chapter, so it's kind of a permanent 2 defense point nerf for the rest of the chapter if you go that route. Yeah, Anatoleu just got the Copper Sword and is handing the club down to Christo. I know, did... Oh, you handed the copper sword to Christo, actually. So, yeah, a lot of the monsters around here are just kind of frustrating because there's damage ranges on whether or not you kill them in one hit. Most of them have 10 or 11 max HP, and a very common thing in Dragon Quest games is that random encounters will spawn with a % of their max HP. In this game, it's between 75% and full HP, so most of these guys will start with 8 to 10 or 9 to 11 health, and then that's pretty much what Alina's damage range is, so there's a lot of time a 50% chance of her killing something at these low levels. So you'll, in some cases, see, like, in that case, Anatoleu had Alina and Christo gang up on one monster while Bray cast Ice Bolt on the one with higher HP.
Makes sense.
And yeah, in this grind, you kind of just want to go full offensive on it. You're not really in danger of someone dying. You just want to spend all Bray's magic, then you go inside and use the N, and then usually you have to use the N twice. If you try to stretch your magic out so that you can get away with only using the N once in the middle of the grind, you're probably going to end up wasting time, and it's faster just to take literally 10 seconds to go get all your magic and health refilled.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's convenient that the inn is right there at the entrance.
Yeah, it's like 2 rounds of combat worth of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
These rabbit hounds that Crimson just ran into are kind of an anomaly out here. They're significantly tougher at like 23 HP, but they're also worth a lot more XP. Overall, it's a fairly balanced grind zone. The only things you really don't want to run into are the Cascus Hoppers, because they're just pretty obnoxious and they only give 1 XP each.
Mm-hmm.
Anatoleu's got the same rabbit hound fight. One nice thing about rabbit hounds is they can drop a Wing of the Wyvern, which gives you, like, basically saves you 25 gold, which is pretty significant depending on your gold routing for the chapter.
Yep.
Alright, Bray is fine. Everything is fine.
Everything's fine. Crimson's second in.
Anatoleu got a medical herb drop.
Yep. Yeah, so we've had one of those on each side now. I imagine in this chapter it's not as much of a benefit because you have Christo.
Yeah.
Help with that.
It can help if something goes wrong in this very first boss fight, but besides that, it's not super helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I definitely have memories of playing this casually and getting frustrated with the drops because they filled up my inventory.
Yeah. The other drop you can get in this section that's kind of helpful if you're tight on gold and you're routing is the rats can drop a leather hat, which you can equip for 2 HP or 2 defense power, or you can sell it for like, I think 53. Something like that.
Yeah, decent amount of gold.
But some routes are really tight on gold when they get to the town after this one, and some of them are much less tight, so not sure exactly what the case is for each of these runners.
It's Christo 4 for Crimson, so he'll be going on after this.
Yeah. One more fight usually gets Bray level 4, but it's just so unimpactful that nobody's gonna do an extra battle to get it.
Yeah.
He might get a couple more HP, or he might get 0 HP, so...
Yeah. HP is not Bray's strong suit.
Okay, so Anatolu's coming up on this boss. So this boss is the chameleon humanoid and 2 of those rabid hounds from outside. The only difference between the ones outside and these ones are that they always start with full HP, so they got 23 HP. The chameleon humanoid has 40 health, a decent amount of defense power, and he has the heal spell, which he can cast twice. So it was important that Bray gets the level 3 so that he can use sap on the chameleon humanoid to take away his defense power. And also important for Christo to get the upper spell, because if he casts upper on Alina once, she basically can't die in this fight. Basically with an asterisk, because when the chameleon humanoid attacks, there's like a 1 in 9 chance that he puts somebody to sleep, and that can cause chaos if it happens too early on.
Yes.
Usually with an upper and then a heal on Alina, she can solo the fight. It just might be very slow if Bray and Christo die.
Ooh, speaking of.
Bray's down. If he casts Sap, that's fine.
Yeah, I saw Crimson trying to get an upper onto Bray, I guess to avoid this exact situation, but the turn order did not work out.
Yeah. So... one thing about Bray being alive is it gives you kind of a very small chance of skipping over his heal, because he only heals when he's under half HP, but you're dealing much less damage than that per turn without Bray alive. So he's pretty much guaranteed to cast both his heals at that point, and he already has, though, so...
he just did one, yeah.
Yeah, like 3 more attacks and he'll be dead. He should... I don't know, did he already fail to cast heal? He should fail to cast it once. Yeah, there it is. And he's down. Yep. Pretty consistent boss fight, just it can be a little slow, and if somebody dies at the wrong time. More a battle of how fast is it going to be, and not a battle of am I going to survive or not.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, Anatolu's stuck.
Yep. The good old NPC trolling.
Yep.
Good old line. Don't ever litter the litter.
Nope. Do an Anatole, or what Crimson's buying. Is he buying the boomerang? Yeah. I've seen quite a few reps that buy this boomerang at this shop now, for especially for anybody who's like doing extra grinding and not just trying to fight metal slimes later in the chapter. So, pretty common pickup there. That'll boost Alina's attack power a lot. How's he reviving Bray?
He's getting Bray up, yep.
Okay. So a bug in this game that's going to come into play really soon that a lot of people take advantage throughout most of Chapter 2 is that if you have a dead character in your party, essentially if like they're in the middle or the front of the party, then the back character who's alive can't be attacked. So you'll see them walk around Chapter 2 with Bray dead in the middle of the party. That's why Anatoleu moved Bray to the middle. If Bray dies now, Christo cannot be targeted by most physical attacks in the chapter. But
it is an interesting bug that people have discovered and now make fairly extensive use of.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised it works the way it does, and that there isn't like a case where, for example, if you had one person alive in the team, that they just can't find a target. Yeah,
it's an interesting. Well, I think what happens if there's only one person alive is the game just doesn't even bother checking and just says hit that one person. But yeah, it's an interesting error in the code that because the way physical targeting works in this, I think most of the Dragon Quest, is that people in the front of the party are more likely to be targeted. And what happens is the game goes to check, but half of the code knows there is somebody dead in that middle position and skips over it. Half of the code forgets to do that, and so the first person, if your middle person is dead, the first one gets the normal targeting chance. The dead person gets the remainder, and then the third person gets nothing.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in this game that's programmed a lot more complicatedly than you would expect, especially the AI system that we'll get to in Chapter 5.
Oh boy, the AI system, that one is it's fascinating, but ultimately the way it works out is not often the way you want it to.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I didn't really explain, but the town that Anatoleu's in right now and leaving was called Tempe, and the village here was getting attacked by a monster. This happens a lot in Dragon Quest, but the monster wanted sacrifices, and so Alina offered to be the sacrifice for the week so that she could fight the monster. They also got 2 life force nuts in that town, one dropped by the boss and one picked up off the altar that you just saw Anatoleu get. That's pretty important for your character growth in this chapter, because at the end of this chapter, Alina has to do a solo gauntlet of fights, 5 battles in a row, and you'd like to do that at as low of a level as possible, so boosting her stats with all the seeds you can find in the chapter is very important. Actually, Anatoleu's at Bray alive too. Interesting. Oh, well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Maybe you just survived the boss fight, I wasn't paying attention.
I think you did, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so
Crimson did not mention to me how any particular plans regarding Bray, but it may be going along with what he had said. He was planning for a more kind of a safer route, maybe planning to include Bray in the leveling here.
Yeah, most people I've seen grinding through the chapter have just kept Bray dead the whole time. I've tried it with Bray alive, but I haven't tried comparing timings for keeping him alive or not. But one thing to keep in mind is that in Chapter 5, it's very useful for Bray to have Return and Outside, so he at least needs to get enough experience to get that. Though Anatoleu is probably going to get him that off the metal slime that he kills at the end of the chapter. And Crimson will probably at this point just keep Bray alive the whole time to get him all that XP.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine. So we have Crimson rolling his seeds here. Oh, don't think he's going to take a 4 now.
I'd be kind of interested, though, for someone to do like a significant number of trials of grinding through this chapter with Bray alive versus dead, because the trade-off is you can have Bray alive and casting Ice Bolt, which is pretty significant damage the entire time, or if he's dead, then monsters are not attacking Christo, so you don't need to heal Christo as much, you don't need to buy Christo armor, you can just pile it all on Alina, and it's generally just safer.
And of course, you get more experience with only 2 people in the party because it's divided among members.
No, 4 doesn't do that.
4 doesn't? Oh.
No.
Okay, I must have been confusing it with 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think 3 and 9 are the only main series games that do that. But I assume they got rid of that because of the wagon. Like, you know, are they going to split it 8 ways, or do dead people in the wagon not matter?
True. Yeah. Raid will just be part of the grind on Crimson's side.
No, I tried fixing the tracker and I made it worse. I think that's what I wanted. There we go, now we have a start split, so they've made progress. They're in chapter 1 now. Or past chapter 1. Oops, but now I've got something covering one of the game feeds. On my end. Okay. So if I saw right, it looks like both of them are in this cave here, south of Frenor.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so when they reached the town of Frenor, they went upstairs in the inn, and you couldn't stay at the inn at the start because there's this famous princess staying the night there, so he doesn't have any room, but when you go upstairs, the princess gets kidnapped, so now there's a vacancy and you can use the inn. But then if you look around town, this kid says that his dog found a ransom note. They say, he says, oh, what's this note say? It says that you should bring the golden bracelet to the graveyard if you want to see the princess again. What does that mean? Haha. And you're like, oh, okay. That sounds serious. So you go to this cave to grab the golden bracelet, and we're going to turn it in for ransom when it's nighttime. seemingly harmless golden bracelet.
Dude. Did have Crimson put Bray in front here, so Bray may be sitting out for a bit now.
Yeah, could be. He got him all the XP he wanted him to get, or he might have just wanted him for the cave, the first part of it. Because I believe Bray has both return and outside by level 9, so he doesn't need to make it all the way to level 11 or 12. You can see on Crimson Splits he's gonna plan for Alina level 12, though if his stats are good enough at 11, he may not go for 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would imagine he will be, kind of looking at his stats and deciding where to stop based on that. Seems what that is what a lot of runners do these days.
Yeah.
Rather than looking at level, you look at, do you have the HP, I guess HP and agility that you're looking at mostly?
Yeah, so for comparison, Anatoleu's split name, I think, says 44 strength and some number of agility.
Yeah, there it is.
Which 44 strength is unlikely at level 11, so he'll probably get 12 if he goes that high for marathon safety. Compared to his PB attempts, or for some insane reason he's been doing the tournament at level 9, where you have like a single digit % chance of winning, but
he
gets through it a decent amount of the time, because if you don't go for those extra levels, you have an extra 5 or 10 minutes to smack your face into the tournament, so he just takes extra attempts at the low % chance instead of leveling up and then probably getting bad stats anyway and still not having a good opportunity.
Right. Yeah.
I remember he started doing that just to see how it would go, and then eventually it turned into his normal strat. Just need the crit. If you're lucky, you need singular crits for level 9 tournament. Often you need 2. But Alina's crit chance does go up as she levels. But level 9, she's still twice as likely to crit as anybody else. Courtier runs away. Thanks, me. Okay, I just grabbed a bingo card from Anatoleu's bot. What do we got here? Yeah, Christo kills a metal enemy. That's not unlikely. Karen uses Staff of Thunder. That's like a free space. Monster summons Eerie Spirits. Reinforcement Swarm. Take 0 damage in a dungeon. Reinforcement Swarm didn't happen much. We'll see.
So this is where Crimson told me he's going to be doing the majority of his level 2, his chapter 2 leveling. He's the Sand Masters and the things around here.
Exact same tiles Anatoleu's walking on. So
yeah.
Right around here, I think left of the bazaar, there's a different encounter rate versus the right side of the bazaar. I forget how sand and forest compare in encounter rate. I think they're nearly the same, but forest might be a little bit higher. So that's why they're walking here instead of a little closer, because I think the bazaar is right on the encounter line, but I forget if it's the left side of the line or the right side.
Yeah, there's a question in chat about the casket versus ghost, which is definitely a thing that you see comparing these side by side. I was going to actually call that out earlier, that what we were mentioning about having a dead character in the middle of a party is often called the coffin block strategy, because I believe it was originally discovered by Japanese runners, and of course in Japan, as you've seen on the Crimson screen, rather than a ghost, the dead characters are represented by a coffin. And there's a lot of in Japan they borrowed a lot of what we would generally consider Christian symbology to refer to to indicate religious overtones. Instead of a house of healing, it is a church, and so on and so forth. When they brought it over to the English side, especially at the time, Nintendo was rather hesitant to include that sort of thing in its games, and so they had the development team change that over to ghosts and to more generic terms. It's a very prominent example you can see in Chapter 5 when we get to that point.
Royal Crypt.
The Royal Crypt, yes. The Royal Crypt, or the Royal tiny little house.
Yeah.
He'll shed.
So some of the enemies in this zone, Cordra has actually a couple of different things it can do. It has a very small chance of getting a critical hit, which is obnoxious. There it is. Thanks, anatoleu. And they also have a chance of running away, which is obnoxious if you've already invested some damage in them.
Yeah.
Sandmasters on the left are pretty normal enemy. You usually hit those with surround or cast upper to make Alina pretty much invulnerable to them. The Somnabeetles were there on Crimson side at the start of that fight. They're pretty weak, but they cast sleep and sleep more. So kind of want to take them out because they'll just be obnoxious. Fortunately, when you fall asleep in this game, your character automatically parries, so you'll take a little less damage while you're asleep. So yeah, there's not really much magic damage anywhere on the overworld in this chapter, so with the coffin block set up, if Christo casts upper on Alina, she's not going to be taking much damage at all. Crimson's dipping back in here. I guess he didn't get the bracelet out of the bottom. I kind of wonder if it'd be worth it to grind in this cave, because you could bounce back and forth between two sections and get a really high encounter rate versus walking in the forest. Or, slightly less XP per fight. Could be something to try.
Could be, yeah.
It's
funny how every time you watch one of these runs, somebody comes up, starts thinking, I wonder if, and the strats keep on progressing.
You'd think the game would be fully explored by now, but not as much.
There's just so many possibilities that there really is no end to it. And honestly, that's the sort of thing I personally enjoy. With speedruns, I am not as much of a runner, but I very much enjoy the routing aspect. Exploring all of those possibilities, seeing what sort of optimizations you can find.
Yeah, it's something I kind of discovered about myself after I bought a house and a dog and I didn't have time to do Dragon Warrior 4 runs anymore. I started routing out challenge runs of games like Dragon Warrior 3 and Dragon Quest Monsters, and found that I enjoy just routing out a run and doing like 10 runs of it a lot more than I like to just, refine it and grind out until I get good RNG and the game lets me play it.
Exactly.
Golden bracelet on Crimson side, the Ogon no Odewa. Not to be confused with the Gorudo Braceletto that the remakes put in the casino.
Uh-huh. Quick death warp.
That was a pretty quick death warp for sure. If you have just a little more HP than that and they run out of magic, then it takes a while for them to kill you.
Yep.
There's enemies down there like orcs, which will help you death warp real quick, and there's enemies like Somna beetles. They'll just put you to sleep, and then you might be there for 7 or 8
sit
turns.
there. Yep.
It's funny, there are quite a few death warps in this run. Like I think as many as 10, and probably half of them are kind of obnoxious. When you wouldn't think so. You'd think, you know, you just need to die. How hard could it be? But
yeah, it turns out.
Yeah. Yeah, the death warp in chapter 1 that can be obnoxious. Chapter 5's got a death warp where sometimes you use a mimic and it can just like, you know, kill the characters that have magic, and then suddenly it has nothing to rob magic from anymore. So it takes a long time to kill you. And
so we've got Crimson rolling for agility seeds.
Yeah.
So again, this is like with the there's a 2. Is he going to take the 2? No, he's not. He's going for the 3. So he's doing this earlier with the life force nuts as well. Those can roll a range of 4 to 6, and he kept resetting until he got a 6 on both. Here it looks like he's going for the 3 agility, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially with how quickly it is on the Japanese version to reset and try again. That's a strength seed, sorry. But yeah, you can see just how quickly he can reset the game and immediately be back into gameplay. It's not at all a large time cost to do it there.
Yeah, and the strength is pretty much Alina's most important stat in this chapter, so unless they get to level 11 before rolling the strength seeds, you're going to see them get 3s on both of them for sure, because it also helps you grind a little faster at this early stage. But once you're ready for the tournament, if you still have their strength seeds ready, it doesn't really help you to have an odd number of strength, so you might take a 2 on one of the 2 strength seeds if it doesn't get you an extra even number. But with the strats that they're using today, they're probably both save scumming them as early as they get them. And the 2 strength seeds, the first one they get in the Bazaar, which is what he's using now, and then there's another one in Birdsong Tower. And very small chance they might get one as a drop off of a Bromard, but that's kind of just a meme. It's a 1 in like 128 chance for it to drop, but it's happened to people. But I've also seen it within the last couple of weeks, so I'm not expecting to see it again. I'm pretty sure dependent events work like that.
How much does Alina typically get? Does Alina's level growth accelerates around like level 9 or something, doesn't it?
I think so.
The question in chat.
Yeah. Stats increase on level versus perfect seed. Yeah, there's quite a bit of randomness to it. Like, I think in our last levels, though, I think recently saw someone get like a 7 on a level up, like level 10 or 11, but that's not usual. Usually it's like 2 to 6, maybe 2 to 5. So something we're gonna see Anatoleu do at the very end of the chapter, or at least probably right when he hits level 11, is he's going to, right now he's planning out his experience so that when he gets to Indoor, which is the end of the chapter, he'll be 1 metal slime worth away from a specific level, maybe 11, maybe 12, and he will just barely miss that level up, and then he'll go save the game and then go kill a weak monster, level up, see how much strength he gets, and if he doesn't like it, he'll reset and do the fight again, because there is quite a bit of variance on her strength gains.
Mentioning that those that can be a very large range in some cases, especially the with like Alina's strength, or or a character's strong stat can go anywhere from what, as you were saying, 2 to 6, 2 to 7, huge range. So it's hard to compare against a perfect seed. But if you get good level ups, the level ups can be worth quite a bit more.
Yeah. The strength threshold they want is probably 44, maybe 42, but in a marathon they probably want 44, which they'll equip the Iron Claw, and then that'll give them 38 more attack power. So usually 82 plus strength, you have a decent chance of winning the tournament, or at least getting to Linguar without needing a critical hit on one of the earlier fights. If you have less strength than that, then you probably do need a critical hit on Rorik or Samson to have a real chance to win. But yeah, her critical hit rate does rise as she levels. Like I said earlier, her crit chance is equal to her level divided by 256 roughly. So you know, she gets several hits against Rorik, several hits against Samson. There's a decent shot that she gets a critical hit against one of them in any given attempt.
I guess we can also mention that the the reason behind that, wanting an even or only looking for an even number in the strength, is because most Dragon Quest games, including 4, 2 points of strength gets you 1 damage, 4 points of defense cuts 1 damage, and it's just a very simple divide by 2, divide by 4, and so that's why that's why we have those odd numbers don't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, because the overall damage numbers in this game are so low, you're typically doing, at least early game, 10 low double digits damage. A single point of damage in either direction can really sway how the fights go.
Okay, so I guess both runners did 2 dips into the Golden Bracelet Cave. The first one just to get the gold and the agility seed, and then second dip to get the Golden Bracelet that Anatoleu just grabbed and is now struggling to get away from these Somna beetles. Okay, he's death warping now.
This is a death warp, yeah, it looks like.
And so they've actually had very similar chapter 2s so far, except that Crimson kept Bray alive a little bit longer. Looks like Crimson's turning in the Golden Bracelet here. So you hand in the Golden Bracelet to the kidnappers. The princess is here, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm not really the princess, which you kind of knew that because you are the princess. Then she shows up with her own fake Bray and fake Christo back there. And importantly, she gives you the Thief Key, which is why this is progression. That allows you to get into Birdsong Tower. It actually doesn't open very many doors in this chapter, but there's a couple of other places you can get to with it.
Anatoleu as well, rolling that strength seed. There's a 3.
It's kind of a runner preference thing as to which seeds they might save scum like this and which ones they might just roll when they pick them up. Like, I know I saw Anatoleu use at least one of the Life Force nuts just as he picked it up after beating the Chameleon Humanoid, probably both of them. Whereas you said Crimson save scummed them to get higher numbers. Alright.
Picking up the chain whip there for Alina.
I also haven't commented on this yet, but right now what Anatoleu is doing is just trying to pass time of day until it's nighttime so he can turn in the Golden Bracelet. When you walk back and forth on top of a castle tile like that, time passes, but there are no monsters. So they also both started off chapter 1 by doing that, and they'll do it one more time in chapter 3.
Yeah. So it's an interesting thing to be able to do because the game determines whether you get an encounter by literally looking at what you're standing on. Is it grass? Is it mountains, or is it hills which have a higher rate? Is it desert? Is it a town? And towns don't have any encounter rate assigned to them, and so you just get to walk for free.
Yep. It's also convenient that one change they made between Dragon Warrior 3 and 4 is when you used a Wyvern Wing in Dragon Warrior 3, it would change the time of day to daytime, so you wouldn't even be able to do this in Dragon Warrior 3.
Yes. Whereas now it keeps the time when you warp to a different town, so you're able to take advantage of that, the larger castles to walk on.
Yep. So yeah, now they're both making their way to Birdsong Tower. Depending on your route, Birdsong Tower can be kind of a nasty reset point. But with the levels they've got, they should be pretty safe. A lot of the time you're walking through this tower at level 5 or level 6, and if you're level 5 especially, Alina has a pretty rough time with these monsters. These butterfly dragons that Crimson's running into are one of the more tough monsters in here because they've got a fire breath that can hit Christo in the back, so they suck up a lot of herbs, and you can find them in groups of 4. The worst enemy in this tower is the Pteranodon enemy, which has the fireball spell that can hit up to 18 damage on both characters, and they can cast it twice per battle. Yeah, Crimson's got 70 max HP though, that's pretty good for this tower. When I'm coming in here for like Metal Slime strats and only level 5 or 6, I'm hoping to have 50 HP.
Mm-hmm. Comes the fireball. It is interesting. I remember even thinking this, playing it casually, how the enemies do have MP in this game, a limited amount of MP. Some don't. Bosses, can do whatever they want, but because typically, especially back in this day, the way most games work is enemies just had a skill set, and whether that was spells, whether it was other types of attacks, they could just use whatever they wanted every turn. But here they kind of had enemies play, in part, along the same rules that you have to play by. And I remember, even as a kid, just thinking, "Oh, that's nice. That's fair."
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies in this game that can only cast their spell twice and then they're out of juice. Or even just once sometimes. Or the Demonite's case, he can't cast it at all.
He can't cast it at all. That was cute, yes. Which is good because I think they go for Explode It, don't they?
Yeah, I think Explode It and Defeat, maybe something else as well.
Yeah, okay. Some ridiculously high-level spells, but they don't have the MP for them, so you're safe.
Yeah. But if you've played a game before and you recognize the spell name and it says Demonite cast Explode It and you see the screen flash, you're like, oh no, I'm gonna die. But then, nope, it has no MP.
Yep. So that Dragon Quest, the developers had a lot of cute little ideas like that. I really enjoy. It's not, having a little bit of fun with the game. It's a game, just to have fun with it.
Yeah. Question in chat about differences between night and day. There are some minor differences besides NPCs moving around. Encounter rate on the overworld is like 25% higher at night, and some zones, not all, might have an extra monster, just a different fight at nighttime. Yeah, inside towns it's mostly just that people move around. Metal Babble and 7 healers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's cute.
That's an encounter, alright, yeah.
Not that you were gonna kill the Babble in Dragon Warrior 2 anyway. It was probably gonna kill you. Healers are doing you a favor, scaring you off.
Yep.
Looked like Crimson did not go all the way to the top of the tower. He got the gold and he got the string seed and came back out. Kind of expecting him to use the inn that's inside the tower and then go back up, but looks like he's making more purchases.
Let's see what he picks up here. Some medical herbs so far.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's going after the Morning Star.
And anatoleu, meanwhile, is heading toward the top, so yeah, there's 1200 gold in this tower. There's the second strength seed and then a progression item called the Birdsong Nectar, because once you reach the bazaar here, that guard that you might have seen run up to Crimson tells you that the king's in trouble, you need to go see him immediately, and There's no plot trigger requiring you to go see him immediately, but the issue is that he's lost his voice. We find out later that he's had a bad dream and he woke up and tried to tell somebody and couldn't. So you talk to a couple NPCs and they mention that somebody lost their voice once, and then you find that guy and he says, oh yeah, I cured that by climbing the tower and getting the birdsong nectar, so we're doing the same. And then basically the end of this plot point is going to be we, get the king's voice back and he tells you, hey, it kind of freaked me out that I couldn't tell the chancellor about my bad dream. I want you to go out into the world and see what's going on because I think something evil's happening. And so he gives you permission to actually leave the castle and leave the continent of Santeem and go off on your adventure. And that's when we'll head off to Endor to participate in their fighting tournament. Yeah, a couple other things mentioned in chat. Some shops are only open at night. Stone of Drought you can only pick up during the day, though at nighttime in that town the tide comes in and you can see a bare spot where the Stone of Drought is. So that's kind of a cool thing. You see that there's this bare spot there in the middle of the water, and then you stay at the inn and go walk to that tile and search it and you get the Stone of Drought. That town also has another difference where there's a tiny metal that you can only pick up during the day. Not really sure why you can only get that one during the day. It might have to do with the ocean being different at night. Maybe there's 2 different maps for that town.
Mm-hmm. I imagine that's how they do it.
It's always really cool just comparing Dragon Warrior 1 through 4, seeing how they improved the engine in these minor ways throughout the thing.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of little things that they can do in this game that they couldn't do in Dragon Warrior 3, and again on down the line.
Just learning from their experience with each, taking that experience onto the next one and improving on it.
Yeah. There's a lot of things like that I like to point out. Like there's some NPCs that walk around on a script in this game. I don't think Dragon Warrior 3 has any of those. I think they only walk around randomly.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. And then in this game, they also can even, once they reach a certain point in their path, they can change their path or they can change what they say. Like there's this guard in Endor that walks over to the diner, and when he gets there, he sits there permanently and what he says changes.
Yeah. Yeah, they really, it does feel like this is the game where they were confident in their development abilities to kind of branch out and start doing more creative things like that beyond the basic, NPC in town, and that's all it is. And I think that's really, it's really neat to see that they, that they got to that point, was able to start doing those really creative things.
Yeah, it looks like Anatoleu is still level 9, so I think he is going to try to stop short of 11 with the Metal Slime kill. And he's buying a Venomous Dagger. This is something he started doing very recently. So he's going to put that dagger on Bray, so that when Bray attacks the Metal Slime, he has like a 3% chance to paralyze it.
Right. Alright, Venomous Dagger as opposed to Poison Needle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Poison Needle in the first town you visit in this chapter, but you need the magic key to get there, so you can't get there till chapter 5. The needle would be nice, though, because it's consistent damage, but the Venomous Dagger, you still have to put up with their high defense power.
Yeah.
Crimson back in the tower fighting his way to the top.
I imagine since Crimson was not going after metal slimes, the fact that he has to walk through the tower twice isn't as big a deal because he's going to be fighting things anyway.
Yeah. Anatoleu's waiting until night here just because by the time you get to indoor, it's almost nighttime anyway, so he's just doing that to increase the encounter chance when he's looking for his metal slimes. He's reordering his party because he's going to revive Bray. Makes sense. I don't know what any of them are looking like on strength values, but their HP values seem okay right now. And in about the same place for that matter. Crimson's got about 7 more HP, 1 level up.
Kind of, it depends at this point how quickly Anatolia gets that metal slime.
Yeah. Yeah, so especially if Anatoleu gets a good strength gain at level 10, there's a good chance that he'll be doing the tournament at 11. Now Crimson's got a Grizzly Saber grind going right now. So these Grizzly Sabers he's fighting call for help pretty frequently. So if you just upper Alina, you can kind of sit here and let him call for help, and it's pretty quick XP. I don't know if he's deliberately grinding or if he just got into a large formation.
I think it may just be a random encounter, yeah.
Yeah.
Just randomly hit it all the way. It doesn't look like he's going to be grinding it out. Yeah, it was for a while like a fairly common strat, as I recall.
Yeah.
Grizzly Saber grind.
Yeah, like several years ago, that was kind of the alternative to doing metal slimes, though I never really liked it because every time I tried it, I'd get crit by him and die and lose all my progress.
Yes, the risk of the Grizzly Saber grind was that. And I imagine that's one of the reasons it fell out of favor because people worked out other ways of, roughly equivalent grinds that don't have the risk of dying and losing all your progress at once.
Yeah. Critical hit formula for Alina is her level divided by 256. For all other characters, it's just 1 in 64. And yeah, unless they have pretty high stats, then they want 1 critical hit at least an opportune time in at least one of the fights to try to save them an herb. Because with, like, what I would say, like, average stats at level 11, maybe a little higher, then you're probably just gonna get to Linguar and use the herb that Samson dropped, and then only have, like, 40 HP to fight him. Okay, Anatoleu just found and destroyed a metal slime.
Okay. Well, that takes care of that. That will definitely help Anatolia's time.
Only 3 strength, 6 HP. So I don't know where that puts him.
See if he opens the menu at some point to check. It's maybe worth mentioning the reason crits are so valuable, especially in Dragon Quest, is because not only is your base damage double what it is, which is similar thing is true in most games. Crits also ignore defense, and some of those, especially like Samson, have very high defense power in the tournament, and so being able to ignore that defense is just that much extra damage. We have 37 strength on Anatolia's side.
Okay.
And you get a 7 from a single level?
I think Holmes got it once recently, but it's not common. So
yeah, that's what I thought. So see what he does here.
He might reset till he gets a 5 off of it, but I don't know if he'll stop his grind there off of that. One thing that's obnoxious in this chapter is that none of the churches are anywhere near the starts of any of the towns.
Yes. Yeah.
So, no matter where you go to do this save, you gotta walk pretty deep into the town.
Speaking of crits, yeah, there's another one.
Why not?
Chance of a +7 is like 0.06%. Yeah, it's so that's probably not likely. So I guess we're gonna take a 5 and then go to level 12.
Yeah. Another benefit we're talking about, pros and cons of keeping Bray alive for the whole chapter versus keeping him dead, is if you expect to go to level 12, Bray picks up Snowstorm at level 11, and that really speeds your way through to the last level.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can go over to Indoor and look for this exact fight that Crimson's bringing up now with 5 Scorpions, and Bray can just kill that in one turn.
Right, yeah. Interesting question in chat. If you could control one of your crits in Chapter 2, would you use it on a Metal Slime or on Samson?
Probably Samson turn 2.
Yeah, I would think Samson. Just
Like,
because with the Metal Slime, you still have the big randomness of how long does it take to even get one, and to get it to stay long enough to get your turn.
Yeah.
Whereas Samson's always there, and if you know you can put out a crit at some point, that you could actually plan around that.
Yeah, like, you could definitely clear the chapter at level 11 regardless of what your stats are, maybe even 10 or maybe even 9 if you get to pick where it goes.
Yeah. So you did take the 5. Thanks. Thanks in chat. Yeah, so Anatolia did take the 5 night.
Okay.
His question is he going to go take another level, or is he going to go straight into the tournament with 42?
Well, he hit his split, so I guess he's going for it.
Oh, yeah. So 42 strength, that gives 80 attack power.
Yep.
I think. Yeah.
He's going to pick up an extra life force nut here. Pretty much always pick this up in Chapter 2. If you had a crazy healthy Elena, you could save it for Chapter 5. $83 health, that's pretty average. Crimson almost walked to the priest, now he's getting the life force nuts. That might mean he's save scumming these nuts. Then anatoleu's gonna buy the iron claw here in the shop underneath the arena. Gonna sell that venomous dagger.
Yeah, Crimson saving the game here, so he's definitely going to be save scumming for health. He's also got a strength seed, so. He got a 3 on the strength seed, and he's gonna do the Life Force Nuts next. Let's see what we got. How Anatoleu's fight goes.
Okay.
Speaking of crits.
All right, there goes Hun. Yeah. So, yeah, like I mentioned earlier, there's 5 fights in a row that Alina has to do by herself. The second, third, and fourth ones drop an extra herb. So first fight there against Hun, he's a lot weaker than the people that come after him. All he does is punch you. Rorik, pretty much the same thing. He can defend. Sometimes it can save you a little bit of health if he does that once. I don't think there's any damage difference between him attacking versus throwing the boomerang. It looked like Anatoleu had to use an herb during this fight, which usually isn't great. He used 2, but that's because he didn't use one between the fights. So the next fight against Vivian. Vivian's a spellcaster who has very limited magic. I think it's 12 MP total. So you can kind of play around with that if she starts off by casting Fireball. That's her more expensive offensive spell, so you could like parry to try to get her to run out of magic before she gets low on health and tries to cast Heal More. Looked like Anatoleu just got lucky and she just cast Fireball twice, so wasn't able to afford Heal More.
That is pretty close to a perfect Vivian there. Very nice.
Yeah. Crimson not far behind. I do not know what Crimson's attack power is. So Samson,
I have a suspicion that Crimson saw that Anatoleu was going into the fight and just said, you know, I've got to go. Whatever my strength is, I've got to take the chance. And so that may also be why he rolled for the 3 there. Because he knew he wasn't, you know, he felt he might be low and just had to take whatever he had. Very tight on Anatoleu there. 3 HP.
Yeah. So that's pretty much the scenario I was talking about earlier, where if you've got like just above average stats on level 11, you end up in this position where you use that herb and then that's all you've got for Linguar, so you need to get lucky with who you pick. And yeah, so Linguar, pretty self-explanatory already, but he splits into 4 copies. You need to pick the right one, 25% chance of each slot, and there's no way to tell where he's going to move to. The only really logic you can use when fighting this guy is when he builds up power, if he does not move, he'll deal double damage next turn. So depending on the runner's health, he may either decide to attack somebody that just built up power to punish him for getting the extra damage, or if he can't afford to get hit by that, then he'll attack a different one and hope that it moves.
As he's doing now. Ooh.
Has he hit him twice already, I think?
2 lucky hits.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Ooh. Now he's gonna need him to build up power. Linguar is very fast. It's very unlikely Alina goes first. Yeah.
Crimson, however, has made it to Linguar. Got 1 hit in.
He must have got a crit somewhere to catch up.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see where the crit was, but...
He's also got full HP.
Yeah. I mean, full HP is obviously no guarantee.
Yeah.
You're still rolling 1 out of 4 every single time, so...
I'm pretty sure I've died to Linguar with full HP plus a couple of herbs.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I've seen that. When he got the crit! Oh, there's... there we go.
Crimson escapes Chapter 2.
Yep.
So yeah, kind of what's going on at this castle is the king's holding a tournament. Whoever wins the tournament gets to marry his daughter. But after he made that announcement, he found out that his daughter has a boyfriend already. So when Alina shows up, he asks Alina, hey, can you please win this thing and then forfeit the prize so that she doesn't have to marry whoever wins? And you hear about this guy who signed up for the tournament named Necrosaro, who's the only other person who beat 5 opponents. So they tell you that you're going to beat 5 opponents and then fight Necrosaro, but after you beat the 5 opponents, Necrosaro doesn't show up. So kind of a hanging mystery of who Necrosaro is, and you don't hear that name again until Chapter 5. Yeah, Crimson's buying some holy water here for Chapter 5 prep. It's just to repel overworld encounters. May as well spend the money on it now. Ray doesn't really need to hold anything else in Chapter 5. Looks like he's also going in the casino.
Yeah. Possibly just spending. Spending his money here.
Yeah.
See, because you can't carry gold over to the next chapter.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that you can get with that gold, but if I had to guess, he's probably just going to buy a magic water or 2 in Chapter 5.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple other prizes that are kind of nice to have in the arena, in the casino, but they're easier to get on the NES version because there's a set of free casino coins you can get, and for some reason they give you more coins on NES than any other version of the game. Come on, Alina. Let's keep this close. It's like you were saying at the beginning of the run, Crimson's about to save 5 minutes on Chapter 3.
Yep. Yeah. Love to see. Oh, the heal from Samson. Yeah. And out of herbs. Give me another tight one for. Well, I snuck out of that one.
It's always a really bad feeling when you make that decision, should I get another level or should I just go for the tournament, and then you just go for the tournament and then you lose like 4 or 5 times in a row, and you know you could have gotten level 12 by now easily. So hopefully Anatoleu didn't find himself in that position, but it's possible he might already be regretting the decision to not get 12 and have a little more attack power. Yeah, so the lore update though, into Chapter 2, you do win the tournament, you forfeit your prize, but then a guard shows up and tells you to run home real quick because something's happened, and you go there and all the people are gone. And you walk in the castle, walk out of the castle, and the chapter ends, and Alina goes off to figure out what happened to everybody. And then Chapter 3 starts, and Chapter 3 is like one of the most unique game segments in any of the Dragon Quest games, where you're playing as Talune the Merchant here, and there's no boss monsters anywhere in this chapter. Your goals are really just to get a bunch of money. So even right at the start here, he walks into this cave and picks up a chain sickle with the intent to sell it to kind of get the economy engine going. He's going to use that to buy some wyvern wings and then collect some other stuff, and then there's a couple of mini games you can do to make money in this chapter that he's going to participate in.
I had a lot of fun playing with this because it was just so, as you said, it is just so unique. That it's not, it's so different from your typical RPG, fight monsters to level up, to become stronger, no, it's all about making money and running the economy. Or possibly ruining the economy, depending on how you play it.
Yep. There's also just a couple of like minor weird things that, like Crimson's running into one right there. There's a random encounter in this chapter that is just a shop. He could have bought or sold things at that shop. And there's also another one that's an innkeeper. There's a really weird thing. I don't know if any other Dragon Quest game even has the same shop encounter like that. Maybe one of the spin-offs.
Yeah, not even just Dragon Quest. Is like RPGs in general. It's very rare. The one example that comes to mind is, I think, Final Fantasy IX has. I think it was that. In that case, it's a specific area where sometimes a shop or some NPC will pop. But yeah, it really is just so unique, just so interesting to see that.
Yeah, so Crimson is off to commit the first of Taloon's mini crimes. He didn't talk to the prince there. But yeah, so he bought a bunch of wyvern wings. He's going in the basement here, and then he's going to go talk to this prisoner over on the right side and hand him a wyvern wing. And for some reason, even though this game kind of introduced hitting your head on the ceiling when you use a wyvern wing, there's, I guess, a hole directly above this cell because he can use the wing and fly right out of here. Kind of wonder if they designed this segment before deciding hitting your head on the ceiling will be the new Dragon Quest meme.
Entirely possible, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's gonna go straight over here. So the guy that he let out of jail lived in the same town as Taloon, and after you help him out of jail, he lends you his dog, which he keeps in the swamp for some reason. In the remakes, the swamp is gone, and I think that's better. You shouldn't keep your dog in a poisonous swamp.
I agree.
Anatoleu back on Samson.
Getting some unfortunate low herb rolls there.
Yeah.
Once again, ending with 3 HP and no herbs. I mean, ultimately, you know, if you do get one crit on the right Lingwar, that's the fight. But
yeah, or even just a crit at a decent spot in the Rorik or the Samson fights will save you an herb or two, and then you don't need to stress over the Lingwar fight nearly as much. But he's just not getting crits anywhere. It's pretty rare to get this far 3 times and not get a crit on Samson or Rorik. And, yeah, we got some Japanese mythology over on Crimson's screen. You take the dog to this village called Foxville, which ends up being this big illusion cast by this fox. And this guy here was ensnared by it, but when you bring the dog in, he barks and runs off and scares the fox, and the town disappears. Now the guy can go back to Bon Malmo to fix the bridge.
foxes are very commonly seen in Japanese mythology as a trickster figure.
Yeah.
So here, this is kind of the point that I was hoping we would have Anatoleu and Crimson side by side. This particular text sequence here. Ooh, Crimson got a really nice roll there, 27-31.
Oh.
Oh no, that might have been the full plate.
Yeah,
but
full plate.
Okay, so that's not as exciting. But yeah, that sequence there. So this is this next segment. We're going to be selling a bunch of armor, and that guy that Crimson was talking to will buy your armor from you at the actual selling price or the shop price plus or minus a random amount. And the idea is you sell him, you keep talking to him, and if you say no, he'll offer you a different price, and you keep going until you get a good, a good profit essentially on selling each piece. But that the text you saw there, if you were looking at it, scrolled by pretty quickly, and we'll be seeing a lot more examples not too long from now. That's significantly faster, and that's the 5-minute, the 10-minute change that we were talking about earlier between the Japanese and English versions in this single chapter. Because you spend so much time talking to shopkeepers, and their text in Japanese is so much shorter that it just saves a lot of time. And if we could see it side by side, it really is does give you a feel for how, where there's a lot of text, the difference can really, become obvious. But with a bunch of iron aprons here, and those will be sent off to sell.
And you can see here that Crimson has reached the city of Endor, which we were just at in Chapter 2. Anatoleu's still there, but there's several of the chapters early on seem to converge at Endor. Like at the end of Chapter 4, you get on a boat that's headed here, and then in Chapter 5, you start off pointed this way, and then just kind of a place that the player will recognize from Chapter 2 as it comes up more and more later.
Yeah. It's really, I mean, how they kind of designed that as the, kind of the center of the, the crossroads, if you will. All roads lead to Endor.
Yep. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that there's no boss monsters in this chapter. Both runners are actually probably going to end this chapter at level 1. There's no real reason to gain any experience points. Sometimes if you get level 2, you'll get a decent spike of HP, like as much as 7, but it's really not necessary. There's only a couple enemies that really threaten you in this chapter, especially once you reach Endor and buy the best armor that Talon can equip. Which is kind of funny that you can afford that just by selling the full plate armor, which Talon can't equip, to that armor minigame that you were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like
there are no bosses, but there are duckspills.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the duckspill enemy that can cast sap on you, which is the biggest threat in the chapter. Another one is ironically the metal slime. Oh yeah, there's some duckspills. There's metal slimes in this cave that can cast blaze. Oh, they did hit sap. Okay, you got away. Yeah, sap takes your defense all the way down to 0.
Anatoleu looking in much better shape this time around.
Oh yeah. Must have got a crit somewhere. Good.
Yeah, he got a crit on Samson apparently. There's one hit in.
Lingor is almost always going to take 3 hits unless you've got really high strength. He's got 55 HP, and I saw that first hit went for 26, so it's unlikely he finishes them in one more. I think the most damage you can take in this statuette cave that Crimson's in with all this armor is 4 damage off of one of the enemies. I forget if it's the flies or it's the Sandmasters. I don't think it's the Sandmasters. But yeah, he's got 3 herbs, now down to 2. He's looking pretty safe. There's also a safety herb you can grab in this cave if you need it. I actually think that, because earlier I commented Crimson didn't talk to the Prince of Bon Malmo, I think he did that on purpose to not get the Royal Scroll in his inventory so he could carry an extra herb.
That's entirely possible, yeah.
Because usually you only have 3 in here, and I think he's already used 2 and still has 2. So the Duckspill cast Sap, but it failed that time, fortunately, or he would be
there
dead
we
by
go.
now. Alright. Yeah, Lingware down, so they are both out of Chapter 2.
Anatoleu must be feeling really relieved to have finally gotten through the tournament.
Yeah. Sub 2 finishing Chapter 2 is pretty good for a no reset run. Alright. Yeah, all Crimson's really doing in this cave is picking up some items. saw he hit a switch there that flooded the downstairs, so now he can pick up this boat that randomly appeared and get to some chests he couldn't get to before. The main item in here is called the Silver Statuette, which you can sell to a collector for like 25,000 gold. I'm gonna refresh both of their streams real quick. I don't think I'm too far behind on either one of them, but timers are off by a few seconds, so let's find out. All right. Crimson's grabbing this chest. Interesting. You grab the half-plate armor.
Iron armor.
Yeah.
Half-plate armor, yeah.
That's interesting. You usually save that for chapter 5. So he's not just doing different routing here, he's doing different routing in chapter 5 as well. That'll be interesting to see. Looks like he picked up the broadsword too. Uh oh, metal slime.
With the blaze, double blaze. Uh-oh.
Yep. Uh-oh. Okay.
That would have been a really inconvenient place to...
yeah, metal slimes in chapter 3 just feel like they don't like to run away. They'll sit there and cast blaze on you over and over, and it's usually good to just defend as long as you can and hope that they run away instead of you trying to run away. Alright, got the silver statue, took himself out with the iron spear he picked up. So yeah, that save that they took in Bon Malmo, they didn't just do that because the walk to indoor is a little dangerous, which it is. They also saved there so that when they die in that cave, they go to Bon Malmo and they can use this armor seller and then hit a couple plot triggers as well. Yeah. And you're going to see a whole bunch of different gold values right now because he's selling different items, so it's not really going to try to make sense of it, but essentially on all these he's going to try to get at least the normal retail value out of the guy.
Yeah, we did get a top roll on the Iron Apron, which is nice to see. Yep. 1875. That will push us a little bit forward to the next segment.
Morningstar and the broadsword. Okay. So he's got a lot of starting money here, which is going to save him even more time in this chapter, but I'm curious what he's going to do differently in chapter 5. Or maybe he does something different in chapter 4 to bring in extra equipment for the hero. That's an option too. This has all been like a really cool result of our international community races, though, is that people have been finding a lot of just very different strats that are, you know, some are safer than others, some are faster than others, but all of them are viable. So everyone's been kind of running the game in their own way.
Yeah, it was something that actually Crimson brought up to me a while back. I think at some point I had mentioned that I was I was interested in some way of getting the Japanese and English communities there. I myself am bilingual, and so he came up with this idea of having the two versions of the game run side by side, because there has typically there's not a lot of interaction between the English and Japanese speedrun communities for any speed game, largely I think just because of the language barrier.
Yeah.
And sometimes, of course, because the games themselves are significantly different in between two versions, as is the case with Dragon Warrior 4. But because of that, because you have these two essentially isolated communities. They've each developed different strats, different ways of, solving the game's puzzles. And so seeing those come together, seeing especially like the first couple of community races, we had the English and Japanese runners doing significantly different strats, and those have just kind of, through that race have kind of blended together and turned into new different options that the runners now have. And I think it's really neat to see that, that kind of evolve over time.
Yep. It turned out it was not actually intentional that Crimson skipped talking to the prince earlier. He got to the Bon Malmo at night, and the prince was not waiting for him in the backyard.
So he just forgot.
Yeah.
Oops.
So the current plot quest is like Bon Malmo is planning on invading Endor. That's why the king wanted that guy to repair the bridge so his army could cross the bridge and invade Endor. I don't think that's a fight Bon Malmo would win, but that's another subject. But you attempt to stop the war by getting the prince of Bon Malmo in communication with the princess of Endor. Crimson's actually doing a glitch here using the prince's letter when the princess is not currently in the throne room, but it still works. Forgot that's a thing. I think that's something that was pointed out to me sort of recently. But
there's a number of things like that where the game just checks whether you are at a specific location, and not whether it's day or night or whatever is appropriate to the particular event.
Sometimes they don't even check if you're on the right map, like we were talking during the Dragon Warrior 3 run, that there's the extra world leaf on the Dark World.
Leaf of the World tree in next to Rimildar. Yeah.
But yeah, we bounce back and forth between Bon Malmo and Endor a couple of times while we're also making money selling stuff to that armor merchant in Bon Malmo and buying armor from Endor to sell to Bon Malmo, and kind of just profiting off of the war situation until it is convenient for us to stop it.
Talun's such a nice guy.
Yeah. Because Talun's ultimate goal is to own his own shop right now, and the King of Endor will allow him to purchase one once this war is stopped. But we also need 35,000 gold to purchase the thing, so that's why we're buying all these iron aprons and running to Bon Malmo to sell them at a markup. And I believe this is the first lap where you're really going to see the variance in the offers that the guy gives you, because he's going to sell just a whole stack of iron aprons to this guy. So the numbers are going to range from low 1200s up to 1875 most of the time. If he gets really lucky, it might jump up into the 2000 range. We just kind of call that a critical hit because it's about the same odds of it happening as a critical hit in battle. So he'll probably take something that's like 1700 or higher. You want as much profit as possible so that you don't have to do more of these trips.
Oh, there's crit.
Yeah. 2700 is pretty solid. Yeah, usually if you get like 2 or 3 of those crits, then you can cut one of these laps out of here, but with Crimson starting this with more gold since he had the broadsword and the half plate, he's probably trying to get out of this in one less trip anyway.
Nice rolls to finish it out there.
Yeah. $35,021. That is just short of where you want to be. So it's $3,500 to buy the shop, but you also want to have a little bit of gold to start your business, you know?
Yep.
Because the way the shop minigame works is you go buy items and then you hand them to your wife who runs the shop, and then she sells them at a markup. So you need at least 3,500 or 35,000 plus enough for a decent item to put in there. See what happens here. Does Crimson buy a full set of 7 of these aprons, or does he short it?
It does look like he's gonna go ahead and fill up.
Yeah. You really may as well, because the shop mini game is like an exponential growth, where this is a linear growth. So if you're gonna make the trip anyway, you may as well just sell a couple extra to get some extra money out of it. And you know, starting the next segment with less money doesn't really help you, because you know, the less money you have, the more time you kind of lose on that segment. Yeah, and he's talking to the king to get permission to own the shop. Kind of another thing that I'm a little surprised doesn't crash the game was Crimson using that scroll at nighttime, because when you're reading that to the princess, the king moves over to you, and you know, the game wouldn't be able to find the king at nighttime because he's not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is interesting that it doesn't crash, because especially in this era, games are very prone to crash if you tried to do anything funny like that.
The fact that we really don't have any sequence breaking bugs in Dragon Warrior 4 that we've discovered after, 35 years is pretty impressive for the era.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is pretty solidly built. Not perfect. There are various issues, but nothing, catastrophic.
Yeah, it's very little that you'll run into just playing the game for the first time.
So it does look like we will not get side-by-side armor selling, but kind of keep in mind how quickly this text is going, and we'll see in a little bit when Anatoleu gets to the same point. You can kind of see how different the text is, how much longer it takes.
I've done this chapter so many times, I can hear in my head the text scrolling from the shopkeeper's voice, and looking at pins and screen, it cuts off early.
Yeah, I can see that.
Before we allowed turbo controllers, I had to time the A presses every time I was doing something at that merchant, so I'd listen to his voice a lot, pay more attention to it. Okay, so Crimson's got the next mini game going right now. So, like I mentioned, this one results in kind of exponential growth of your gold. You give whatever items you want to your wife here, and then she sells them for a random number between 150% and 200% of what you paid for them. So, on average, 175. Though she also doesn't sell everything every time. I think it's a 75% chance per item for her to sell something each night. So you're going to see them just talking to her over and over and sleeping, like, sometimes 3 or 4 days in a row, just to be sure that she sells everything. In fact, I think Crimson there went around the counter, and she didn't give him as much money as he expected, so he stayed another night. Yeah, there's 3,000 more. Then a very well-known meme from this chapter is the fact that every time you wake up, your wife hands you a lunch, and you can just go around to the counter and hand her the lunch and say, "Here, sell this."
Yeah.
You usually don't do that in a speedrun just because the menuing's slower than if you just ignore the lunch, but if you got a turbo controller and you need to stand up for a second, sometimes you'll just walk up to the counter, hold turbo, and sell everything in his inventory. Pet the dog, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't pet the dog, because if you turn around to do that, the dog steps behind you. I guess maybe if you recruited Laurent onto your team, maybe you could do that. But Strom won't join you, because he hates dogs, so we hate Strom, is how that works. That merchant, or that soldier walking over there on the left, he can actually join your team if you give him some money, and his name's Strom, but if you have the dog with you, he won't join. And then there's another bard in the inn upstairs that'll join you, and he's got some spells that he can cast. You're intended to recruit them to go down and get the silver statuette, but you just really don't need them, you just need armor. If fairy water worked in caves, though, we could recruit them and then use fairy water to repel all the monsters in the statue cave, and that'd be pretty sweet.
That's a funny little bug.
Yeah. We'll delve into that more in Chapter 5, for sure.
And until you're taking the possibly safer method of defending against the metal slime.
Oh yeah, you can pet the dog on the button, can't you? Because you can turn around there. I guess Anatoleu probably did that, and that was a reaction to that. Alright, Anatoleu's got the silver statue. He's ready to move on to iron apron selling. Looks like Crimson dropped the lunch that time. You do that when you can hold exactly 8 of these Abacus of Virtue item, which means when you have 128,000 gold, or 12,800 rather, is pretty much what Crimson had, so. I think with really good luck, this could be the last time Crimson has to give stuff to Netta. But more likely, he's going to have to do one more day after this and probably just a partial load of abacuses. Yeah, because this would be 128k worth of stuff, so if she sold it at maximum, it'd be 25k. And Crimson Splits, I see he's looking for 220 for 22,400.
Certainly could hit that. Seems, in fact, I would imagine it's likely he will.
Yeah.
But still, all random rolls.
In addition to the text drawing faster because there's fewer characters on Japanese, some of the menus also draw a little bit faster too. I feel like that really adds up in this chapter, like the longer menus like your inventory.
Yeah.
Just a couple frames here, a couple frames there, but it adds up to seconds and minutes.
Mm-hmm. With how many times you have to open them, certainly.
Yep. Neither one of them's had anything bad happen to them in this chapter, so when they both finish, we can look at their live splits and see what the difference is between their chapter 3s.
Yep.
Oh no, Strom's in the way.
Yeah. Okay, here we go on Anatolia's side. The selling in English.
Yep.
Dude, just on and on and on.
The way that I found out that Strom won't join you if you have a dog with you, and I'm sure I'm not the only runner who learned it this way, is he got in my way like that, and I talked to him because I'm like, I know, I'll just recruit him and then he won't be in my way anymore. Then he says, I hate dogs. I'm like, well then get off my lawn.
Okay, yep, looks like Crimson's got what he needs.
Alright. I mentioned it was Taloon's goal to own a shop. What you do once you own the shop is there's an old man in a cave over on the east side that we walked past to get the Silver Statue Cave. But he's digging a tunnel to the eastern nation of Bronca and needs 60,000 gold to finish the tunnel. So in total in this chapter, you actually pick up more gold than the display can even handle. You pick up over 100,000 gold. Spend it between the shop and the tunnel and everything else. Is kind of cool when you're just level 1 Taloon walking around everywhere.
Yep.
Then part of Taloon's motivation for digging this tunnel is he heard it's either the Zenithian sword or Zenithian armor is off in the east. I think it's the sword though. In chapter 5 I know you find traces of the armor over there. And yeah, Taloon wants the Zenithian sword, the legendary sword that the hero used to use or whatever. But part of what we're doing to get that money is when you get your shop, if you go talk to the king again, he puts in an order. He wants to purchase from you 7 half plates and 7 broadswords. So Crimson just bought 7 half plates very tediously, because every time you buy a half plate, the shopkeeper tells you, you can't equip this. Are you sure you want it? Like, yeah, man, this is the 7th one I'm buying, and you've asked me that 7 times now.
Yes.
And then same thing when you go to buy the broadswords too. Taloon can't equip that either. So yeah, you spend roughly 20,000 gold buying those, and then the king gives you 60,000 gold in return. And then that's exactly what you need for the tunnel. So.
Yep.
And if you're playing this chapter casually, there's actually other ways to get broadswords and half plates. I mentioned there was one of each in the statuette cave that Crimson picked up, so if you hang on to that, you can turn them in for this. They also drop from random encounters. I'm not sure how exactly the drops work in this chapter, but they're a little different. There's just like, based on Taloon's level, there's a chance of them dropping equipment instead of their normal drop. And if you get to like level 10 plus, then there's a decent chance that they drop half plates and broadswords.
Yeah, it's a special case for chapter 3 that you can get various types of equipment. You can get those, but at lower levels you do still get other things, which again you can sell. You can put up in your shop, or you can bring to this the armor guy in Bone Malmo, and again just other ways to make money.
Yeah. That's also another reason that you might take a fight at the start of this chapter just for fun, because there's just a chance that it might drop a piece of equipment that you could use. In theory, it could save you having to walk into the Iron Safe cave at the start to pick up the chain sickle if you kill a slime and it happens to drop something. Though Unarmed Taloon has trouble killing something. Alright.
Yep, there's the 60,000 for Crimson. Hit on. And this is where you absolutely do not want to see a duck spill.
Yeah. See if the runners safety save here while they're carrying 60,000 gold. I never do, because they can smell your fear, and if you're not afraid of them, they won't kill you.
Sounds reasonable.
He's gonna want to buy
That's
at least
interesting.
one piece of
Anatoleu is being really aggressive with his selling here. He's turning down 1700s.
Yeah.
Maybe trying really hard to save that one extra trip.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't only give you, a little higher average gold for each one you sell at the normal prices, but also if you're aggressive enough, you get more shots at getting critical hits like that one. So that was a kind of wimpy one. 2390.
A low crit.
Yeah.
Semi-crit.
If I remember right, I think the range on that crit can be like 2250 to 3000. So 2300
Sounds
is
right,
the low end of it. Should be like 150 to 200% of the item's price.
Yeah, I believe that's right. And none of the spell were safe.
The formation that always kills me is the carnivore plant followed by the duck spell. Alright, so I handed in the money, and now you need some quote-unquote time to pass. You don't actually need to pass days, you just need to hit plot triggers, because it's an RPG. So you leave the cave, you go back in and talk to the old man again. You see he's hired some workers up there. And then we need to go back in town, step into the casino, and then talk to our wife, and then we can leave the chapter. It's kind of a sneaky thing they did, forcing you to step into the casino, because they want you to spend your money here instead of buying a bunch of, Abacus of Virtue to take it to Chapter 5. But they really jacked up the price of casino coins in this chapter. In Chapter 2, they cost 10 apiece, and then in this chapter they're 200 apiece.
Yeah. The casino owners know when they see somebody who's rich.
Yeah. Though maybe that's Taloon's fault for fiddling with the economy. Maybe that's just what things cost now.
Yes.
Alright. Taloon and the dog that he stole have exited the cave. That is the chapter.
What happens to that dog anyway?
It probably sells it somewhere. I don't know.
Figures. But yeah, we can see when Anatoleu finishes his chapter 3, just how much of a difference that ends up being. Because again, there's not. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of randomness in how many armor crits do you get, etc. But overall, it's roughly the same every time through. So you can see just how much difference that text speed makes.
Yeah. Also, those 2 extra items that Crimson picked up in the Statuette Cave probably saved about maybe 2 minutes or so. It was an extra like 2,000 gold, which is time he's gonna pay for later, but it'll speed up his chapter 3 a little bit.
True, yeah.
Also see the bunny girl sprite on Crimson's screen, which doesn't exist on NES because it got censored.
Yep.
I don't know how you're supposed to know about this gold that Crimson's picking up. I think you're supposed to buy the strategy guide to find that.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, there's a little gold, I think a medical herb, and then a strength seed that you can pick up on the way out of town. Anatoleu has actually been skipping some of this lately, so we'll see a little divergence there when he gets to this chapter. Maybe, unless he picks it up for safety.
Mm-hmm. I do remember finding that strength sheet because I was very meticulous about checking dressers and closets and all of those things as I passed them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure if the owners hadn't wanted them to be taken, they wouldn't have left them out, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's an RPG. If it's not locked up, then it's yours. If it is locked up, you'll find a key later.
Yep.
Looks like Crimson's fighting this set of Cascus hoppers. So, chapter 4 here, this is the first chapter that's like kind of closely tied to the overarching plot of chapter 5. But we start off with the sisters Nara and Mara, who are looking for the guy that killed their father. We start off at that theater there where Mara was performing, and interesting, he's not shopping yet. But yeah, they decide they've stayed at that town long enough, they're not finding the guy they're looking for, they need to head off and go off onto an adventure. Okay, he's just grabbing the life force nut before doing the shopping. Yeah, he's definitely going to sell the dancer costume here because it's worth a lot of money for how little defense it gives. He's selling the copper sword that Nara starts with. Probably the strength seed as well. Yep.
Yep.
And probably going to buy a feather hat and a leather dress from this shop. A couple herbs. Probably 2 wings, maybe an antidote. Yeah, you sell that dancer costume for 300 gold, and then the leather dress costs 250, and then I think it gives more defense than the dancer costume.
Yeah. At least it's a realistic pricing, in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's expensive just because it's fashionable, not necessarily functional.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, he used exactly all of his gold, so that was probably 5 herbs and 2 wings. Or maybe 3 wings gets you out to exactly 0? I don't know, but... yeah, we've got a bit of a walk here. We're gonna pick up another party member in this cave, but it's likely that he doesn't fight anything along the way. So just gonna rely on the defense power he bought and herbs. And the Manjar ran away. He's also got 2 heals worth that Nara can cast before she runs out of magic. You usually want to use that magic first because there are some enemies in this cave that can steal your magic. Pretty good walk so far. Not too much to say about the monsters in here at this point. There's a couple monsters that have blaze. The toadstools are probably the most notable. They could poison you like they just did. So now he's gonna lose 1 HP every 4 steps the rest of the way down. Oh no, he's got 2 antidotes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Poison again already. Still pretty good on herbs now. He's probably gonna make it. As long as he gets to Orin, you know, without one sister dead and the other poison, then he should be fine. Up 0-step encounter on the elevator button.
Yeah. The 0 steps are always fun.
The Z-Mime, the white demonite there, is the enemy that can steal your magic, but I think he's already used his heals.
Yeah, he did. Ooh. Game's trying.
Yeah. Not a big deal if one sister dies here. If it's gonna be either one, it's better if Nara dies, because you want Mara to get level 3 before you get out of here. But with Orin in the team, you can set up a coffin block if one of them dies to protect the other one. Then you really just have to worry about the Blaze Ghost's Blaze spell and the Mage Monja's Ice Bolt. Yeah, Orin, like all of the other guest characters, he doesn't level up or scale at all, so when you pick him up, he's pretty strong because he's intended to be relevant throughout the whole chapter. Kind of an obnoxious thing in this chapter is that whichever sister is in the lead, she's not able to parry, because the menu only has 4 options in it, and they can both cast spells, so parry doesn't fit.
Ah, yes. Right.
Makes it a lot harder to keep both sisters alive in the boss fight at the very end of the chapter because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's they at least were able to fix that for chapter 5 by having that separate menu.
Yeah.
For fleeing before you actually go into the per character commands.
It's like Anatoleu's getting close on chapter 3. I think he's dropping off the half plates and then gonna wing off to buy the broadsword, so he's a couple of minutes from the end. Then on Crimson's side, we got Orin. Orin is a friend of our father's who's also interested in getting his revenge on. So we're gonna go off and find an item that he said is important to defeating the guy we're looking for, Balzac. The item is the Sphere of Silence. You use it in battle and it casts Stop Spell, basically. That's important because Balzac has Heal All. So if you try to fight him without the Sphere of Silence, he'll eventually heal himself fully. If you leveled up enough, you could technically beat him without it, but you would probably want to at least learn Blaze more, which is way more XP than you want to get in this chapter.
It looks like it's going to be a fairly fast chapter 3 for Anatoleu, at least compared to Crimson. I do think he only ended up doing 1 armor cycle back to Bon Malmo, so maybe that fishing for those crits and those high rolls paid off.
Yeah, that could be.
Crimson having trouble getting a death warp here.
Yeah, it's obnoxious because Orin is pretty fast, so if you find groups of 1 monster, then you're just gonna end up, he's gonna kill it and then the fight's over. But there you found the troglodyte fight. Blaze Ghosts are another enemy that you like to run into there, because when you attack a Blaze Ghost, there's a 50% chance that it won't damage it. It'll either dodge or split in half. Alright, neither one of them saving with the money in Chapter 3. I like it. Uh-oh. Alright, he's got his contingency plan. I forgot he started doing that. Yeah, it took him to the right place, too. I believe if you use a wing or cast return in battle, it takes you to a random place.
Oh, does it? Interesting. And not just the last location you've been to.
Yeah. So I don't think he would have saved at Indoor. Unless it tracked the place he actually walked from. He's doing it again.
It may just be tracking a town as you go into it.
Yeah.
He's getting it. Yeah. The duck spills are onto him.
When they smell his fear, you can't do that. You can't use the wing, or they'll keep showing up.
Finally made it in.
There he goes. Let's see. Comes in level 4 on both sisters, still taking this fight. Might have been trying to kill off Mara there. Yeah, okay.
Right, setting up the coffin block.
The other special item you need in Chapter 4 is a gunpowder jar. You find out that the guy you're looking for, Balzac, is hiding out in the castle of Kelion. He's supposedly the king there. And you find out that the Chancellor is afraid of loud noises. Somebody got thrown in jail for making a loud noise outside of his room using a gunpowder jar that he got from the mine up here in Actimto. So you set off to do the same. You know, find the gunpowder jar in here and then set it off outside his room, and then he'll run off to tell the king, and then that's how you find the king. I think we're going to see pretty similar Chapter 4 strats between the two runners. Sometimes there's a divergence as to which of the two sisters they try to keep alive in the final boss fight. I don't know, with Mara being level 4, maybe Crimson's going to use Mara, but Anatoleu will almost definitely use Nara to survive the fight because he keeps Mara dead for the start of Chapter 5 through the lighthouse. Chapter 3 down. Yeah, their Chapter 3s actually aren't nearly as far apart as I expected. It's only a couple of minutes.
As I was saying earlier, I think Anatoleu's fishing for crits was actually a really good play given the situation.
Yeah. My dog has come out from the bedroom to ask me why I'm not asleep at 3:30 in the morning. And little does he know I'm going to be here another 4 hours.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, I guess this is a bit of an inconvenient time for for the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here in Japan, it's very nice mid-afternoon.
Yeah, Anatolu's at least West Coast, so he's 3 hours earlier than me. Crimson walking in step with the Chancellor as he's running off. He
really pushing it.
He only sees you if you step in front of him, so... He might have lost a couple frames there where he walked in front of the Chancellor, but... If you do it perfectly, you can get past him like that without losing any time. It's also worth noting that if you try to get in the door like as he opens it before it closes again, you actually can't. It's a solid wall even though it looks like it's open. You have to wait for it to close before you can search it. But let's see. Yeah, so he's got Mara in the back, so we are going to see a difference here where Crimson is going to let Nara die off during this fight, and Mara is just going to try to keep Orin alive with herbs. And so Mara will get the experience from this battle. And basically that translates into a little more damage at the start of Chapter 5. Whereas keeping Nara alive, you might have a little more durability and healing at the start. And at this point the fight's pretty straightforward, so yeah, you use the Sphere of Silence at the start. The spell effect never wears off, so his spells are sealed for the whole fight. Unlike the remakes where you have to use it like every 6 turns. But yeah, Mara also casts Sap on him to lower his defense to 0, so Orin can keep up with his hidden regeneration, which is about 20-ish per turn. He got him down. Okay. It's a pretty consistent fight. Sometimes you lose to him, but usually when you do, it's really early on, so it's not a big deal to reset back to Timto and just use a wing to get back there and do it again.
Yep. It's a fairly short chapter, all things considered.
Yeah. So yeah, you defeat Balzac, and then this guy Keelion shows up. Big cat with 8 arms and powerful spells. Who is a battle you're intended to lose to. It's not really possible to beat him. He's got 999 HP and it refills every turn, so you're not going to beat him with 3 characters.
Nope.
But yeah, he beats you up, they throw you in prison, and then you break out of prison through a tunnel that another prisoner has dug for you. And then you also are given a boarding pass to hop on a ship to get out of here. And then that is the end of the chapter. Sisters have failed in their quest, but they're going off to Endor to regroup. And we'll catch up with them pretty shortly, because in Chapter 5, we're going to find all of our friends from the previous chapters, and we're going to recruit them in the reverse order we were introduced to them. So we'll find the Chapter 4 group first.
It's a reverse order, isn't it? Hadn't really thought about that, but yeah, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. It's part of why Ragnar gets that big XP gift, because he doesn't show up till later. Though, playing the game casually, you've got a lot more XP on the rest of your characters than Ragnar was given there by the time you beat Keelion.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And it was basically the last input of Chapter 4, so I'm just going to mark them ahead on the tracker. Wink. I didn't pay attention to Anatoleu's start to this chapter to see if he skipped the string seed. Looks like he wiped out though. He's currently reviving and saving. There's just not a lot of good options for how to start Chapter 4 in a way that dying in that cave isn't a problem, because you can't save in the second town there where you do all the shopping, and you're not going to want to walk all the way back to the starting town. So you could save before leaving the first town, but then you still have to redo the shopping if you hit the reset button. So usually it's probably better to do what Anatoleu did, and just if you die, sell something for gold and regroup.
Makes sense. It always seemed odd to me there was not a save guy, I guess we could call him, in that second town.
That save guy is the 90s Nintendo approved name for the priest.
Yes. Yep. Yep. We cannot call him a priest. Not allowed. And we love to comment on that when I'm commentating with Crimson on the Japanese restream for the international race about these differences, particularly about the quote unquote save guy.
Yeah.
In the English version. And names also were a thing that got changed up a lot in between the versions. Ragnar, for example, in Japanese version is just Ryan.
Yeah.
Which to Japanese people is it's an equally foreign name, but to an English speaker it's like the guy across the street. Not some character you'd imagine being in a fantasy world, so I can understand why they changed the names.
Do you know in Dragon Quest III Famicom is Ryan one of the stock soldier names? Because Ragnar is on NES.
It is, because Ragnar is in the NES.
Yeah.
May actually have been, maybe it may have been something they did in 3 for the same reason, I would assume.
Yeah.
And carried over.
Right, Crimson about to go through the tunnel.
Crimson gets the coins!
Nice.
Yeah.
So unfortunately on Famicom that's not very helpful.
It's not coins, it's gold. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2,000 gold worth of coins, so he gets 100 coins. Right. But for some reason on NES they changed it to give you 2,000 coins, and that goes much further.
It does.
Yeah, that barely. I don't think that even doubles what he's already got there. Unless he's planning some kind of gambling strat, there's not a lot he can get with it besides magic water.
Yeah, he got I think 181 from selling in Chapter 2, so that'll give him 281. But yeah, it's not a huge benefit as opposed to the US where you would actually get 2,000 coins. That's something that I wonder if was maybe a response to player feedback from Japanese crowd, because 2,000 gold worth of coins really isn't a lot.
Yeah. Because the only other real explanation would be like if they mistranslated the text and then realized the code in the text didn't line up and then went with what the English text said, but that's kind of a stretch. I feel like they must have buffed it on purpose, but then it's weird
think it was probably an intentional change.
Yeah. But then it's weird that later versions all revert it to 100 coins.
Did they? Huh. Although I do wonder that. I could understand that if it's a case of the later versions all being based off the Famicom version and not having access to the people who made the decision for Dragon Warrior 4 specifically. Especially in those days, I doubt that, we didn't have the same sort of development management systems that we do these days, like in terms of programming, in terms of the data management and all that. And typically you would just store the stuff you wrote on a floppy disk or on whatever you had, and that was it. So you would not have, like these days, anyone who's a programmer will understand the concept of a version control system. You make a change to the code, like Git is a very common example these days. You make a change and then you record why you made that change. They didn't have those back then, unless you specifically wrote down, like with pen and paper in a notebook, why something changed, and there was no record, and nobody would know after the fact. So I would imagine what may well have happened is the people who went to make the remake started from the Famicom version, or more likely a Super Famicom version, and just took that as is, and there was nobody around to say, oh, by the way, back in the day we did this, do you want to carry it over? So I think it may have just gotten lost to time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, I think if there was a time for that change to happen, it would have been the Super Famicom version, when there's still, there was still communication maybe between the two, Japan and America sides, where one of the American people might have said, oh, by the way, remember this change? You should remember to put that in. But apparently that didn't happen, and the rest is history, as they say. So Crimson picking up the magic waters here.
Yeah, magic waters aren't super powerful, but they usually give you about 10 MP, so it's kind of like 3 herbs only taking up 1 item slot. So, still helpful, but yeah, 500 coins for the next item in the list, which is a wizard ring, which is also very useful if you can have it. I'm actually buying a ton of these magic waters, so you should be good on resources. 281.
Yep, he had, with the 100 bonus, he would have 281, so that'd give him 9 magic waters, which is not shabby.
Yeah. I wonder if he's got a specific plan for how to use these, because I'm still wondering how he gets the attack power on his hero with the broadsword gun. I didn't see all his shopping, but it looked like he just bought the iron shield. Well, he's still heading up to the silver statuette cave. Oh, what happened to his stream? Oh, well, it's back. Okay. I think I need to refresh his. I'm a little behind.
If you want a time check, I'm seeing 2:56:36 now.
Yep, that's the same for me.
Okay. I sure hope this isn't the case of Crimson grabbing the broadsword as an off-the-cuff thing, thinking, oh, I can do this, and then forgetting that he's done it.
Yeah.
That would be unfortunate.
Why is Crimson's stream jumping around like this? You aren't seeing any, like, video glitches on Crimson's side, are you?
Not at the moment. I've seen both of them kind of jump around a little bit occasionally. I think that may just be, maybe there's like a network issue on Twitch's side or something.
Yeah.
I found that if you like pause it for an instant and then resume it, sometimes that fixes it.
Yeah, I'll try refreshing the whole window. I have never seen Twitch do what it is doing at the moment. It's like it was suddenly showing me a frame from his chapter 3 and freezing on that for a second,
no.
and then
Have not seen that. No.
okay,
Yeah, the worst I've seen is like occasionally hiccuping a bit. But no, they both seem fine for me.
Oh, we left the iron spear in here, actually. That's interesting.
There we go, yeah.
And the 760 gold chest? Huh. I guess that saves you from having to go down an extra floor. That's really interesting.
I wonder if this is something new that he's just come up with.
Oh, well, now he's pointed toward downstairs still. I don't think there's anything down there, though. Okay, Anatoleu did finally get the ore, and it looked like that took at least 3 tries, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah. Anatoleu is just not having, just having some very poor luck with the...
Yeah.
The,
I would say you're like at least 90% likely to get the ore in, but when you don't, it's a very punishing loss.
Mm-hmm.
Is Crimson trying to fight a metal slime without holy water in here?
Be an interesting approach. From his splits, it looks like Anatoleu lost 5 minutes just getting to Orin, so that's especially in as short a chapter as chapter 4 is. That's
yeah,
not ideal.
Oh, you're right. I refreshed his stream and did not full screen it. I actually don't think I touched that one. I might blame Twitch for that one. Yeah, good catch. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so Crimson did grab that gold chest on the way out, so he'll be able to buy a half plate in indoor. Maybe Bronca, I don't know if Bronca sells it.
I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe he was just grinding, and if he happened to get a lucky medal, then he would go for it.
Yeah. That's interesting to me, though, because if you're going to go down to that floor and fight a couple fights, you know, it feels like it doesn't save time versus going to get the broadsword while you're down there. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe ask him later and see what
Yeah.
what ideas he may have had behind that. But again, like we were talking about before, since we've started having these community races, strats have been constantly evolving, and maybe something he picked out watching, anatoleu, or watching other runners running recently, and said, "Oh, maybe I can try this." But yeah, he's constantly trying new things, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, the routes I've seen of the PlayStation version do equip the hero with a iron spear here, so I don't think the attack loss is going to be that big of a deal. I was kind of curious how he was going to get money for gold, but the answer was that, or money for armor, but the answer was that gold chest was left behind. Which kind of makes sense, because in Chapter 3 you death warp, so you lose half of that gold if you pick up the chest.
That's the point, yeah.
What was that sold for 300? Is that just a drop off?
That was dancer clothes.
Ah.
I didn't see whether that was something whether it was a drop or whether he just carried that. I don't think he would have carried it over Chapter 4.
Yeah, I saw him selling it. Let's see.
So I don't know. Given where it was the bottom of the item list, I imagine it must have been a drop.
Oh, the ErrorOfRuto drops on the octopus looking dude.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Okay. That's a lucky drop then. That's good money.
Yeah.
Alright. So Crimson heading to the east. After you get the sisters, the first quest you kind of have to do in Chapter 5 is there's this guy in the inn that you can't see. It's barely off screen to the south of where Crimson is now. His name's Hector, or Hoffman, or Horatio. And he's got a wagon and a horse that we want to use, but he doesn't want to give it to us because he doesn't trust people. Because his buddy went to this cave off in the east and stabbed him in the back. This cave that is called the Cave of Betrayal. So shocking, he got betrayed in there. But we're gonna go over there to investigate. And to get inside this place, you need to have 3 living party members with you, because there's some boulders you need to shove out of the way. So if anybody dies, he has to go back to town and revive.
That's where actually the English use of ghosts for dead characters makes more sense, because of course ghosts can't push things, but you would think, shove a coffin hard enough and
yeah,
you get places.
Hey, there's our giant eyeball friend from Chapter 1.
Yep.
They're actually more annoying in Chapter 5 because they don't always spawn with full HP, so you don't know how much damage is going to set them off.
Yeah.
The other annoying enemy in this zone is the Mad Clown, which has 2 chances to cast Fireball. Which, very strangely, in the remakes of this game, the Mad Clowns don't have any magic, so you run into them, and you can run into huge groups of them. And you're like, oh no, they're gonna cast Fireball on me, but they have no MP for some reason.
Interesting.
I feel like that had to be an oversight of some kind.
Yeah.
I mean, that group of 6 Mad Clowns, I'm glad they can't cast spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, very shortly into the cave here, you get separated from your companions. Go down to look for them, chase them into this corner. Then they attack you. They turn into monsters. And this fight can be obnoxious. It's 2 lick-licks, and they can cast Surround on you. If it happens early, then it really slows the fight down. So, first turn didn't even try.
Speaking of Surround, yeah.
Yeah, it hit second turn. So, yeah, at this point he's going to switch to casting Blaze at least until the first one dies. Okay, yeah, he's gonna finish his magic off. Actually, if he's got any of those magic waters, he could just use Blaze to finish this fight. Yeah, he does.
He used to those coins.
Getting pretty lucky on these damage rolls. I'm surprised he didn't need to heal. No, he was low. Oh, okay. Yeah, he had 2 herbs and he's level 5, so he had heal more. So then this fight, this is kind of a mini boss fight. These tricksy urchins on the right are a unique enemy, unique to this fight. They're not super tough, but they're worth a lot of XP, which is intended to catch the hero up a little bit with the sisters. So this is a fight where I can tell the damage nerf on the spear versus the broadsword is hurting him a bit. Because usually it's 2 hits to kill the urchins, and you usually don't have to heal during this fight. But not really putting him in danger, just making it take a couple more turns to finish. The vampire bats almost never have enough damage to hurt you. If you don't have enough defense power for that to be the case, then you're probably not getting this far anyway. Anatoleu got to the open wall a little too early.
Ooh.
Let's see how his Balzac fight goes. Tap goes off. Spirit Silence. Nara's actually got a lot of health. He shouldn't have any trouble setting up here. Yeah, he's having Mara cast Blaze on herself, so now Nara is coffin blocked. Probably safe for the rest of the fight. Nara has pretty decent attack power with the Silver Tarot card, so she can attack when she doesn't need to heal. Basically heal Orin if he's under 60 to 62 HP, attack otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a good thing that most enemies can't crit.
Yeah.
To make the fights like this quite a bit sketchier.
Alright.
In fact, nice. Yep. In fact, a separate action specifically for enemies whose attacks can crit. And otherwise, they can't. So it is at least a little bit predictable in terms of the kind of damage ranges you'll see.
Alright, so Crimson found at the bottom of the cave this item called the Symbol of Faith, which he's going to go show to Hector, and Hector's going to realize, oh, that wasn't my buddy, that was a monster that attacked me. Maybe people are alright after all. Here, use my wagon and I'll join your party. And be nice to my horse.
Grant you, yes, I will grant you the magic of perfect fairy water.
Yep. Yeah, so it's basically a bug with fairy water in this game where if you've got a character in your team that has a question mark for his level, you can pretty much repel everything in the game. It takes a battle for it to kick in, because at the end of the fight, it records the highest level of the character in your team, and the question mark characters are roughly level 200. It corresponds to the index in the monster table where their data is stored. So, now that he's got Hector, after he takes one fight, he'll be able to repel everything on the overworld for pretty much the whole game if he plays it right. Because even after Hector leaves, we'll get other guest characters. First step is a fight. Alright, that's a giant eyeball. That's pretty easy.
A simple, quick fight.
Anatoleu is out of chapter 4. Yeah, pretty unfortunate chapter 4 for Anatoleu. I think they're probably close to 20 minutes apart right now.
Yeah, roughly. That's going to be a, what, roughly a 3:15 end of chapter 4, and Crimson was a 2:48, so that's almost 30 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
27 minutes. 26 minutes, but yeah. That was really unfortunate with Orin. That, yeah, as you were saying, it's really painful to take a death there.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has a little bit better luck going forward.
Yeah, even right here at the start of chapter 5, the lighthouse that Crimson's heading toward, that can be a situation where you can lose some time there. Either one of them could gain or lose and catch up.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Crimson might be looking for a metal slime in the desert here.
Yeah.
I heard Anatoleu say earlier that Crimson was not going to get extra XP before the lighthouse, but it seems that the plan has changed, or he was mistaken.
Or could just be he was taking one encounter right at the edge of the desert.
Yeah.
Before using the fairy water, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it looked like Mara learned outside off of that. That might have been what he wanted to fight for.
Might have been it as well. Yeah.
I know usually the way my route works out for chapter 4 and chapter 5, like, I get to this point and I'm like less than 100 XP away from at least 2 of the characters leveling up, so I fight 1 or 2 fights just to get it.
Makes sense.
Hero especially can get like 10 HP off of level 8 if you get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's also shopping, maybe buying a golden beret. On a silk robe.
A bronze armor there. The bronze armor there. I didn't see what the other thing you got was.
Interesting. He was just purchasing bronze armor and selling her robe that she was wearing before.
That could have been it, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, both runners, I guess, are going to take some precautions to make Nara a little more durable in the boss fight, because her job in the upcoming boss fight is to cast sleep, and if anybody's low on HP, then she's going to heal them instead of casting sleep. So you at least want to keep her safe, because if she dies, then the fight gets really turbulent. Okay. Comes in prepping for the lighthouse. Looks like he bought at least a fairy water over there. Anatoleu getting ready to do the start of Chapter 5 shopping. And then we step into the lighthouse here. We're going to find the next character that we're ultimately going to recruit when we get to the north end of this room. This lighthouse has some really obnoxious encounters in it, especially down on the bottom. There's a lot of metal slimes in the lighthouse, but they usually show up with, like, you know, it'll be maybe 2 metal slimes and then 3 of these guys. Either one of these enemies. So, a lot of fights that just look like complete bait that you should not attack.
Yep.
Okay, I'm kind of surprised he got away with that as clean as he did. That was at least 2 run fails, maybe 3.
There's the advantage, I don't know if advantage is the right word, but when you're fleeing, it's that not all enemies will always act, so you can get away with a little bit more than if you were trying to actually fight the encounter.
Oh, actually, that stops in Chapter 5 in this game.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, in Chapter 5, everything always attacks you.
Oh, wow.
That's definitely something that saves you in the earlier chapters, though.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't paying attention to what he got out of that treasure chest there. I don't remember what that is. Let's see. Oh, 400 gold. Okay. I'm guessing that's just for revival if he wipes in here. Because if you kill a metal slime in the lighthouse, then you want to keep going. You don't want to hit the reset button. You want to keep the XP.
Right. Speaking of metal slimes.
He might be trying to find one on purpose then if he's ducking back into this room. Okay. This is really not a fight you want though, because those mad clowns can both cast fireball twice each.
We got one out. I specifically setting to no MP.
Yeah. I think Nara put the clowns to sleep. So. Okay. And then use no MP becomes important because the AI wouldn't have yet learned that the metal slimes are immune to spells.
Yep. Yeah. The AI is a really interesting topic, speaking of metal slimes.
Oh, a single metal slime. That's actually really rare on the bottom floors.
It's staying.
Wow, Hector built up power and hit it for 2 damage.
Yep.
Hey, he got it.
And he got the kill.
Okay. That puts him in a very good position for clearing the boss first try.
Yep.
all the HP you get from this level up really, really helps. And he's got all those magic waters too to refill what he's missing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's having to sit through all of the level ups, but of course, even this is that much faster than it would be on the English version, so.
Yeah.
Doesn't take all that long. Oh, he's
going back to town. Yes.
going back.
I guess he may as well with the lead he's got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more fairy water. Herbs. Okay, it looks like so this is just kind of a safety thing. Maybe playing into what I was mentioning before about how Japanese runners, when they're playing in races, often keep an eye on the state of the race and adjust their strats as they're going. So, yeah, as you were saying, so maybe it'll be a case where Crimson sees that he's significantly ahead, says, okay, well, let's make sure that I keep, that I stay that way. That maybe I spend a couple minutes here to make sure that I don't lose 10 minutes or 15 minutes to, having to reset several times. Which is, perfectly good thing to do.
Yeah, and even if he, used his magic waters and climbed the tower, if he died to the boss, or even to random encounters or whatever, he'd lose all those magic waters.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, just go back on what you were saying about the AI learning resistances. That was, when I looked up to see what had happened, it was really such an unfortunate bug. Because the logic is there, what it was intended to do was to say, okay, depending on the learning level, which is roughly how many turns you spent fighting that enemy, or that type of enemy. Estimate within a certain range. Like if you've never seen it before, but if it's a metal enemy, you say it's probably going to be resistant. Say plus, 0 to 60% or something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers. And as you gain experience, as you pass turns with that type of enemy, the range shrinks and shrinks until eventually it settles on the exact resistance value. But there is a mistake where they used. They have a different range of data values internally in the game for that specific table, and when they correct it to match what the rest of the battle program is using, they divide by the wrong number. They should have divided by 8. Instead, they only divide by 2, and so every number they come up with is multiplied by 4 for the estimated hit rate of a spell. So except in the single case of an enemy that is fully resistant and learning level 3, so know everything about the enemy, where it's 0, and obviously 0 times 4 is still 0. Everything else ends up being 100% or more. And so that's why, the characters will just throw spells at enemies that looks like obviously they shouldn't be doing.
Oh, Necrosaro is 120% vulnerable to the instant kill spells? Hot dang.
Let's do it.
Those out. Yeah. It's an easy way to eliminate threat. So our purpose in this tower here, this lighthouse, this is another trope that gets reused at least once in Dragon Quest VII, but there's an evil fire burning in this lighthouse that's sinking ships or causing them to, hit rocks or something like that. I don't think they go into detail on how exactly it's causing these problems, but the port is basically shut down until somebody comes up here and lights the Fire of Serenity. So you grab that from the chest right underneath the evil fire, and then you gotta fight the boss, and then use the Fire of Serenity, and then get out of here. But this boss fight can be a real problem. It's the first big obstacle of Chapter 5, maybe the biggest of Chapter 5. You're gonna see here that it is 2 flamers and a lighthouse Bengal, which is the boss. It's a unique enemy. we want to land Expel on the Flamers, which has a 40% chance to hit, and Nara can help by putting them to sleep. All 3 targets in here can be put to sleep, but Hero is basically casting Expel, hoping that it hits, while the Flamers are throwing out area attacks, and the Bengal is hitting you for decent damage. He can also stun your team. Yeah, the Flamers have the Fireball spell, and they can breathe fire.
Yep.
And Crimson's not getting
Well,
good luck.
B fell
so
asleep, so that's a start.
Yeah.
Okay, A is out, so it looks like we're in pretty good shape. That first turn was pretty scary, but it looks like we are in pretty good shape now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good.
Flamer's still asleep. Yeah.
I believe sleep is more likely to hit the next spell, so as long as Nara doesn't get caught up trying to heal her allies, she can bring the fight under control. And then from there, you also kind of like, if multiple enemies are asleep, every turn there's a higher chance for them to wake up than the previous turn. So you want to try to cast your Expel on the one that's been asleep the longest, because it's more likely to wake up. And
Yep.
then if the fight's really going badly, sometimes Hero will run out of magic and they'll still be here and you're trying to fight, and you're only able to attack them for like 15 to 20 damage, and they have, I think, 70 max HP. I think the Bengal is 70, the Flamers are 90, something like that. But yeah, it takes several turns of physically attacking to get rid of them.
Yeah. So ultimately, that looked like a pretty simple fight, but as you were saying, it get a lot messier.
Yeah, Metal Slime helps out a lot because it gives all your characters a little more HP, which in turn not just makes you survive, but it also means Nara is a little less likely to have to heal instead of casting sleep.
Yeah.
Here's the Fire of Serenity, which will change the whole palette of the dungeon. Now we can go back to the port town where Taloon's waiting for us. And then he actually has purchased a boat, probably by selling the dog. And he'll let us have it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's interesting that he picked up the golden beret after the boss fight. A pretty minor defense increase, though.
May just be getting it to sell.
I think he equipped it on Hero. So he's throwing herbs away now to make room for more fairy water.
Yep.
You need something like 10 fairy waters to repel your way through the rest of the game. And Bray has a couple from chapter 2 right now. I don't know how many, but I'm sure he knows how many he needs. Anatoleu entering the Cave of Betrayal. You should be fine in these fights. You pretty much can't lose these fights as long as you've got a couple of herbs in your inventory.
There's another subtle change induced by Nintendo, that the lick clicks are waiting for you to fall into the evil world rather than hell.
Ah, yeah. There's a lot of enemies in Dragon Quest that have hell in their names, and they got localized differently in different versions of these games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the common one you see in Dragon Warrior 3 and 4 is the word Infernus, replacing hell.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Crimson's going back here to grab a small medal. We're going to be trading in small medals in a bit, probably like 10-15 minutes. So if you're familiar with small medals in Dragon Quest, they're just little collectible items you can find all over the world. The more you collect, the more rewards you get, which are usually unique items that you can't get anywhere else. This is where they debuted, so the system works a little differently than it works in the games past SFC 5, where you basically spend them to purchase items instead of it being a reward system where, you know, okay, you brought me 30, I'll give you this, at 40, I'll give you this. So we're gonna purchase primarily a Sword of Miracles, which is a very powerful weapon, especially for this early in Chapter 5, and then the rest of the medals that they picked up will go toward Staff of Punishment, which will mainly be used to sell. They'll also be used in a couple of boss fights for damage. But yeah, for marathon safety, they may have picked up more small medals than usual, but any extras will be spent on more Staves of Punishment to have extra money. And right now, at this point, Crimson's in the segment where we're kind of just wandering all over the world. With the exception of this cave, we're just kind of repelling and picking up return points. But we're going in this cave for a side quest where Christo is hanging out in an inn in the first town you encounter after getting the boat, and he's sick, and Alina has left to find the Pediquia seed to make him better, and it is in this cave. Alina's in here as well, but her team's literally just walking around in circles, so we're gonna find it first. And then when we bring that back to Christo, Alina and Bray and Christo will all join us. Pretty comfy cave so far. Usually you only get a couple of fights in this cave, but sometimes you'll get like 6 or 7 and potentially even die in here. It's really important that Mara doesn't die because she has the outside spell to get us out of here. If she dies, then we probably end up death warping instead. The other chest in this room is a Manator chest, which will help you death warp real quick if you need to.
Yes.
Yeah, but that cave is pretty much the only RNG segment in, or RNG thing in this segment. Otherwise, it's a pretty consistent split. You're just walking around. This kingdom's backstory is that because there was a bad crop one year or a bad winter, they ran out of their Pediquia root, which is their like miracle drug that they sell, and was the source of the kingdom's prosperity. So now the kingdom is so poor that even the king has to work out in the fields, and you save them by going to get the seed that they kept frozen in the cold storage cave. Hey, Mr. Holmes, thanks for the raid. Sure everyone coming in is familiar enough with this game.
Another one of the someone who's been doing a lot of work on all the NES Dragon Warriors.
Yeah. And specifically someone who's been doing a lot of routing of safer routes and alternate routes like we've been talking about throughout this whole run.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this segment that Crimson's doing because it just feels so productive walking around picking up all these return points.
Really able to get moving at this point.
Yeah. Right there, you just hit the couple of the towns from Chapter 4. He's going north. Kind of mentioned this town earlier, but this is where the Stone of Drought is. Other than that, there's not really a lot in here besides the tiny metal. I think there's some decent shops here for what you can access by boat. But this town isn't even a return point, he's just coming here for the small medal. And heading north, we'll find Santim, which is where Princess Lena came from. Did not get the 0-step fight, that's good. There's a very small chance that
use the fairy water. Use fairy water before you left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, inside the castle, you can get a fight even with the fairy
inside.
water going.
Yeah. Right, inside the castle. Yeah, makes sense.
It's very dangerous because most runners have one character walking around right now because it saves a little time getting in and out of the boat. So if you get, like, fail to run, or even if it ambushes you, you might die. And your wagon isn't with you when you're in the castle, so it's just a wipe. But it's also recoverable, you just lose some of the gold that's on you. Now we're in the castles of Stancia, which is a place we have not been before. Just picking up a couple more small medals in here and hitting a plot trigger. The King of Stancia claims to have the Zenithian helmet and says that he'll give it away to anybody who makes him laugh. So we're going to talk to somebody and learn about a jester that's somewhere in the world who this guy thinks that he could make the king laugh. And we'll go pick him up almost immediately. But first we gotta find out where he is or he won't be there, because JRPGs.
Yep.
Another small medal in the dressers back here. This is one of the slowest ones they pick up. Now he's walking down to the town where we started Chapter 4, where the big theater was. It turns out that's where this jester is performing. His name is Panin, and he'll join our team. He's another question mark level character. So with him in our team, we can continue to repel everything on the overworld. I think Hector is still with us at this point, but if we ever don't have a question mark character with us and win a fight, then basically repel stops working until we get another question mark character. But those scenarios are pretty much avoidable though, because Panin sticks with us as long as we want to keep him. We really don't need to trade him in until it's time to go to Zenithia, but we will get rid of him sooner than that.
Technically, you don't even need to trade him in then, but...
Yeah. Oh yeah, because there's that bug that you can keep him.
Yes, yes.
Alright, yeah, throw the particular root at Christo and then he'll recover. I found some scenario recently where Alina doesn't join you there. Maybe it's if the hero's dead. Apparently he doesn't need to be in the party though.
Interesting.
I know for sure that when you go find Ragnar in Keelion's castle, that he will not talk to you if you don't have the hero with you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So that text right there, after you get the Chapter 2 crew to join you, Hector leaves you to work at the inn that Christo was sick at. That's kind of inconvenient for him that we just teleported away, but he'll find his way back. Now we're walking through, this was the cave at the start of Chapter 4, where we found Orin. If you talk to some people, you find out there's a secret room in the bottom of it. So we're going to work our way back to where he was, but the monsters have upgraded in here. So we're going to go 1 or 2 people at a time. We got the wagon with us, so if our characters that are out die, then more characters will pop out automatically. So yeah, we start with the low-level characters because we don't really need them and they're cheap to revive. The other reason we do 1 or 2 at a time is because these flamers are everywhere in here and they do area damage, so the fewer characters you have out, the less damage you take per turn. Ooh, it punched Christo in the 3rd slot.
Yep.
That's unlucky. Oh, I need to press the tracker. We're past the lighthouse. I have 1 job. Wait, what's the next stop? Balzac's the next one, okay. Alright, Anatoleu's about to make his approach on the lighthouse. And you'll see that he's got Mara dead right now, which is coffin blocking Nara. This is a strat he's been using for a couple months now. Definitely both pros and cons to it. I think it kind of comes down to whether you get hit with more magic or more physical attacks in the boss fight.
Mm-hmm. Which ultimately is just pure luck.
Yeah. Looks like his Nara has 52 HP too. That's pretty high. Yeah, that's gonna help. Because if Mara's alive, her job is pretty much just to throw herbs in that boss fight. But I guess at the same time too, if Mara's HP is low, Nara could have to heal her. So I think a lot of the theory behind this strategy is that you have fewer characters alive, but they have higher max HP, that fewer heal casts need to be made.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense, yeah.
Pteranodons. Rogue Whispers are what you want to find because they don't really do damage to you.
Mm-hmm.
So, on Crimson's side, you might have noticed when we got Orin that there was a treasure chest that we didn't even bother opening. The Lamp of Darkness is inside it, but in Chapter 5, if you examine the treasure chest, There's also a button at the bottom of the box, and if you push it, a staircase appears. And you can go down here. Then there's a small medal in here, but more importantly, the magic key is down here, which will give us access to some areas we couldn't get to before. Oh. Not entirely sure why he pulled those corpses in. They flew in from the sides comically. Metal slime disappeared, Anatoleu missed one. Okay, it looks like Anatoleu has plenty of herbs to top off before starting the fight. Let's see how this goes. Not a great first turn.
Did get expel off though.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that puts him in great shape.
I'll put them both to sleep.
Okay.
It's a scary first turn, but yeah, it's calmed down a lot now.
Alright, casting Infernos. That's funny that she has a turn to do that.
Yeah.
He could consider just attacking at this point, but it's still a little bit dangerous.
Bengal wake up
Yeah,
wakes up again.
He did switch to attacking. I think the Bengal technically has the heal spell, though he very rarely uses it, and he's probably just gonna be kept asleep by Nara.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. 2 first try lighthouses.
And Nara will pretty aggressively go for sleep if any enemy is awake. And that's one of the nice things about the AI making its decision when that character acts, as opposed to beginning of a turn when if you're controlling them. So kind of a benefit to the AI system in these turn-based battles. It's like with healing, the AI can look at who. If somebody just took a hit, the AI can immediately heal them back. Not have to wait for the next turn to do that.
Yeah, and like in the later games where you can set a different tactic for each character and take direct control of them, like it can still be beneficial to give your healer a tactic other than direct control, because he'll make that decision on his turn.
Exactly. Decision, at that specific instant. Yeah, which I think it took until Dragon Quest XI before they finally added giving orders at the character's action, instead of doing it all at the beginning of the turn.
Alright. Anatoleu's got his boat, so they're on the same segment again. Crimson's getting sort of close to the next split, though. He's going to do some shopping here, and then there's 2 boss fights in a row. The second of which is Balzac. What he buys here might depend on how many extra small medals he got earlier. You can spend your extra gold on armor if you've got it. But the bare minimum, he's going to buy a Sword of Lethargy and then Possibly some armor for Hero. He's also going to buy a Sacred Robe for Christo, which will give spell resistance for the rest of the run. Falling off a bunch of stuff first. When he went into Indoor at night, he picked up, in addition to a small medal, a pink leotard, rather, which he just sold for like 4,000 gold.
As usual, fashionable stuff is what gets you the money.
Yep. He must have a specific gold target he's selling too, because he's selling some things that aren't worth that much.
The Sword of Lethargy.
Yeah, so the reason we're going to be using Sword of Lethargy in this run is because when you attack an enemy with it, there's a chance that you'll put it to sleep, and it's actually bugged and works on bosses in this version. They fixed that for all the remakes of 4, but for NES and Famicom...
I can't blame them for fixing that, yeah.
Yeah.
It is a bit extreme to be putting anything and everything to sleep.
Yeah, if you had the Sword of Lethargy on bosses and you could directly control your party, there just wouldn't be much difficulty left in the game.
Nope. Yeah. Iron Mask was the other thing you got.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that can help a lot, because the next 2 bosses do a lot of physical damage when they hit. So with Hero in front with a little extra defense power, gives you a little better chance. Oh no, Anatoleu's whole team is asleep in the Padikuya cave.
Yeah. Taking a nap.
Dang.
I forget, did they add an animation for Ragnar stepping back and running forward into the wall in the English version? I feel like they had that, or maybe I'm remembering some other event. But yeah, here he just walks through the wall.
I think they just treat it like a door in English too. Yeah, I should also mention Panin, who's in the party right now on Crimson's side, has a Sword of Lethargy as well, so he will put enemies to sleep on attack.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. Basically, the strat for this fight is just to attack Helion every turn. Once he goes to sleep, you might heal somebody if they need it. Christo's got the Sword of Miracles, so he's healing himself slowly. Once you start doing a little bit of damage to Helion and Balzac, Alina and, I guess just Alina, will start using the Staff of Punishment as an item to do a little more damage. Hero probably has one in his inventory too, but generally it's just better idea to attack in case Keeleon wakes up. You have that chance to put him to sleep again immediately.
Yep.
In the Balzac fight coming up, though, Hero tends to go before Balzac, so if Balzac is already asleep, you can choose to use the Staff of Punishment for extra damage. Healing also gives you quite a bit of XP, which is nice because you get kind of a break here.
Yep. The wagon is with you. Everybody in the wagon is also leveling up, so
yeah,
it does take a little while.
Yeah, it's one of your biggest breaks in the run if you got a controller you can hold down.
Mm-hmm. I remember when I was doing Dragon Warrior 3 manipulated runs, they have the 8-minute leveling segment. I would just wedge the A button under my keyboard, sit back.
Yeah. Alright, and Crimson's got the whole team together. He just got Ragnar. So, and he's gonna go and heal up, and then you can immediately jump into the Balzac boss fight. So, I'm not sure what exactly points you toward Ragnar being in Keeleon, but I'm sure there's one or more people in the world that tell you about it so that you go looking for him. And then, while you're there, you take out Keeleon, and then after you beat Keeleon, Balzac appears in Santeem Castle. I'm also not sure what quest trigger points you to that one. Because I don't know, there might be somebody in, maybe in Keeleon's throne room or something. But, yeah, he's available immediately just to go fight him.
Yeah, I mean, we all finished the game casually, so there must be somebody that tells you, but after you've run it enough, you already know where to go, so you forget who it was that directed you there in the first place.
Yeah. To a certain extent in this game, though, like when you get the ship, you kind of have a built-in motivation to just go check on the towns you've been in the previous chapters and see how they've changed. But
yeah,
like the first time you go to Santeem, there's monsters in it, but there's no like characters you can interact with. So there's got to be someone that gives you a reason to come back here.
Yeah.
Alright. So Balzac fight's very similar to the Keeleon fight. He's got physical attacks, he has the snowstorm spell, he's got an ice breath attack that he uses pretty much with the same weight. So you kind of want to see the weak ice breath attack and not the stronger snowstorm spell. But ideally he just goes to sleep. And like I said, he's got lower agility than Keeleon, so if he is asleep, you can choose to do other things and not worry about him waking up. Yeah, Crimson's switching to use the Staff of Punishment, which casts the Infirmore spell, which has a very wide range on its damage. It can hit for anywhere between 25 and 55. Double snowstorm, that's not great.
Snowstorm damage. You had breath snowstorm, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but... Did go back to sleep and then woke up again. So I had to sleep. These poor bosses, they keep waking up and then immediately getting sent back to sleep. They must be having a horrible time.
Alright, there's 6,500 more XP. Meanwhile, Anatoleu going around the world, repelling, picking up return points and small medals. It's much more common to use Bray as your solo character walking around because it's quicker to menu to cast return. I assume Crimson was just running around as Taloon just as a joke.
Entirely possible. Apparently, Anatoleu did not pick up the Strength Seed in Chapter 4 because he just grabbed that.
Yeah, I saw you just used it on Alina and got a 3.
Nice.
Hard to measure exactly how much impact that has, but Alina's definitely the character to put it on because at the end of the game she'll be getting double attacks.
Yeah. Plus the increased crit rate.
Yeah.
Give it more benefit than on anyone else.
Crimson has made it to the next story town, which is the Castle of Gardenburg. If you visit Ragnar's starting town of Berland, you learn that I think Berland used to have the Zenithian shield, but they lent it or gave it to Gardenburg at some point, so you figure out you need to come over here, and then the reason you need to kill Balzac is because once you get rid of him, a I think it's like a fire sprite standing in front of the treasury of Santeam disappears, and then you can get the magma staff out of there, which Crimson used to blow up that mountain in front of the castle. So yeah, we're in here looking for the shield. Right now he's also buying the Cloak of Evasion for Alina, which will give her, I think it's a 1 in 6 chance to dodge stuff. He also went into the secret room and grabbed the Fire Claw, which we'll use for a fight. Oh no, he's selling it right now, isn't he? Okay, why not? I guess we won't use it for a fight. But he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gold. Look at that.
Yeah, that was a... I have to assume that was a coincidence. I don't think he could have planned that, but it's a very nice coincidence.
Now it's 9870. 3 in a row. Yeah, anyway, so the Fire Claw, you can use it against the next boss fight if you want, but also if you sell it, the 7,500 it sells for is the exact value that you need to spend to buy Alina's in-game weapon, the Stiletto Earrings, which is basically like a Falcon Sword. It's only 5 attack power, but she'll attack twice. He also had a strength seed on Alina. I wonder where that came from.
I imagine saved it to use now because he has nothing else to do at the moment anyway.
Yeah. So, yeah, you go in that side room there and talk to the guy at the dresser, and he tells you to look in the dresser. You'll find something great there. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm an RPG hero. I'll steal whatever's in there. And then he runs out of the room and someone runs in and arrests you for stealing something, which you didn't do, but you did intend to do it, so... yeah,
Fair.
You get thrown in jail, and then you talk to the queen. The queen says, oh, okay, you say you didn't do it, I'll give you a chance to find the person who did. And then they will keep one of your characters in prison here, but they don't have any problem with it being a corpse, as you can see. So... yeah, usually it'll take the second character in your party unless they have, I think it's the magic key or one other item, then it'll move down to the next slot. But if you don't like who it takes, then you just talk to the jailer and you can trade it anytime. Yeah, he's shopping here, so he must be buying the stiletto earrings. I know Anatoleu used to do that at this point. I don't know if he still does or not. Anatoleu breaking into the king's bedroom here. It's funny that the guard in the first room of Indoor Castle will throw you out, but the second guard just doesn't care.
Yeah. Oh, you already got this far? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I guess you must have a reason to be here.
You must be the night staff, I suppose. None of my business. Whatever, I'm just gonna sit around.
Yeah, Crimson bought the Killer Pierce or the Stiletto Earrings for Alina, and then the Dragon Mail for Ragnar, which will give him good defense power and also resistance to breath attacks, which can be really nice in the cave he's about to go into. What's he doing here? Is he doing
He's doing early Star Night, yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
I mean, he mentioned actually he was going to do this, get a bit of extra experience.
Okay.
At this point, for Bekor.
Yeah, so there's a boss at the top of this tower who's worth almost as much as a Metal Babel. I think he's 8,000 XP, something like that.
I think it was like 6,500, 6,500 something. But yeah, like, I think it was 2/3 of a Metal Babel was the way I think of it. Go straight to sleep.
Nice.
Zap in as well. On the whole, the AI is very good. It's just very specific cases where things go wrong. And unfortunately, one of those leads Christo to get a bit excited about the defeat spell. But yeah, on the whole, it is very well done. It honestly, looking at the program, I'm honestly impressed as a programmer how hard they tried to get the features they did in. Ooh.
Yeah.
They tried to do things like have a healer's look and see, has the hero acted this turn? Is the hero trying to heal somebody? And if they are versus if they aren't, then change who they heal. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's another place where they had a couple of bugs, which ends up being, if you try healing with a hero, healers are going to do really random stuff. But they tried really hard, and for a game of this era, I think to have gotten as far as they did is a really good accomplishment.
Yeah, and like everything they tried to do with them learning about resistances as the fight goes on, they didn't even try to do that in later games. So it's very much experimental and kind of ahead of its time, really.
Yeah.
Oh, Anatoleu having a really bad time in the Zenithian armor cave. I guess Crimson didn't do this, but yeah, Anatoleu's going for early Zenithian
Crimson,
armor.
I guess, doing later armor. Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, I hope Anatoleu is trying to death warp, but apparently not.
Yeah.
And you got I think two straight blizzards there, so that will hurt.
Early Zenithian armor is very nice to have though, because otherwise heroes probably still got the half plate, so it's something like 60 defense power more than that, and you have resistance to almost every spell and breath attack. Dragon Riders. This cave is really nasty though. You're not supposed to be in here for a while.
Yes.
These are the enemies that you encounter on the way to fighting Esterk, and we will be doing the Metal Babel grind before we go to Esterk.
Carefully setting up a coffin block so that the enemies have to attack through two separate characters before they can force a wagon swap.
Yeah. Fury Face is the enemy you want to see because they don't really have any damaging moves. They have a lot of breath attacks. Like they can spit a fireball for 9 damage. That's whatever. I don't think they even have a physical attack.
Sit there and assess the situation, wondering why people with such low level are trying to make their way through this cave. But there's the blizzard.
Yeah, this isn't good. So yeah, the Snowjives have the tier 3 ice spell. They only have enough magic to cast it once though, but once is kind of enough to kill everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, you made it to where the boat gets off. And then bring Bray.
Ooh.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Yep. It was pretty much inside of the chest there.
Yes. That was the last screen there, and you can kind of see it up in the corner.
Meanwhile, if Crimson is making life look easy over there, this cave that he's in actually has a very low encounter chance in it, so it's not unusual for him to take this many steps without getting a fight.
It's another interesting thing they did in a few of the games actually, is they set certain dungeons have lower encounter rates. So that, like, especially if in rooms like this where you're trying to, it's a maze, you're trying to figure out the way around. You don't want to be constantly interrupted every 5 steps by an encounter and then forget where you were trying to go. So it was, it was very nice of them to the player to lower the encounter rate in cases like that.
There's no jives. There's Pannin. This boss fight that Crimson's coming up on is pretty consistent. So at the beginning of the fight, you want to hit him with Stop Spell and then cast Increase a couple of times. If Stop Spell fails more than twice, then the fight becomes a problem, but we're going to hope that doesn't happen. Because Bakor on turn 3 will cast Increase and double his defense power, and then the fight gets real slow after that.
Yes. It hit, so I imagine we will be good at this point.
Yeah. So with his spells blocked, all Bakor does is he's on a fixed rotation of building up power and then 3 physical attacks. So if he builds up power and your health is in a great place, you might parry, otherwise you kind of just attack every turn, and Christo will probably cast extra increases every time he builds up power.
Or he'll just stay asleep.
Yeah.
Sleep is actually the only status ailment that wears off in this game. So once you got like the stop spell on and sap, you got it, and the fights go pretty quickly, which is nice. They take a little bit longer because Bakor has auto regen, doesn't he?
He has no regen, but he has 1,000 HP, which is like double what the last boss had.
Oh, so he's just got straight up, lots of HP.
He might be the only boss in this chapter that doesn't regen. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I know a lot of them do. There's a funny story I read about that when it was first discovered in Japan in Dragon Quest III, it was a message somebody wrote into one of the magazines of the time saying, "Why does it feel like I get one more attack power and suddenly this boss dies quite as quickly?" Actually, I believe it was Hori-san, the creator of Dragon Quest, who responded to that and said, "Well, the bosses might be doing something sneaky behind your back," kind of hinting very strongly at the existence of this auto regen. Yeah. Way because they couldn't very strict limitations on how much HP they can give bosses, just memory limitations. You can't store 10,000 HP or numbers like that in games of this era very easily. So they instead of giving them lots of HP, they gave them auto regen, so it feels like they have a lot more health. The side effect is that at certain if you're just barely breaking that regen each time, a single extra point of damage each attack will have a lot more effect than you would expect.
Yeah, that's kind of a thing you can observe in the Chapter 4 Balzac fight, because Balzac's regenerating about 20 HP per turn, and Orin's only hitting him for like 35, so if you get turns where whichever sister you keep alive is able to deal damage, you beat him a couple turns faster. Because you almost double your damage for the turn, your effective damage, factoring in his regen. Oh, Karen swings the Staff of Thunder. That was on my bingo card. I'm not even sure I could have told you they were in there. A pretty wide variety of monsters in there, I guess.
Yeah. I see Anatoleu switched to comparing against guideposts instead of PB, which is probably a good thing given how the run is going.
Yeah. Yeah, so now Crimson's going for the Zenithian armor, so they're going to be in the same cave at the same time.
Yep.
This is where I used to pick up Zenithian armor in the route, because after the experience from Backor, and especially since he's got Sorrow Knight too, it's a much safer cave than trying to do this at like level 11 or 12.
Yep.
Hey, made it. Alright. He doubles back into the boat there to get the wagon, because when you cast outside you don't bring the wagon with you. It's just kind of a bug with the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
Very rare situation where casting outside puts you in the boat on the overworld.
Slightly bugged out in that case. Does lead to some interesting things. As with most bugs, there are interesting ways to abuse it. But yeah, typically if you just go back and get the wagon, you're fine.
Yeah, it's funny because if you forget to do that, usually you come in here to talk to the Metal King and he's like, "Oh, thanks for the 4 medals," and you're like, 4? I should have had 10 or 11.
Wait, yeah.
Necrodane over there. Shinigami. No snow jives over there on Crimson side. I guess Anatoleu scared them all off.
Yes.
These are exactly the
Or
fights
else Anatolium
wanted.
attracted them all over to that side of the stream.
Yeah.
Saw this low-level character and all ran over to where the good pickings were.
I didn't pay attention to the whole cave, but I didn't see any snow jives or any dragon riders.
I didn't see either. That was very, a very kind cave.
Yep.
Again, the same, picking up the wagon again. Yes, actually, you can abuse that to keep Panon in your party all the way up to the end game if you're so inclined. There's so many magic waters that the Christo's inventory was full. Couldn't hold the hat of happiness.
Alright, so yeah, Crimson's entering the Colossus here, so this dungeon, what we're trying to do right now is find the bad guy's base of operations. We've kind of learned from some conversations up to this point that the bad guys are trying to use something called the Secret of Evolution to turn them into bigger, tougher monsters. That's why Balzac was so much bulkier than he was in Chapter 4. So, to get to the evil guy's castle, we have to go through this tower called the Colossus, which we get up to the top, and then there's some buttons we can push to make it walk across the river. Crimson actually got booted out. I think I'm gonna stand up for 2 minutes, check on the dog, because he's out here asking me why I'm not asleep again. He might need water or something.
Go for it. Go for it. There on Crimson's side. There are still some tough enemies in there, so
to go back and... I wonder if this is going to be the point where Crimson has going to have to take a few tries, and the luck is going to shift back to Anatoleu's side. That's unfortunate. Looked like it was going so smoothly. One defeat and it's all over. Defeat does have a very distinct sound effect, so that the instant it's hit, you know something's going wrong. And you hear it twice, and you only have 2 living characters in your party. You're not in for a good time. See, one thing that makes this dungeon rough is that some of the enemies connect twice per turn. Unfortunately, the Rhino soldiers, they only they're spending a casting increase, and so you don't have as much danger. But triple run fail again. I don't recall whether he mentioned it earlier, but every time you fail to flee from an encounter, your chance to succeed goes up. So I believe it is 50-50, 75, and 100%. So the 4th time you're failed, you're guaranteed to flee from the encounter, but up to 3 times you can fail. And of course, every time, as Kaz was mentioning, in Chapter 5, all of the enemies will get a chance to act. Whereas you can't do anything because you're trying to run and failing. Again, we do have the coffin block in operation here. Panon being dead means that Christo will not take any damage from physical attacks, and the hero is sufficiently equipped that not any immediate danger, but Again, we can have that. We can have the defeat come in. We can have any number of things. Speaking of which, we want to get away from those blizzard men, and we do. Almost there. So we have these staff of lightning, which will hit everyone, and have to keep Christo topped up after those. But should, yes, that is the demon hammer, which we'll be using in the metal babble grind in just a little bit, I think. That's the same Charon enemy that we just saw in the Zenithia Armor Cave on Anatoleu's side. Swinging the Staff of Thunder. Crimson will just need to get to the top of this statue and to the control room. Get it across to the other side. There we go. So that done, we have now found the hideout of where all the monsters are doing their devious planning. First, we're going to sneak into the backyard and grab. I believe this is where we get the Aeolus shield. It's a good shield, but it also has the effect of expel. It also actually has the effect of expel on a group of enemies rather than a single enemy, so it'll be useful in some later fights. So we'll be coming back to that castle later for story reasons. Right now, just Crimson just picking up the Aeolus shield. We're back at Stancia now, and this is where we deliver Panon to give his inspiring talk to the king, and Panon will leave us, but we do still have to wait in line for all of the other aspirants to have their turn. The demon hammer there. It is cursed. The demon hammer, when you attack normally with it, has I believe it's a 2/3 chance to miss, but if it hits, it is guaranteed to be a critical. So we're taking advantage of that in the Metal Battleground coming up.
Yep. He's doing a lot of menuing here.
I wonder if he's got so many magic waters that stuff isn't where he's used to it being. He has to look for it.
And so we get Panon up there, and Panon tells the king, "Hey, I can't make you laugh, but if you give these people the helmet, they'll restore peace to the world, and then everyone will laugh." The king says, "Yep, that was the test. You can have it." It was one of those the whole time.
And Leo said, "For the moment, we do not have any question mark characters in our party." But I believe this is also where we're going to do the Metal Babble grind anyway, so we would be we have to take those out of our party in any case.
Now we don't really take any more steps on the overworld until we get Lucia, and then she can repel for us.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you take at least one step outside the overworld.
Royal Crypt, yes.
Yeah.
There's the big cross on the Royal Crypt in the Japanese version, which is completely gone in the English version.
Yeah.
Crimson told me ahead of time that for the Metal Babble grind, his plan is to put the Demon Hammer on Ragnar and leave the hero with the Aeolus Shield to blow away non-metal enemies.
Okay.
Right, make those fights safer.
I could see that working out. The main reason that you put it on Hero is because, you know, you can direct Hero to tell him to attack the Metal Babbles even when the other enemies are around, and Ragnar would probably go for the other enemies. But if Hero goes first and hits him with the shield and Alina kills one, then it's pretty likely that Ragnar is only going to have Metal Babbles to focus.
So it's kind of a, you know, which do you choose? And this is what Crimson said he's going for.
Yeah. And neither Hero nor Ragnar are going to outrun the Metal Babbles anyway, so it's not like you're going to hit them before they run.
Sometimes like this, you do appreciate the automatic heal that was added in more recent games. In just one menu command to automatically heal the party.
Yeah. It's kind of funny in the PlayStation version of this, you often don't use that because of how inefficiently it is programmed. Like, Crystal will just heal you to full by casting heal, even when he knows heal more and heal all, because it's the cheap spell.
Oh no. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Some games are a lot more efficient than that one.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the PlayStation version was their first attempt at that, and they realized they discovered the problems after the fact, fixed it up for future releases.
I know DQ3 SFC had it, and I want to say 6 did as well. Not positive about 6, but it was still very early on. That still would have been like the 3rd game to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 4th, because I guess 7 would have been out before 7 or 4's remake.
Shield doing its job.
Yep. So the number of babbles we get in this grind here is going to depend on the runner. It looks like I see a Metal Babble 8 split on Crimson's live split.
Yeah,
it may just be going for 8. And that's pretty much the normal amount you go for. You can be really aggressive and goes for 7, but then you don't have heal all before Esterk. And that's kind of obnoxious, healing up to full with heal more walking down to him.
So yeah, the Demon Hammer coming in.
Yep, there we go. Just level ups on both screens.
You can see how much more quickly the Japanese text goes by.
Yeah, like everything's just 1 line and everything in English is 2 lines.
Yeah.
The word intelligence is as long as the entire message over there.
It really is. It looks like Anatoleu is catching up a little bit.
That's good.
According to the splits, he's going to be heading for the Demon Hammer next, and that's going to go straight into the Metal Babble grind. So
Yeah.
not too far off. Crimson getting, I believe, number 2 there. Crimson had another Colossus failure while you were out, so
Okay.
I think it took 4th try to get through it. So that will have cost him a bit of time.
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky for Colossus.
Yeah, he got the second time he just got wiped by damage, as you saw, and then he got a a double hit defeat.
Wow.
When he was on like the 3rd floor, so he was pretty far in, and then get just defeat instantly took him back. So that was very unlucky.
Yeah. I also didn't see which small medals he picked up to get the Hat of Happiness, but that's another thing Anatoleu's going to be skipping, so that's a little time save for Anatoleu, though. A little more dangerous walking to Estric and Necrosaro. So yeah, most of the enemies in this Metal Babel grind zone are obnoxious in one way or another. These Dragonets breathe fire a lot, but you can get rid of them with Expel. Unfortunately, Hero's not faster than they are, so often you're just going to get hit by a whole turn of them. Everything else in here you can pretty much use the Aeolus shield on, other than the swords, Hema swords. They're immune to pretty much everything. The Bebin bars are annoying because they'll double cast Firebane and then start stealing your magic. The Hambalbas have a physical attack that has a small chance of paralyzing you, but otherwise they're kind of harmless. It's kind of just everything in here feels like it's in your way because you have to kill 50 of any other monster to equal 1 Metal Babel.
Yep.
Crimson trying to run from Bebin bars. Bebin bars also have really high agility, so you're unlikely to go before them to hit them with the shield too. Once Alina gets some levels on her, you could just attack and then Alina will probably kill one before they take their turn. But even at 22, I don't know if she'll consistently do it. At some point in the last year, I decided this grind annoyed me and that I was just going to run from everything and not even bother picking up the Aeolus shield, and it's kind of worked out okay for me. It really doesn't feel slower than using it and trying to strategize more. Just mindlessly attack the Metal Babels and don't worry about anything else.
Ultimately, it does help that you're guaranteed to run on the fourth turn, if no earlier. So there's a limit to how badly things can hurt you.
Yeah. I guess I do still expel the Dragonets, but they usually show up by themselves.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've seen Dragonets plus Metal Babel.
What's annoying is that Expel only targets a group, and often the Dragonets will be 2 separate groups, either 1 and 3
right.
or 2 and 2.
Yep.
And then, of course, whichever one you target, Alina's going to target too, and you'll just feel bad.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Oh, Crimson got fully put to sleep at the Bevendars. That's really unlucky. And that's something else that they do a lot when they're out of magic, is Sweet Breath. The Sweet Breath or Rob magic. But if they have magic, they'll usually try to spend it on Firebane. Gotta keep Christo alive, because he's got the Vivify spell. So if anyone dies, he's the only one who can pick him up. Now Crimson's gonna try to run to the healing tile upstairs.
Yeah. Bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah. The combination of taking the damage and they stole his magic.
Yeah. Yeah, he does still have the magic waters if he needs them, but looks like he should be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you really don't want to be fueling Vivify with magic water, because magic water, usually one use of it's still going to fall short of one cast, so you might use 2 or 3 just to revive one person.
Yeah.
He does also have the Hat of Happiness, but I think that's 1 MP every 8 steps, so it doesn't really do a whole lot for you when you're walking back and forth between the rooms like this.
I'm just having a bit of trouble getting third Metal Babble here.
Yeah. You really want to get the early ones quickly, the first couple, because you get more durability, you get more damage. It just all kind of compounds.
Yeah.
It's definitely a threshold, though, that you need, you want Christo to learn Vivify, because before that point, if anybody dies, you've got to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. I never kill a single one when I run into this.
Yeah. Like they know.
There they go.
They're all,
Down to 2.
Yep, there we are. Taunting you.
Yep. Metal Babble
Taunting you with
disappeared.
the possibilities.
There's 2 of them.
Finally.
Alright.
I do wonder if I didn't hear anything from Crimson specifically on his Metal Babble plans, but I do wonder if things keep going slowly for him and Anatoleu starts catching up, if he's going to change his plans and cut early to try and maintain the lead. I think that was the first try Demon Hammer for Anatoleu. Or possibly a second. I did see a reset once, but that may have just been seed saves coming for seeds.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have lost any significant time on that split, so against his at least against his guideposts.
It also could have been, if he hasn't turned in Panin yet, you might have seen him resetting to reactivate the repel glitch.
Ah, yeah, that could be it too.
Because if you turn in Panin before this, you either have to save before turning in Panin, or if you die in here and reset, then you don't get to repel from the tower to the Dire Palace. And there's some nasty fights around here. In that recent international race, I turned in Panin first to get the helmet, and then I died and had to reset and kept having to turn in Panin again and again. It's not the right move.
It's rough. Thing that I assume has absolutely no impact on the time, but interesting to see how Crimson went up and right to get to the ALS shield, while Anatolia went right and then up.
Ah, yeah. Anatoleu must not be afraid of the mimics.
Indeed. If you don't look at them, they'll never know.
I believe top left is a small medal, and both of them on the bottom are mimics. Going nuts with how much treasure they leave behind. Well, again, 2 of them are mimics, so.
Mm-hmm.
And small medals really aren't that great in this game at this point. You get your Sword of Miracles, the rest of the treasures are pretty meh.
Yeah. Ragnar got a crit, but not where he wanted it.
Ah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the AI in this game generally will not go after metal enemies when there are other options.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of the specific fight that argues against putting the hammer in Ragnar's hand, because you can't use the shield on the swords.
Mm-hmm.
But it was also just one metal babble, so I don't know. I might have just run from that fight if I were in that position. Also, thanks for the raid, Linda. 24 people coming in.
Yeah, one of the very skilled Dragon Quest runner who's also participated in our international races from the Japanese side.
Yeah, consistently performs very well in them as well.
There we go. I believe that is number 4. 4 for Crimson.
Oh, I thought that was a there we go for the crossless crypt.
That too.
Yeah, they're both in the building. Just a lead on experience points now.
The Royal Shed. So if I recall correctly, at this point, there isn't really much left, or they should be at the same point progression-wise, aside from the number of metal babbles.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. I think they've all done all the shopping and everything.
Yeah, so it is just the four babble difference at this point. The reason Anatolia is behind is largely because of Chapter 2 with the... how many tries did it take to get through the tournament? Like 4?
I'd say at least 4,
maybe 5? Yeah, 4 or 5. And then likewise, Zenithia Armor Cave had, I think, like 3 deaths in there.
Yeah. I'm surprised how close it is, though, considering that Crimson's run has been really clean so far, and he's on the Japanese version.
Yeah. Yeah, Anatolia did make back some time with good work on Chapter 3, getting the high rolls on the armor.
Yeah.
I was honestly surprised to see. I think it was only a 2-minute difference between their times. I was expecting, at least 5, if not 10, with all the text. But yeah, I think I wonder if that's a thing that's specifically playing on the English version. Maybe it is worth really fishing for those high rolls and those crits on the armor. So yeah, Anatolia's actually pulled it back a bit. There was the Chapter 3, and then a little while ago, Crimson had some bad luck getting to the Demon Hammer. That was also a 3-death. Third one in particular was very far into the Colossus. Took a wipe to defeat.
And they're both still on pretty good pace, though. Like, Anatoleu, when he killed Bakhor, is on a sub-7 pace still, which is basically the high-level estimate for DQ4 section of this relay. Oh yeah, Anatoleu got a Metal Babble, but Ragnar died. Ragnar doesn't really need the XP though. If Christo learns Vivify off this, it shouldn't really matter that he died. I don't remember what level he gets Vivify though at 6 AM over here.
He's gonna have to go out.
No, not 19. Yeah, I was gonna guess 20, so.
I could believe that.
But at least progress was made. That first babble is still very important.
Yep. Now the metal babbles are coming for Crimson.
Yeah, they just took like 10 minutes off just so that Anatoleu could catch up a bit, and now they're coming back out.
Yep.
It's also worth noting that the bottom floor of this dungeon has slightly different encounter distribution than the floors above it, so there's more metal babbles down here. There's theoretically a metal babble in like 4 battles out of 10, but you know, it comes and it goes.
Very nice metal bevel. It stuck around.
Yeah, it looked like Ragnar was gonna kill it alone with chip damage.
Yeah. That's 2 on Anatoleu's side. I believe Crimson's 6. 5 or 6, I'm not sure. They're not too far apart. Is Crimson at 7? I missed one
then. Is he 7 with Christo only 25?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen 7.
It might be 6 plus Sorrow Knight if Holmes is just looking at his levels.
If you're looking at levels, yeah, then I think it's probably 6 plus Sorrow Knight. Oh, there comes the defeat. Making itself actually useful for once.
Yep. There's a couple fights in here where it actually helps. It really shines in the World Tree, though, where most things are pretty vulnerable to it. Yeah, the usual goals for this grind. You want Zap on the hero just to do damage against Esterk.
Little Babel got put to sleep by the Sword of Lethargy. Nice.
Hey, nice. And yeah, on Christo's side, he learns Heal All at 27. So they might get Heal All, or they might stop one Babel before that so that Esterk gives it to him. Let's see. Crimson's got Zap.
Is Crimson gonna leave now? Is he gonna go for one more?
Yeah. We also may not be able to tell right away because he's still has to walk to get the Staff of Transform. And
well, no, it looks like he's going after another
okay.
Farming the encounter, yeah.
I was gonna say, usually you walk to the Staff of Transform when you still need 1 or 2 more and hope that you get it along the way.
There it is. Nice and quick.
Alright.
Yep, that's number 8 on Crimson Splits. So looks like he will be heading out now.
Yeah, the Aeolus Shield is kind of a strangely unique thing because it doesn't exactly replicate any spells that are actually in the game. It's kind of like Expel, kind of like DQ3's Disperse, but basically it's Expel, but it operates on the resistance values for defeat, and it hits every enemy in the fight rather than a group or single target.
Unfortunate sweet breath there. Can't take advantage of these metal babbles sticking around. But we did get a crit.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Crimson's got another one.
Oh, thanks, Holmes. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. I don't know, I might need to refresh the streams again. I can do that. Now's a good time for it. Crimson's already got at least one metal babble on the way out, but if he picks up another one, that'll give heal all to the hero. Then at level 27, also make the hero likely to learn Vivify before the end of the run, which just gives a little bit of safety.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We got the Staff of Transform, which is what we need to infiltrate the bad guys' meeting that they're having in the Dire Palace. And Crimson's going back down. Is he getting another one? Maybe.
It might be another case of watching the stream, seeing that Anatoleu still needs several metal babbles, deciding he's got time to farm another one just like that.
Yeah,
Nice
when that's
quick
all the
encounter.
time it takes.
Yeah.
There's heal all for hero.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Anatoleu's encountering a drought here about the same time Crimson did, about 3 babbles in or so. Oh no,
RNG will do.
Crimson took Anatoleu's horse transformation. That's a big advantage.
Drats are coming in.
You know. Yeah, you just have to walk into that room, sit in any chair, and use the staff of transform until you turn into a non-human. Wink. Another crit over there, okay. And yeah, at the meeting, Necrosaro comes in, the guy that we no-showed in Chapter 2, and says, hey, something awful has happened. But by awful, he means good, like a Saturday morning cartoon villain, you know? You know, he says, the ruler of evil is about to revive in the mine of Ectimto. Let's all go down and meet him. And, so, yeah, we're going down there to meet him as well. The first two floors of the Ectimto mine are exactly the same monsters they were in Chapter 4, so you can run from them easily. But now we got monsters that are the same tier as the Zenithian armor cave. You pretty much just want to run from. They have a lot of health. These Dragon Raiders are especially obnoxious because the first round of combat they will both attack and then breathe fire. Okay, and he killed one of them. Okay, Anatoleu just got 2.
Nice.
Will help. Crimson's just about through the mine. This is a really long dungeon because you have to go through the whole mine and then there's a castle afterward. But there is a healing tile about halfway. This hut up here, which he may or may not take. Looks like he's skipping it. With a Hat of Happiness, you don't really need to go in there.
Get an idea of the difference between the two when Anatoleu goes to leaves the grind, goes after the staff of change, staff of transform.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes to grab the staff now and just hopes to get 1 or 2 more babbles on the way.
Yeah. Oh, that is ultimately what Crimson ended up doing as well. So if this is where he goes, it's about an 11-minute difference. Which is definitely better than it was before. Caught up quite a bit.
Yeah.
There he goes.
With Crimson already out of here, I don't think there's any way that Anatoleu's gonna try to get more babbles than he needs for, at most, Christo to learn Heal All. Which is just 1 more. believe there's a lot of treasure chests in Ester's castle as well that are either empty or mimics. Maybe some gold, but I don't think there's any real items in here.
That is my recollection as well. At this point, there's not that much you can pick up.
F for transform.
Immediately.
Ow. That's not horses.
Unfortunate.
Looks like he is getting one more babble.
Immediately getting rid of it. Random full moon herb.
Yep.
Ooh,
Hey.
free attack on metal babbles. We got 1 damage. Let's go.
Great.
Oh, we got it though.
Yeah, alright.
Oh, we got the... And A is already gone. We're gonna get 3? And it's asleep.
There we go. Don't know where that was 10 minutes ago, but you know what?
Yeah. 1,150 experience. We're gonna be here for a little while, I think.
As many runs as I've done, I could count on one hand the number of times I've killed 3 metal babbles in one battle.
Yeah.
So Crimson's approaching the Esterk fight. Though before Esterk, you have to fight these losers. Just a Rhino King and a Were Tiger.
Yeah. Instantly vanquished.
Yeah. Rhino King usually casts Bounce turn 1, so if you try to cast Zap on it, you might accidentally hurt yourself. But other than that, there's nothing to this fight. They're kind of random encounter tier monsters.
Hero has heal all on the anatoleu side as well.
Alright.
So that was not planned, but probably won't hurt.
So the Esterk fight. Esterk has a gimmick where when he is asleep, he will actually attack you with this Eerie Light attack that does like 50 damage to your whole team. So you kind of don't want him to be asleep. But when he's awake, he does a lot of physical damage, however. So, gotta keep your health high in this fight. He also uses Freezing Waves once every 6 actions. He takes 2 actions per turn. Okay, well, if Alina double crits him, then he's not gonna last very long.
Yeah.
Survived that. He's going aggressive. Okay. Yeah, got him. Okay.
Vivify.
Yeah, you've defeated the previous ruler of evil. Zaro comes in and he's kind of bummed about it, but before he can confront you, this little demon guy walks up and tells him that his girlfriend's been kidnapped. Which we don't know too much about her, but she's an elf girl who, when she cries rubies. So He has a history of getting kidnapped by humans and then they beat her up so she cries rubies. And in the speedrun, we're not going to see what happens to her, but if you stay at the inn in Izmit, you get to see these dreams that are related to her, and if you were to go there right now, you'd see the humans accidentally kill Rosa, and then Sorrow shows up and gets angry. Alright, here's that mimic death warp I was talking about. Steals magic from you, cast defeat. Hey, I hit someone.
Okay, well, at least the last person alive is somebody with MP.
Yeah. And it's hero too, so he can target himself. Though
True,
he's trying to kill himself with magic and the mimic is stealing his magic.
Yeah.
Okay, he went first. There's been some discussion recently about how to manage that death warp. Like, is the mimic really worth it, or should you try to walk up to those damaged tiles that Sorrow is standing on, or try to use a random encounter? And it probably just comes down to your situation.
Yeah.
Like, if I've got Hero or Christo dead, I'm probably just gonna find a random encounter and try to zap Elena to death or something.
Makes sense. I do enjoy in speedruns where there are places where you can make decisions on the fly, and it's not just, we always do this, but you can say, okay, in this particular situation, this is faster. So having that opportunity, it's kind of ties into how I was talking earlier about, how I kind of enjoy routing more than the actual running.
Yeah.
And I think I don't mind the concept of running, but runs are more fun when I have something to do instead of just, something to think about rather than just, doing the motions.
Yeah, just following the flow chart.
Yeah.
It's pretty typical in Dragon Quest, though, compared to like other RPG speedruns that I've watched, that Dragon Quest has a lot more decision making you gotta do mid-run versus other games.
Yeah.
Especially specific entries in the series. Alright. Yeah, after you beat Esterk, you get an item called a gas canister, which you can give to a guy in Riverton and he'll make a hot air balloon for you. And from killing Esterk, you're usually about an hour from the end of the game, so Crimson's on pace for something close to a 6:30, 6:35. Anatoleu's not too far behind, maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little more than that.
Yeah,
he's been keeping pace on Chapter 5.
Yeah. Crimson did have that very good Esterk fight. Let's see how it goes for Anatoleu when he gets there.
Looks like Crimson is doing the whole tree solo hero. Which I don't think is too dangerous. I used to think this tree was dangerous, but then I found out that the snow gyves can only cast Blizzard once, so makes them a lot.
Yeah, and at this point you have the you have the survivability for that.
And if you need any more XP at this point, you can just have Christo be alive and he'll cast Defeat on almost everything in here. But if you don't need XP, I guess it makes sense to just be solo hero.
Mm-hmm. I do think it's cute how, since you are literally walking on the world tree, you can always revive anyone you like with a world tree leaf, because you can just pick up a new one.
Yep.
Wherever you happen to be. Are more than enough sitting around you.
Ragnar got a crit on Esterk.
Oh, nice.
There, Esterk took a deep breath, so his next hit's gonna do a lot of damage, so Anatoleu parried, and also it triggers Christo to use Increase.
Which ultimately didn't matter because Freezing Wave.
Yeah.
Christo tried.
Ooh. Deep breath again. Lena dodges, okay. And another Esterk down.
So that is actually, it's only 9:15 behind Crimson, so he's caught up a little bit more now.
Okay.
For sure, there's definitely been at least 10 minutes of extra text time for the English version, so you take that into account, it is pretty much on pace.
Crimson
To be fair, there are Dragon Quest games that are worse than this in terms of text. I believe Dragon Quest 7, the difference is on the order of 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. I think the record for DQ7 Japanese is sub 12 hours, and High Spirits PB is like 15 and change. So, I'm sure a lot of that's like skill and some of it's text, because the top runners of DQ7 are crazy. They've like grinded out room by room movement throughout the entire run.
There's that, yeah. There's definitely there have been more more Dragon Quest 7 Japanese runs than there have been English, which I can understand given the length of the run to begin with and the fact that the text does make it that much longer.
Yeah.
The text makes it longer enough that I have no inclination to measure it, to actually try and measure it. It's just too much. But it is definitely on the order of hours just due to the text. Or, more than 1 hour.
Anatoleu getting his balloon, and Crimson's climbing Zenithia Tower. You're basically, you could say, when you're entering Esterk's Palace, or maybe even when you're entering the Metal Babel grind, we're entering into the final dungeon gauntlet of the game, where just kind of a sequence of dungeons in order. Each one gives you the item to go to the next one. So Metal Babel Crypt gave us the staff that we needed to get into Esterk's castle, and then that gave us the gas canister, which really just gets us access to Gottside and the World Tree. World Tree has the Zenithian sword in it. You need all 4 pieces of the Zenithian equipment to climb Zenithia Tower. And then this will lead to Zenithia, and then the final cave, and then Necrozara's castle. So not much to say about Zenithia Tower. He's probably just running from everything in here. Looks like Anatoleu's got Christo alive for the World Tree, so he might try fighting some stuff. Or he might just be alive for safety to have 2 characters alive.
There's no jabs.
Yeah. It's probably gonna
not
kill
alive
Christo.
anymore. Yeah.
That's fine. There's leaves all over.
Yep.
And their physical attacks can't even hurt the hero.
Yeah. It's when you feel very thankful that they can only cast Blizzard once.
Yep. Crimson talks to this mini demon in Zenithia who gives him a Dew of the World tree. He immediately uses it to refill all of his character's HP, talks to the guy again, and he gives him another one. As long as you don't have one, he'll give you one. There's Doran of Team Doran. Oh, and there he goes. Okay. Now Crimson's charging through the final cave. Probably again gonna be just running from stuff in here. He might need to take a fight or two so that Bray will learn by kill by the end of the run. doesn't take too much, and you can pick and choose your fights. It's a very long cave, and there's a couple of different encounter sets, so you don't have to fight these fairy dragons that are confusing him. Just died again. Maybe solo hero is the way.
Yeah. And so you be very careful there not to fall off.
Yep.
I can understand that.
In the remakes, you actually can't fall off the world tree. There's just invisible barriers on all the branches.
Really?
Doesn't feel right.
Easy mode.
Yeah, Diener, it's been a pretty clean run for both of them so far. A couple of mishaps in a couple of places, but nothing too terribly bad. And they've kind of kept about the same distance apart the whole run, so it's been a pretty good race. Gargoyle Rooster. So yeah, after picking up Lucia, Anatoleu's taking a fight here to turn on Repel. That's actually really funny that you gotta fight, gotta level up off of Gargoyle Rooster and learn Vivify.
And learn Vivify, yeah. Making use of it.
So Anatoleu's picking up a sword here called the Sword of Decimation. We're not going to equip that because it's cursed, but we will use it in battle to cast the defense spell to lower the defense power of a couple of the final bosses. Crimson, meanwhile, getting pretty close to the end of the final cave, about 2/3 of the way through. Life Seed. And Tolu's also going over to grab the Baron's Horn, which I don't think Crimson did. I think he went straight to Zenithia Tower. Which I've seen some Japanese runners do, and I'm not convinced it's fewer steps than doing it this way, but I think later he'll return to Zenithia and jump off and walk to the Baron's Horn from there instead of returning to Gotside.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it's marginally faster one way or the other, or it may just be that some people find that movement more natural.
Yeah.
And the step difference is not enough one way or another to, to deviate from that.
Yeah, so all the cursed items in this game have different effects. The Sword of Decimation specifically, I think when you equip it, reduces your own defense power to 0. But only 1 or 2 characters can equip it. We've used some other cursed equipment throughout this run, like the Demon Hammer was cursed. Also, a piece of cursed equipment, if you can't unequip it without going to a church. Crimson tried to run from the big fight.
He doesn't need the experience anymore, but yeah.
Nope.
Imagine running from a Metal King.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the Demon Hammer as well is also cursed. And the curse is that you miss 2/3 of the time, but you also crit 1/3 of the time, so, it's not much of a curse. And it's more that you can't change the equipment on your own, as you were saying, Callis, that you have to go to a church, a house of healing, to get it off.
Yeah, I think uncursing the Demon Hammer costs like 600 gold. Not entirely sure if that's based on your level or just the item. Alright, Crimson made it through the final cave. Now he's picking up the Sword of Decimation. So at the final cave there, he got another return point called the Last Refuge, and inside there is a character that will fully heal your team and then save your game for you. But they're really slow to talk to, so it's actually not worth ever using them unless you want to heal and save the game. Looks like Crimson's doing Andriel's first.
Yeah. That's what he said earlier, is that he's going to do the Andriel's first and then swap the Aeolus shield over to Ragnar for better defense.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that he skipped the mirror shield. So, get an Aeolus to him instead.
One of them. The Aeolus shield is one of the items that the AI will never use. Even if you give it to them, you have to have the hero use it if you want to use it as an item. You're switching that AL shield over. Good 50 defense. Well, there is no follow orders in this game. This game specifically does not allow you to control your, anyone other than the hero in Chapter 5.
Yep.
I believe it's the only game in which that occurs. And as I recall, they did it specifically because they wanted people to experience the AI.
Yeah, DQ5 has a follow orders tactic. Though DQ5, you're still setting an entire tactic per the entire team. I think DQ6 was the first one where you could set it per character.
Mm-hmm.
If not, then 7. But
I don't remember whether it was the Japanese instruction manual or if it was like an interview or something, but I think they specifically said they wanted to give the feel of these are not, this is not all your avatars. You have one avatar and then you have some friends and you tell them roughly what you want them to do, but you have to count on them to, you have to rely on their judgment. They wanted to kind of give that feeling of gameplay specifically, and so that's why they did not allow you to choose to give orders. The first single-player MMO. Yep.
yeah, this boss fight Crimson's on. At the start of this fight, there were 3 demi-ghouls sitting with Radom Vice, and you want to hit those with the Expel spell to get rid of them. You can also, Christo can hit them with Defeat, but it's less likely to hit. But you're really hoping that those guys go away turn 1 so you can focus on the main boss, who kind of just casts a bunch of spells constantly. So Crimson has been casting Fin Spell and maybe even using the Zenithian Shield to put Bounce or Fin Spell on his characters so that they're able to shrug off his magic. And oh, got him down. Looks like his hero died in the attempt, but that's fine.
There's plenty of levels. So missing out on this will not be should not be an issue.
I also didn't really mention the fight he did before this, the boss fight that was just 3 dragons. They're kind of just, you use the AOL shield on them until they get blown away. If you try to fight them normally, they keep calling for help, so that gets pretty obnoxious fast. You can also put them to sleep. Christo can hit them with Defeat. If Bray needs a lot of XP, it's you might consider just fighting them, or at least killing a few of them. I do not know why Twitch keeps showing me just like a screen from 3 hours ago. I don't know.
Modern software.
Like, why would that image be buffered anywhere at this point? That was the very start of Chapter 5.
Who knows?
So the Infernus Shadow here, he can be a pretty dangerous boss. You really need him to go to sleep with the Sword of Lethargy. You also want to lower his defense power because he's got pretty high defense at the start. Crimson's brought Lucia with him because Lucia has the defense spell herself, so if she doesn't need to heal, she might help lower his defense. But yeah, while he's awake, he's got a fire breath, he's got the Explodet spell, and just a couple other ways to deal a lot of damage.
Sort of decimation did land.
Okay.
Interesting. So he had the Sword of Miracles on that fight, specific on Ragnar for specifically for that fight to help keep his HP up. Swapping it back to Christo there.
Yeah, I don't know if he's bought another Sword of Lethargy for Ragnar yet at this point, but lately we just hold it until the Necrosaro fight, just because we don't trust him to actually use it, so he just still has the Sword of Miracles.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's what it must be. Is that the first shadow drops one, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And so he's passing that. Okay, yeah, I was just seeing him pass over a Sword of Miracles, so it must be the one that dropped then. Makes sense.
Yeah, you can give it to Christo to give him a little extra damage and healing for this one.
Yeah.
This boss is kind of an interesting thing in the remakes where when you walk up to this guy, he'll tell you, hey, you know, I commend you for getting this far. Turn around and I'll give you a reward. And you can see Crimson did turn around there. But if you do that in the remakes, he actually back attacks you.
Oh, really? So then do you have the option just talking into him and fighting him?
Yeah. Yeah, if you just talk to him again, he'll just fight you. Anatoleu fighting a recolor over on the right.
Yeah.
Giga Demon here, it's not too much to him, he just hits really hard. He takes 2 actions per turn. He has a 6 action cycle, and somewhere in the cycle he has a strong defend, which will lower all damage he takes that turn to 1/4, and then he's got the defense spell somewhere near the end of his rotation. But usually he just goes to sleep and dies pretty quickly. He will defend even while he's asleep, which is obnoxious. But usually he's dead before the second time that defend comes up in the rotation. That is all of the Guardians for Team Healie.
Okay, so now picking up the Baron Horn.
Yeah. I don't think I mentioned what the Baron's Horn is, but you use it before the final fight and it pulls the wagon to you, so that you can use your wagon for the final battle. Another high five.
Yep. Like, Anatoleu is going straight for Inferno's Shadow to get that. I assume to get the second Sword of Miracles.
Yeah. Alright, so Crimson's making his way through the final dungeon now. Not sure what the actual encounter rate is of this dungeon, but it feels lower than it actually is because whenever you're on that outdoor screen, there's no fights out there. There's just no monsters in Necrosaro's castle today.
Yeah.
Okay. Temple Guardians.
Having lunch.
Alright. Coming up on the Necrosaro fight here. So there's going to be a complicated setup that they do at the start of the fight where they're going to try to get Christo's AI to cast Increase twice and then get Bray's AI to cast Bykill on each of the attacking party members, Hero, Alina, and Ragnar. The first step to pulling this off is reordering the team here. Crimson's actually doing something I'm not familiar with. There's only 3 characters out right now. But basically, the way Christo determines if he should cast Increase, it depends on who's out and what the order is. So basically, it depends on how likely each character is to get attacked and how much defense they have. But after that, Hero is going to be casting Find Spell on Necrosaro, which sounds counterproductive. But Christo is not going to cast Defeat on Necrosaro if spells cannot reach Necrosaro. So you actually cast what is normally considered a buff spell on Necrosaro to make him immune to magic. And yeah, looks like Crimson probably just kept Christo in the wagon for the first turn because usually Christo outruns Hero and casts Beat anyway.
That makes sense.
So yeah, next up is to get Hero to try to lower Necrosaro's defense and then put Christo back in the wagon and pull out Bray instead. I think Christo cast 2 increases and 1 upper. I didn't see who upper hit, but Should be good on defense power buffs. And now you have to do a little bit of damage to Necrosaro before Bray will start casting By Kill. So he's kind of setting up his team here too. I know Anatoleu very aggressively coffin blocks Bray whenever he's out. Huh? He not using By Kill? Maybe he's not. Oh, maybe he is because he's casting Fin Spell again. Maybe something just went wrong in the setup.
Yeah.
The setup very rarely goes perfectly because, like, you know, Alina might just start getting a bunch of crits on him and then the phase ends before you're ready.
That might be what happened. He saw that getting more damage than he expected, so decided to push into the next phase and try doing the setup there.
I'm also seeing Christo cast a lot of uppers. Maybe he didn't cast a second increase and is just waiting for him to cast a few uppers before he swaps them out. Yeah, so now he's got a coffin out. And now he's pulling Bray in.
There comes the By Kill.
Yeah, so Bray will start by killing people, starting with the person with the highest attack power, which is going to be Ragnar, followed by Hero, then Alina last. And Alina also needs by kill the least because she attacks twice and she has the high critical hit chance, and if you're by killed you can't get critical hits. So it's less of an increase in her DPS versus Ragnar and Hero. But I think he's got by kill on everybody. Now he's gonna just pull out all of his damage dealers and start pushing through these phases. First two phases of this fight are just physical attacks against you. Third phase, his arms are gone, so he starts casting some spells. And he's actually kind of annoying sometimes. He can cast Increase, he can cast these little damaging Firebane spells that just take a little bit of health off you, but not enough that Lucia's gonna heal you. He has single target beat as well. You got Necrosaro to sleep there.
Yep, woke up, but lost the turn and goes into the next phase.
Yeah.
And slept.
Alright.
It is nice that when a phase change occurs, well, it doesn't work for this one because we have the swap here. But when a phase change occurs, it occurs before the check for going to sleep from the Sword of Lethargy, so you can instantly put a new phase to sleep.
Yeah, so phase 4 here has a 6 attack cycle it goes through, and one of those actions is freezing waves, so you have to be careful of that. He could remove all of your buffs if you let him. But often, I think right now he's just sleeping, but if he gets
sleeping,
if he wakes up, then Crimson might use Iron Eyes to find out where he is in his pattern. But he actually just pushed right through it without him getting any attacks at all. So phases 5 and 6 do big physical attacks, and they do Fire Breath. Then phase 7 is the real fight.
Yes.
So as he gets closer to the end of phases 5 and 6, he's going to want to have his health as high as possible for the start of phase 7. And also ideally, like Vaxard was saying, since the attack of the Sword of Lethargy can put the following phase to sleep if you push him over, you really want Ragnar or Hero to be the ones who get the last hit on these phases. So looks like, yeah, he's pulling Alina out now so that she doesn't get the last hit. Also common blocking Lucia. And he swapped Lucia for Torneco's corpse. It's also worth noting that when you do a swap like that, it uses the agility of the character that's coming out of the wagon. So in that case, he swapped Lucia with Torneco's ghost, who's level 1. So he knew that would happen at the end of the turn, and then he cast Heal More on Lucia, knowing that Hero would go before she goes in the wagon.
Makes sense.
And you can also take advantage of that in the other direction, like pulling Alina out, she'll go first.
Mm-hmm. And again, we got the immediate sleep. Woke up, but yeah.
Yep. Got his defense down. Oh, you're hoping he goes to sleep here so you can heal up. He's gonna pull Lucia back out just in case Hero doesn't have time to heal.
Oh, we have a chance for sleep. Let's see if it hits.
If not, this is not a great spot for his HP to be in, but maybe he can use the
No.
Jewel of the World tree.
Oh, it hit. Necrosaru is asleep.
Okay. It's funny that it happens after he casts Bounce.
Yeah.
So yeah, the final phase here is very dangerous. He's got a strong Ice Breath, a strong Fire Breath, strong physical attack, and he's got Freezing Waves. Crimson is currently using Iron Eyes for probably 3 or 4 casts to give Ragnar a high chance of learning what Necrosaru is and is not immune to, namely the Sword of Lethargy, because Ragnar really likes to hold up the Sword of Lethargy and use it to try to cast Sleep or Sleep more. But really he needs to be attacking with it. Stick the pointy end in him, that's how you put him to sleep. But it takes like somewhere between 10 and 15 turns of observation for Ragnar to figure that out most of the time.
The learning is random to a degree. There's a fixed chance if you're at any learning level that it will advance to the next level at the end of the turn, and as the learning level goes up, that chance goes down. But it's never, at least from level 1 on. Once they've seen that first turn, you're never guaranteed to advance, and so it's all a roll of the dice. How many do you want to cast before you go ahead and attack, and hope that you've got full learning on the resistances.
Yeah, he's looking really good here. I think
he's staying asleep.
So.
Yeah, Vikill's coming back up.
Yep.
And there it is, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
That seemed like a very smooth Necrosaur overall. Not much went wrong there.
Yeah, it was a pretty clean Necrosaru, pretty good play. So yeah, that's going to be Team Healie out of Dragon Quest 4. So Mokoppoid should be coming in with Dragon Quest 5 shortly. We are timing all of these games to the end of the credits though, so both of these runners are going to be ultimately letting the credits play out. There's... That was my dog coming through the mic. Sorry, he's just waking up. I think he's given up on me going to bed finally now that it's 7 a.m. and now time to be up. He's going to be disappointed in about 20 minutes when I'm in bed. Yeah, Healie finished Necrosaro, but there isn't a split for end of DQ4, so I'm just gonna hit the Necrosaro split when DQ5 starts. Alright, so yeah, Team Healie looks like they're about ready to cut over to DQ5. I see Mokoppoid's already live, so as soon as we see the end on Crimson screen, DQ4 will be over. And I'll work on cropping Mokoppoid in. That's probably going to happen right as Anatolu's starting Necrozero, unfortunately.
I didn't see what happened. Looks like there may have been a death in the one of the Guardians somewhere. I didn't catch it, but
oh no, he's just got someone coffin blocked.
No, I mean,
Oh.
I mean, he was a bit later entering the Necrosaurus Palace than I expected.
Gotcha.
If something happened, or if it's just been random variation.
That could be. Death to Radamvice isn't super unlikely.
Must be horses. No horses.
Yeah, Anatoleu just set Christo to use no MP for the first turn, probably for that same reason I was talking about, how, 9 times out of 10 Christo goes first and casts a beat. I kind of like the idea of just having him in the wagon turn 1, though.
Mm-hmm.
A little less likely for him to get attacked turn 1, too.
That too, yeah. Really not willing to use by kill yet. Possibly was set on use no MP. That could do it too. We're using no MP as requested. I believe mokoppoid has already started, and we are just getting that stream for you. right now.
Alright. So yeah, DQ5 started there. Leaf Countdown's supposed to pop in and help with commentary for 5, but I don't see him online on Discord yet, so.
I can hang around for the moment. I don't actually know very much about the DQ5 run, so I may not be able to offer any insight in that department. But
Yeah. I know we're starting off as baby hero here and run out of town, leave your father behind, and get beat up by slimes. Then he shows up to help with his 410 HP. Here's Anatoleu starting phase 7 in Necrosaro. Hero HP doesn't look great, but Ragnar got the last hit. Not asleep. He's going for Iron
see the
Eyes.
sleep message now.
Okay, he's trying to get Necrosera to sleep. Icy Breath is not what you want to see. It's his strongest attack. Freezing Waves is what you do want to see because it doesn't deal damage. He's asleep, okay. Now... yeah, he's gonna use his Dew. That's a good time for that. Immediately woke up. That's unlucky. Big damage rolls on Icy Breath that time.
Hero being out of MP will not help things much.
Yeah.
Did fall asleep again.
Okay. I think I saw his defense drop.
Yeah.
And to decide who to swap out. Looks like he's swapping Lucia for Alina.
Staying asleep though, or waking up and going back to sleep.
Okay.
And
That's
it,
good.
yeah.
Christo's
Looks
coming out.
better now. Yeah. Tinkerstar does have 100 regen, so he'll have been keeping himself topped up during that time. But hopefully we have enough
Yeah.
push through.
The whole team together is dealing
It's
about
going
200
back out.
damage a turn. There's the bike kill, yeah.
Be looking better now. So hopefully. There we go.
Alright. GG.
Scary, but yep. GG.
Yeah. Both runners beat Necrosaru under 6:45. That's really good for a race.
Yeah. Yeah. Could absolutely have gone worse.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, that's anatoleu done with DQ4. SUMDeaner will replace him on DQ5 here in a moment, as soon as the credits are done. Over on Mokoppoid's side, I don't remember the names of any towns in this game, but I know this is the cave you dive into, because there's a dude that's trapped under a rock down here, and I believe you read a magic book to learn how to pick locks or something.
It's been a number of years since I played Dragon Quest V, so.
Yeah. I feel like I know most of Gen 1, like the ghost hunting and the ice cave, but you know, I show up 15 minutes late to the run and I miss this part. I want to make educated guesses about what's happening in DQ5, but it's 8 a.m. So I'd probably be wrong. Been awake for about 22 hours. Oh, we're going ghost hunting. Okay. I know this part. There's some kids that are kicking a cat. So you have to go defeat some ghosts so that they stop kicking the cat.
I definitely remember the ghosts. Can confirm there are ghosts.
That was a cool effect with the text box. Just kind of, when you scared that guy. Enlarged it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a... they started getting creative with the graphics, with the things they can do with on the Super Famicom.
Oh, Diener's readied up. He's just waiting on the credits here to finish. Starting to see people in chat that I know went to bed while I've been sitting here, and they're already awake again.
There's a long run for.
Yep. I don't know why I told myself I'd be fine to commentate 4 and that 5 was the overnight run. The sun's been up for an hour.
Depends on your definition of overnight.
Yeah.
I mean, if we look at mokoppoid screen, and it's definitely night there. Yeah, I was musing the other day about what if instead of slime becoming such an iconic monster, it was the Dragon Quest V Stinkweasel instead. That would be an interesting world, to be sure.
Alright, credits are wrapping up, so I'm going to go over and crop Diener into the layout.
So, Countess, I think I am going to go ahead and sign off. It's getting a bit late over here. So,
Alrighty.
Yep.
Gotta hang around for at least a few more minutes. So I think Countdown should be here soon. I've seen some activity from him on Discord.
Yeah, I saw him popping in and out a couple of times. Hopefully it gets there soon, but yep.
Alright.
It was
Yeah.
Good Dragon Quest 4 runs, and yeah, I hope the rest of the relay goes well.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Thanks for helping out.
See you later. Bye.
Alright, what do I know about this game at 8 a.m.? I know I haven't played the SFC version in about 25 years. I know on mokoppoid's side, not for sure about SFC. I know in DS run that Bianca's kind of just soaking hits because that's all she's good at, and then Hero throws a boomerang around. Looks like she's casting Blaze. Yeah, she's good for that. I don't remember the exact specifics about this dungeon, but I know it's like, you know, it's just a big haunted house full of monsters, living candles, zombie snakes. There's a torch you pick up somewhere because another part of the room is dark. And then at the end you fight the Oyabun ghost, boss ghost, haunted housekeeper. Whole spectrum of good to bad names to give that monster. Diener over there is still a little earlier in the run. At the very start of the run, you're just kind of bumming around the world with your dad. You don't really know what your dad's trying to do. You're just being a kid, dragged around by your parent. Haunted Housekeeper is such a good name. We'll have to disagree on that. There's so much of a difference between being an Oyabun and being a housekeeper that it's just not. It's not good. It's not. 4 mad candles. Wow. I recently made 4 mad candles. If you would like a little statue of Mad Candle, donate to RPG Limit Break this year. There will be one up as a prize. It's got a working LED light in it. It flickers. It's sick. It's the coolest prize they've got. I don't know what else they've got, but I'm gonna tell you right now, mine's the coolest. Mine's probably not the coolest. They had some cool stuff last year, but mine's up there. Candles are dead. So yeah, the first time you confront the Oyabun ghost, he drops you down a hole and then you land in the middle of the dinner table. The candles try to eat you. You beat him up and then you gotta climb back up there. Got some DQ1 ghosts. DQ5 brings back a couple of monsters from DQ1 and DQ2, which is kind of cool. I don't know why I find that kind of cool, but I do. I feel like those monsters fit in with DQ5 though, because, you know, you compare DQ5 to DQ6, and DQ5 feels like it has a lot flatter sprites, kind of, like a little less, you know, just graphical detail, fewer colors. And compare Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 to 3 and 4, and same thing. Yeah, there's a room in the castle that's like an inn, but if you stay at the inn, you wake up outside, and there's a ghost old man out there. I don't know. Candle's proportions look so weird. I'm used to the DQM sprite. Diener as well went down there into the cave and saved the dwarf that was trapped there. Also found a traveler's clothes out of that treasure chest. And Mokoppoid's back at the Oyabun ghost. So looks like he casts around on it. It doesn't really care though, it's casting Blaze. Now Bianca's casting Blaze. Housekeeper's casting Fireball, that's not great. Hero's trying to cast Heal while Bianca casts Blaze or parries. Hero threw a boomerang, like 9 damage. Oyabun used Sap. These feel like really high damage rolls on Blaze. I'm seeing a lot of 14s and 13s. 14 is usually the cap on Blaze. Another Fireball. Another Fireball. See a lot of tactics being changed. It's like that turd was an herb and a Harry in this one. Moko doesn't seem to be healing Bianca anymore. Yeah, okay. I guess after Bianca runs out of MP, you just don't really care. Just herb hero. Hero's gonna close out the fight with the boomerang. Alright, and then, you know, you beat the Oyabun ghost. Then you're dragged up here by the other ghosts who actually own the place, the king and queen of this tower, castle. And they give you a gold orb, which is an incredibly important item. I hope we don't lose it. And then you head back to these kids who were previously kicking a cat, and you told them, hey, stop kicking the cat, we beat up the ghosts. And I guess they believe you. I don't know why children that age would believe each other about something like that, but you get a cat. So that's pretty cool. Bianca tells you should name it. Cycles through a couple of different stock names. I think Barongo is the first option. I don't actually know that though, but I feel like that's true. We buy in here a wing followed by holy water, repellent, and nothing else. Taking Bianca's stuff, I think, 'cause she's gonna leave the party here. Hey, is my phone turned up so loud? And why is my phone telling me that SUMDeaner is live? I know, I'm aware. About 30 minutes late on that one. All of this down. There we go. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, you just started the game, Pappas is just dragging you places. I don't remember the purpose of each visit. He's kind of checking on people. The town that Mokoppoid just left, Mokoppoid's now returning to the first town. He stopped in where Sancho was. I think he just stopped there to hang out with Sancho, but then Bianca and her mom were there, and they were heading back to the other town, so you escorted them over there. And then Pappas remains completely oblivious to your ghost hunting adventures. I feel like as a parent, there is no way you do not hear your child rustling through drawers right next to your head. I feel like that is a big Pappas doesn't care. You know, kid probably won't get himself killed, whatever. I'm going back to sleep. And now we're going to Fairyland on Mokoppoid's side. So there's this invisible spirit person that nobody can seem to see except for the hero, because only children can see fairies. So you talk to her, she asks you for help, and then summons this giant staircase to the fairy world. The deal with the fairy world is that there's an ice queen or an ice witch or something cool like that, but the fairies don't like it. I don't like the fairies, honestly. I'd rather have the ice queen. If I had to pick between Bella. But we'll go fix it because it's an RPG and we have to save the fairy world. Why do I have to stop her from making it winter longer? I want it to be winter longer. Spring means allergies, winter does not. I could go for some more winter about now. I blinked and I'm not sure I saw what Moko got out of that pot, but I think it was a fairy water. I blinked again and didn't pay attention to what was purchased there because I didn't think that was a shop. That's just a guy sitting in a bed. Looked like about 200 gold was spent though. Here we're buying some kind of a hood. I'm gonna go with fur hood. Sounds good to me. Uses the holy water on the map. Seems pretty effective. I do not remember the purpose of this cave. Frickin' pups. Is this where you learn to pick locks? Maybe this one is. Okay, so this is the Thief Key Cave. First cave, I guess you just went in there to save the dwarf. I should update that too. Yeah, that's something I can do. think. There we go. Oh. Forgot that Bianca gets buried in one of the tombs when you get separated from her. The hero's Moko cat's team is Chiril. I do also like that DQ5 brought back the actual battle backgrounds, not just the black backgrounds you have in DQ2 through 4. Of course, the later games have it too, but you know, I think it looks especially good in this game. The background and then the map that you're actually on still behind it, kind of Dragon Warrior 1 style. Blinked and missed what was in the chest. Are the apples really floating? That one seemed to be.
Go to bed.
Alright.
Go get some sleep. Are you restreaming right now?
Yeah, but I don't need to mind it. High Spirits is remoted in to do the tracking. So.
Cool. Okay.
I'll go to bed.
I guess I just need to know if you or anyone else can give me feedback on how my mic sounds. I mean, I guess there's nothing I can really do about it for the stream setup, but I can at least affect my mic on my end.
I think it sounds fine.
Okay, I'm using a laptop mic, so.
All right. Yeah, it's good enough.
Yeah, go sleep. I've heard worse laptop mics. Okay, this is all really reassuring. Thank you, guys. I have never actually done a run of this game, but I actually charted it in English a few years ago, with the help of some of the previous Western runners. I attempted to run it. The game is very difficult, if you haven't noticed, but yeah, I'm just a Dragon Quest V fan. I think the RTA is really cool, and as you're gonna see, these guys are crushing the child segment, or the Gen 1. For anybody who is not familiar with Dragon Quest V, or the speedrun of it in general, there's not much to Gen 1 other than succeeding at running away from battles, and a bit of smart play against the boss ghost and the the other, like Zale and Ice Queen and... Yeah, so there's a little bit of strategy, but it's mostly just going to be getting some equipment so we don't die, trying to be smart about fighting or running away from random battles, which is especially difficult in the Bosco's dungeon, which SUMD is currently going through. I believe it's called Lenore Castle, something like that. The speedrun in itself sort of hinges upon using the monster recruitment system, specifically with Pierre, the Slime Knight. He's extremely powerful. He has extremely high defense and HP, and learns healing abilities, and has good strength, so... he's good to have, it's good to have out front. Yeah. Yeah, I think they'll be getting it as soon as possible, right outside of... Gosh, bear with me, there's gonna be a lot of, like, localities to remember, and terminology and items and stuff. It's been a while since my DQ5 days, but I've got my handy-dandy chart to remind me. Reinhardt is the name of that castle, yep. Anyway, so as soon as they get to Generation 2, there'll be there's a couple of story things. You get the slime, Sleo. Is it Sleo? No, it's something silly, right? Slalin? No. Goodness. It is Slalin, I was right. And then maybe a brownie, the, What are they called in Dragon Quest monsters? The Hammermen? Those little hooded guys with the huge hammers? That guy is just kind of like a, That guy is just kind of like an item storage, basically, is an extra character to put items on. But the Slalin actually has, you know, some good tactical use. He's pretty high in defense and learns, upper and defense. So, anyway, that's a bit of what's to come. Currently, we have Mokoppoid fighting the Ice Ghost. With Bella, this fight is kind of trivial, but you also have to be sure to command her properly so that she heals when, like, Barongo or the hero are low HP. You start that fight by casting Sap, which is extremely helpful. That's one of Bella's spells. And the hero also heals, so it's not super dangerous. But anyway, looks like SUMD has opened the front door to the castle, to Lenore Castle. These mad candles are pretty dangerous if they appear in large numbers, or you fail to run away. Any death here, anybody who dies, actually just the hero, Bianca will, I believe Bianca auto-revives during this segment, with 1 HP, but if the hero dies you have to, I believe you have to go back, or it's, I don't know if you're gonna survive Boss Ghost. So it looked like SUMD was healing up for a boss fight. Surprise, it's actually a forced Enka with 4 mad candles, yeah. Surround is huge here. and getting it. Looks like it got it landed onto 3. And so I think SUMD is in a pretty good spot here if we can get 2 of these guys dead. Oh, this is a tough turn. He's got to take a risk here. 16. I think these guys do like 7 to 9 damage per hit. Okay, both localized onto Bianca. This is good. We want all the damage onto Bianca. The hero has the boomerang, which is the main source of damage, but also because, like I said, Bianca auto-revives with 1 HP, and she can't be poisoned, so it's pretty helpful to strategize around her. She's in the front, so she's supposedly using Dragon Quest logic, going to take more hits than the hero who's in the second slot. But you know that doesn't mean a damn thing. Rather, it's not something you should consistently rely upon. So SUMD right here is trying to force an encounter. This game is weird in that when you go through a screen transition like that, where it sort of covers one side of the screen and reveals the other, I don't know what it is about this game, but it's a high chance that that is the tile that you get an encounter on. I don't know why. It's just a quirk of this game's system mechanics. And so when you see somebody who's like trying to farm an encounter, like SUMD was here to get that level up, he was walking back and forth through that screen transition, just trying to force the encounter, and then finally got it not doing that, just walking on a tile, but still. I think it manipulates your threat level in such a way that it speeds up getting an encounter. So there's a couple of different points in the run where you'll see runners use that technique. To answer Kaunis's questions as to what was being purchased in the Fairy Kingdom, which you're going to see SUMD do after this easy peasy boss battle. Totally free. There's a life nut in a pot. There's a pot with holy water. You buy a weapon for Barongo, your mad cat pet. And as he set up for Mantle. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's scale armor. That's what he bought outside. And Diener can sell the life nut if he can't afford the Barongo weapon. But anyway, speaking of Barongo, so now we've made it to Reinhardt with the hero and Barongo in tow, and we are gonna meet the Prince Henry, who is a troublesome lad. Your father basically knows this already, and he's kind of an asshole. He's kind of mean. Henry, and your father tells you, hey, why don't you go and hang out with him for a bit, and maybe you can, like, calm him down a bit. And, like, maybe he can be normal if you guys play together or whatever. And so, he tells you to find, I think it's hide and seek they're playing, and then he goes through a secret staircase. And you go downstairs into the basement, and Prince Henry is immediately kidnapped by Gemma's soldiers. And so now we need to go tell the king what happened, or tell our father what happened. Meanwhile, oh, it looks like Diener wiped to the boss ghost. That's unfortunate. I think the only issue, other than having to walk back, thank God the front door is it remains open, and that's part of the dungeon. Part of the speed run is that you have to go and unlock the front door so that when you're warped outside, that you can go back in immediately. Which of course also helps when you wipe like Diener did. Yeah, sometimes the boss ghost just gets you. I wish I was paying closer attention. Meanwhile, after being instructed to stay in Reinhardt and not leave, we see Mokoppoid is now on an adventure to go save Henry, the prince, despite our father's wishes. It's crazy he got there without a single ingot. There was no battles from the castle to this dungeon. That is pretty uncommon, I think. Well, actually, okay. I'm seeing now. They have holy water. Yeah. That's right. I forgot. There's a pretty heavy abuse of holy water in this game because we don't really have anything that can cast tiptoe or shinobi feed or whatever you want to call it. So, we've really got to use the holy waters to our advantage. Alright, boss ghost round 2. So Bianca is going to cast Blaze, and the hero is going to throw the boomerang. That's pretty much all you can do until you have to take a turn to heal. The hero has the heal spell, and you also have healing herbs that you distribute between Bianca and the hero so that you're not in a no-win position where both people need to be healed. You only have one heal spell. And yeah, you can see Diener. Diener is trying to abuse the tactics commands, so that the hero, he doesn't have to command the hero. He will just automatically heal or throw the boomerang if he needs to. But also is switching to sort of like charge in Dragon Quest Monsters, and then turning it off so that he can use an herb if it's an emergency. And it looks like that was a much more friendly boss ghost this time around. Meanwhile, Mokoppoid just running away from encounters. This dungeon, you don't fight anything. The hero's experience level doesn't matter, I don't believe. And these monsters are a little more powerful than you're able to fight now anyway. I think Mokoppoid was taking a turn to cast Sukara upper so that he could have a better chance of surviving while escaping, because those Dragon Kid palette swaps are a little mean. But it looks like we made it to the cutscene here, where your father is going to fight through various higher level monsters, but still pretty low level. He's going to clean them out pretty quickly. And then a tragic cutscene to end Generation 1. Looks like Mokoppoid had a pretty solid Generation 1. I mean, this is like... I have to open their stream to see, but typically a good Gen 1 is like 50 minutes to an hour, 10... or 50 minutes. Anything sub-hour, I'm pretty sure runners don't reset for, or like, don't go crazy over. In my experience, hour mark is about the average, and sub-hour is like, this was a really good optimized Generation 1. So we're riding a boat through a dungeon, and we have Papaz in our party, so we can fight, we can run away, it's not a big deal. I think if the hero goes down here, your dad just heals you, and after he heals you after every fight. That's right. You might still be able to game over. But anyway, so we have to go and we'll go and break Henry out of jail here. Yeah, Johnny, I agree. It's sort of like the opposite Breath of Fire 4, right? Breath of Fire 4, they let you control a really, really overpowered character that you don't really get as powerful as until the end of the game. Meanwhile, it takes like midway through Generation 2 before you're stronger than your father was. Although his HP and MP are super high. So, maybe not. I forget what's in this chest. Let's see if I can read it. Nope. I think it's monster bait, right? This dungeon has an elfin elixir and a monster bait in it, and I can't remember which is which. That's right, yeah, monster feed. Oh, you get his sword? That's right, yeah, and it's not good. Yes, that's why I didn't remember. Alright, so now Papaz has to fight Jami and Gons at the same time. I think this is all scripted. There's no... You're just holding turbo through this. You're not actually commanding anybody. This is just a cutscene. Meanwhile, Diener is in the basement meeting Bella. Father is admonishing him for staring at a wall, apparently. Even though I think it's sort of hinted at that your father knows about the fairies and has also helped them in the past. Anyway, so now Gemma has told Papaz that if he continues to attack Gons and Jami, that he will kill his children, or his son and Prince Henry. And so Papaz has to basically just sit there and let these two kill him. It's a very sad scene. I don't remember how that works. Yeah, I think it's the hero, but they do. I swear they mentioned that like Papaz has helped them in the past when you talk to the Fairy Queen. I guess that makes sense, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess he would also be of hero descent, but I could be totally making that up. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. We've got a couple hours to go. Meanwhile, Mokoppoid is starting off Gen 2. So after Papaz was brutally murdered in front of us, we wake up in a slave colony. We're 18 years old, I believe. 16 to 18, something like that. And we've been a slave for like many years at this point. So we have to do some cutscene stuff. The first thing you have to do is escape the slave colony. And I think it's kind of funny the way in which you do that. Yeah, it really is like it is a great story. It's very emotional. I think that's part of why. Shoutouts to Paul Lather, the first Westerner, as far as I know. I'm gonna put an asterisk on that, but the first Westerner to run Dragon Quest V in any serious capacity. He is the inspiration for me wanting to chart this in English because, mainly because he was such a good storyteller while he did the run. And also, several years had passed since he did that run, and I couldn't find notes, and he was gone, and so anyway, I took up the mantle and charted the whole game in English. Anyway, the record for this game, I think, is about a 4:45 to the end from power on, which is incredible. This game, you'll see many runners of this game just play it with average splits. This is a total Gamba game. There's so much randomness in the form of like minutes at a time. You know, going through dungeons that you are absolutely not prepared to do. Especially in Gen 3, it gets really treacherous, like the what is it, Ivol's Castle, and the path to Zenithia. I forget what that dungeon is called, but the one with the mine carts. There are, I mean, dude, the amount of like brutal RNG checks in the speedrun is enough to turn any reasonable person off, and so it just makes these guys so sick for being able to do it, because the amount of patience you have to sit there and an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes into your speedrun, you then have to recruit a slime knight and just sit there and fight encounters over and over again outside of Reinhardt until you get it. And that's only the first one. That's not counting any of the numerous dungeons following that you know, you can wipe to an encounter where you're too weak, and then you gotta walk 5 minutes to get back. It happens. It's Dragon Quest V, baby. Is it called Diggery Pokery? That's so terrible. I'm sorry, man. some of the locations in the translation are goofy as hell. Whereas I'm scrolling down in my notes to remember, it's called Toroko, which I think is just Minecart Cave. Dr. Agon, yeah. I haven't played the DS version, so I am not privy to these, and it sounds like that's a good thing. It sounds like I should keep it that way. So anyway, so now Mokoppoid has escaped the slave colony in his barrel with Henry, and they wash up near a monastery, and they go in. And they take us in and heal us up, and then we're on our way into the town of Oracleberry, where there is a casino hall. And we're in here just to raid some drawers so we can sell. And then, of course, the most important part about Oracleberry is at night you can purchase the caravan. Yeah, I think they fixed the casino issues in the PS2 version. I think it's a bit more fleshed out. A little easier to win the games. Yep, so they're going to... It was a silver beret and a silk robe were the items that Moko picked up in the casino. And he's going to sell those to buy a chain cross for the hero. It's pretty handy. I believe it's a multi-hit weapon, just like the boomerang. But it will only hit within groups. If I'm not mistaken. He is also right here abusing a little bit of a glitch on the Mokoppoid stream. Not a glitch, but sort of an intended mechanic of the game, which is if you're still like walking on the overworld on top of a town sprite like that, and not hitting the tile that forces you to enter that town, you won't actually increase your threat level or decrease whatever. You won't get an encounter. And this game has a day-night system, and wants to get the caravan, wants to make it night so we can buy the caravan for 300 gold, which you can only apparently do at night. I don't think I've ever tried talking to this guy during the day. So now that we have the caravan, we can start recruiting monsters. We're not going to cross the bridge yet because there's some more powerful monsters on that side of the bridge. And it makes it a little easier to capture or to recruit the two monsters that we want right now. Unfortunately, RNG says no. Mokoppoid was really trying to kill the brownie second, the Hammerman. And that didn't really work. So I think it looks like Moko is just opting to press onward. You can still get him here, but I think there's more enemies in the pool when you cross the bridge. Or it could just be that you go a certain distance north from here. I believe the mountain tiles also decrease your threat level by a greater increment than walking on a grass tile. And so this, like, this grind / recruitment segment is going to be done on mountain tiles for the most part. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with the stink weasels, but it's kind of... it's kind of funny. I'm a superstitious guy. Nice. He got the mokoppoid got the brownie. Let's see, over on SUMD, we're fighting Ice Ghost. It doesn't seem to be too treacherous here. Nice, okay, that's what we want to see. The boys. DQ5 edition. So, this should be hopefully pretty easy. I think there's a high chance, well that sucks, there's a high chance to recruit Slalin higher than any of the others, I believe. But he already has the brownie, so he's kind of just... he's throwing in the hero just to tank hits. This is another segment where Henry... I think if Henry dies, he comes back with 1 HP. Sort of like Bianca. That's unfortunate, though. It's unfortunate that the boomerang is so powerful. But anyway, yeah, this is the perils of DQ5 Chapter 2, Gen 2. The monster recruitment is brutal, man. So I think we're gonna see SUMD do a little bit of catch up here, which is nice. Also, I don't know if High Spirits is awake, but tracker needs updating. Kinda, just slow. No problem, man. You guys are pulling double duty this weekend, you and Callie, man. It's impressive. Thank you. So these are the picky monsters from Dragon Quest monsters that we so depend on. But this is what they look like in color. And not just Game Boy Color color. I kind of wish this is what they looked like with the color enhancements. I much prefer their DQ5 design. So we're back in El Kappa, I believe is what it's called. The town that Bianca is from. And we're gonna do some shopping, buying some medical herbs and warp wings, and a scale shield and wooden hat for Hero and Henry respectively. So they can be a little beefier on the Pierre grind. SUMDeaner's hero is level 9. Alright, Moko on his way from El Kappa to Reinhardt. Hopefully gonna see another Slalin, but we have to go south again to go to the monastery with Henry, so it's not like the end of the Slalin grind. I've seen runners choose to just forego it until like they go and do the Reinhardt stuff and then leave. Moko is really struggling to get the Slalin recruit. It looks like Henry is gonna be. I mean, Henry. SUMDeaner is gonna have no problem gaining a little bit of time back, since this is all cutscene for him. Recruitment is the great equalizer of every Zenithia trilogy relay. Plum Henry, hell yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I feel like Moko might need to just unequip the boomerang. Because the boomerang is doing him no favors, man. Although... yeah, okay. That proved me wrong. So my brain was definitely Dragon Quest Monsters wired, which is you can only recruit the last monster that you killed. Not the case in DQ5. He finally got Slalin, even though he clearly killed Slalin first. And that was like the third or fourth slime Enka too, so... Oh, really? They changed. That's funny they changed that, but Well, Moko just proved to the world, in fact, that the Super Famicom version does not require you to kill the desired recruitment monster last. That doesn't mean it doesn't help. I don't know. I'm actually completely ignorant of the mechanics behind recruiting. I've only ever been told you have X% chance for this monster to join you. And so I don't know if this is like a flat chance. If anything, increases or decreases it based on, if they're the last person killed or if you do anything in battle. Either way. So we've actually got a Slime Knight encounter here, which is good, but Henry's kind of low, so we want to, maybe just put him out of the party for a bit, bring in, putting the brownie in front is a good idea. Yeah, I just say that to say, like, I don't know if it's a flat chance, just that's it, that's end of story, or if you can do anything in battle to manipulate that. I've never seen it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Anyway, for the purposes of this speed run, we're pretty much done with recruiting, other than Pierre here. And let's see, first Pierre kill, no recruitment. I think it's a 25% chance. For Slime Knight specifically. So let's see, I guess, yeah, Moko is gonna opt to do the Reinhardt basement before continuing the farm for Pierre. We've got the brownie in the party too, so he can tank some hits. Another recruitment that's kind of optional in the basement here is Smith the Hork. Some runners can recruit, or some runners recruit him. It's not really by choice, it's just you fight a mob of Horks and one of them joins you. Trying to look it up and see. He doesn't really learn anything useful, it looks like. He comes with tongue lashing and poison attack, so that's okay, I guess. It looks like he boosts some of your equipment too, which I didn't know. And just looking at his stats, 1 in 32 chance of recruiting Smith too, which is crazy. He's pretty high strength, so I think he's pretty useful in these fights, but beyond that is just going to be a locker, a storage locker like Brownie. This is a crazy encounter to have under here, and I have to say, I don't think he's going to survive. Santa Rosa is the town you're thinking of. That would be kind of cool, I think, in the Super Famicom RTA. Just have a metal slime, takes 1 damage, casts Blaze. Probably some battle strategy you could... But of course, it's a metal slime, right? So it's going to be impossible to recruit regardless. This is an insane encounter for Moko. There's 6 slime knights, 6 or 7, so huge XP. 222. So we're gonna be sitting. We're gonna be sitting through some level ups for a bit. Nice. You got the recruit in the basement. So he's using some life nuts on Pierre too, just to I think Pierre starts at level 1 when you recruit him, and so when you level him up, if you use a bunch of seeds on him, it's going to increase his HP growth for a couple of levels while the game catches him up. And he's pretty strong out of the gate. He's his defense is pretty high, like I said, and he'll learn heal and you know, be strong enough to throw into battle with your best weapons. Yeah, I think it's the same in SFC. I think it's so yeah, Diener just sitting in the cutscene. Yeah, regular slime, Slalin also learns Expel in this version. It's pretty useful. But only at certain times. I think, like, for now, I feel like there are certain points where monsters are less vulnerable to Expel, because you don't, I remember, I want to say I remember it having heavier use in the later game, and that's probably also because of the Aeolus shields, which cast Expel in battle. But yeah, like in every Dragon Quest game, yeah, no experience for Expel. But that doesn't really matter. The thing about DQ5 is there's not a ton of points where you really need to grind a lot of XP, as long as your equipment and party setup is fine. Until Gen 3. Oh no, Moko! Oh goodness, okay, woof. Moko is very close to the end. 2 steps, no! Nice, first try run, that was so sick. Moko was staring down a huge time loss for wiping in that dungeon. Really, really good that we made it through, and we got the Pierre recruit. So Moko probably feeling pretty good after that rough Slalin section. So now we're back in Reinhardt. Because Henry was kidnapped a long time ago, Sorry, I had to stop my dog from eating something. So, you come to find out when you get through the Reinhardt dungeon and into the castle, your brother is sitting on the throne, and the queen is power hungry, and we're not to oppose her. And then Henry sort of like self-identifies, and his brother gets really excited and goes, "Hey man, so our real mom is actually locked up in the dungeon, and the town is being run by an imposter. And so we have to go get the famed Mirror of Ra to reveal the imposter." I know this sounds like a familiar story if you have played any Dragon Quest game. So we're going to do a bit of shopping. We're selling some weapons, the bronze knife and the boomerang. Get an upgrade, get a sword for Pierre, the steel sword. Some holy waters and chimera wings. And then we're going to start giving all of Henry's equipment to the hero, because we're about to lose Henry as a party member. Yeah, they sure do. She's called Faux Dowager. Yeah, a dowager is a noble's widow, exactly. And somebody who, like, they had a rich husband who died, and now they don't have anything. Just a old-timey word. So, you know, I know that this is a thing that runners do with this game. I'm not really sure what the purpose is, but when you get to the monastery, before you go down to the Tower of God, they save and reset the game. And I don't think I ever discovered what the function of that is. But I think I see that even in RTA attempts. It's not just like a race strategy. It probably has something to do with... Well, I don't know. I'm not even going to guess, because I feel like this game, like most Dragon Quest games, truncates RNG per frame. So it's not really... there's no such thing as like RNG manip. All right. SUMD has begun his recruitment journey. So I'm gonna search down here for a higher concentration of slime encounters and brownie encounters. Unfortunately, only getting dragon kids. Diener has no patience for this. He already has a level 9 hero. He's like, screw this. The DQ4 runners did beat Necrosorrow, and the times were like 6:45, I want to say-ish, and 7 hours-ish. About a 15 to 20 minute difference. Nice. SUMD catching up huge, getting that slime recruit. Okay, staying down here to try and get the brownie recruit. There's the brownie. This would be a huge 1-2 for SUMD if he could catch up right here. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright. SUMD on his way. Quickly. Starting off this Gen 2 with a bang. Meanwhile, Mokoppoid Stream Pierre is dead. So he has to warp back to the Sanctuary. I think if Pierre dies before you even enter the tower, it's probably better to just go back and heal. Because he's not going to be alive to tank any of the Incas in there with significantly stronger enemies. I gotta check what was in that chest, because it's not in my notes. It looked like money, but I wasn't looking for all of that text box. Yeah, I think it's money too. Trying to see how much. 650? Yeah, okay. I saw gold and I didn't see the number. So, I guess it's a backup. Although 650 gold at this point is nothing to sneeze at, so this very well could be just me not including it in my notes. SUMD doing his El Kappa menu, buying some herbs and some holy waters, selling off some equipment he doesn't need, and some warp wings as well. We have a dead Brown on Moko's side, but Pierre and Hero still holding out strong. This dungeon isn't too bad, but, you know, if the enemies are a bit stronger than the stuff you're fighting on the world map, so run fails are a bit more deadly in this case. Anyway, we walk across the invisible floor to find the Mirror of Ra. And that was pretty solid from Moko. He got his death out of the way, his oopsie out of the way on the world map. Meanwhile, SUMD on his way to Reinhardt Castle to start the underground segment. I hope he is as lucky as he has been with recruits, and as lucky as Moko got with that 6 PR Anka. That was crazy. 6 times Slime Knight and get the recruit. That's awesome. So, it just so happens that that shrine I was referring to earlier about resetting our encounter rate it actually has a teleporter into Reinhardt Castle. So once we grab the mirror, we can pretty quickly get back and go battle the Imposter Queen. SUMD with a Pierre encounter pretty quickly, and the instant recruit, dude. SUMDeaner built different. DQ5 recruitment rates, who cares? Absolutely insane. Crazy start to a chapter 2 for SUMD. Definitely going to be making up some of the minutes lost to the Boss Ghost death. And I think he's forcing another encounter here just to get a little more experience onto Henry. But it's not going well because they just the Owlbears keep focusing Henry. Okay. Also, not very friendly that the Owlbears are in 2 groupings. Between 3 of the same enemy. And this game is devious in that way. Okay, so I didn't talk about the imposter fight at all, but Moko is already done. The imposter has 300 HP and summons 2 of those zombie soldiers. Pierre can pretty much solo that fight at like level 3, I think, or level 2. But you want Henry and Hero because to use sap and upper. It's not a very difficult fight, but it's it can be tough to optimize with the luck from specifically the 2 zombie soldiers. So anyway, so now we're talking to our brother King Dale, and Henry is like, yeah, I think I want to stay and go to the, I think I want to go live out my life in the monastery and help out those guys, I think. I think he ends up falling for the girl in the monastery eventually, and they get married. If you come back in Gen 3. A little last minute item purchase, stock up on some holy waters, chimera wings, herbs, you know the drill, and then we're gonna head off for Santa Rosa, I believe. Although this is entirely route dependent. I think both of these guys for a race are probably gonna do this. But there is, you can at this point go back to Santa Rosa, the hero's hometown, and go into the cave, the first dungeon that you went into as a child, and find the Zenithian sword. And I want to say it casts, either by kill or increase. Oh, was it freezing wave? Really? Oh man. Abolish fandom wikis. That's my opinion on that. Anyway. Yeah, neutralize all magic. Yeah, that sounds right. Yep. Oh, there's a Pierre encounter for SUMD, but he doesn't care because he already has one. The recruitment god. The game's just kind of throwing it in his face. Some more Pierres for you, sir? Another Pierre for you, Mr. Diener. So this is, I think I might be making up the Metal Slime Ankas in Tower of God. I think this Santa Rosa Cave visit with the Zenithian sword is the first chance to encounter a Metal Slime. Because... Yep, there he is. The boy! Whoa, the Kaishin! Damn. Both of these runners getting... really, how can I put this? They're really morale boosting RNG instances, right? Moko's killing metal slimes, despite having a crappy recruitment phase. Meanwhile, SUMD wipes to boss ghost, but he has an incredible recruitment phase. It's all over the place. This is Dragon Quest V RTA in a nutshell. The goal here is to get Pierre sort of close to like level 11, level 12, that area. You really want him to start to become unstoppable so that you can, you're going to be like throwing him in the solo party once we start doing the Salabona, the marriage quests. Like going into the volcano specifically. So you're going to see Moko try and fight as much as he can, Metal Slime or not. Hero got to level 12, that's a good sign. Means we are doing pretty well on Pierre, I hope. While we're down here, we're also going to pick up a couple of things: the iron breastplate, a strength seed, some and a leather loincloth. And I think there's a chest down here with money. It's like 800, 850, something like that. Yeah, you'll have to play Dragon Quest Monsters, where they're called... What are they called in DQM? Like Land Owl or something? Owlbear is a much cooler name, in my opinion. Let's see if we get the Smith recruit. On Moko stream. No Smith, unfortunately. Ooh, another Mitaru. Insta-run this time. Interesting. D&D copyrights. Yeah, because DQM was like... DQM was the first Dragon Quest game in the States after the NES era, right? So it was like... Yeah. I feel this is similar to the Dragon Quest Dragon Warrior issue. Where it was just the time at which the attempted copyright material was used. Nice Metaru, 3 hits. Can we get a 4th? Ah, he ran away. Alright, well, we still get the consolation prize of a potential Smith recruitment here. I'm pretty sure that a Smith recruitment here is completely useless, other than having another body to put items on. It only sorta helps in the basement. Damn, another medley. Instant run. Game said you get 1 crit on a metal slime, and that's it, dude. Slalin level 11. I haven't caught what level Pierre is currently at, though. I guess we'll find out when he does this outside menu. After getting the Zenith sword. Okay, we're just in run mode now. Pierre's level 7. I don't know where the heck I got level 11, level 12 from. That seems pretty excessive. He's about to be done. Ooh, triple run fail. You never want to see it. I believe DQ5, like DQ3 Super Famicom, has the same 25, 50, 75 chance of running. Or did I say it wrong? Maybe it's just 50, 75, 100. No, it's 3 run fails, so it starts at 25. But yeah, even on this one, he's struggling. Okay, we got 3rd try. So, started out strong with the Metal Slime, but the rest of this Zenith Sword Cave, Santa Rosa Cave, is not going super hot for Moko. But he's alive, so that's not really an issue. Thankfully. I'm sure he's wishing he got a couple more of those Metal Slimes, though, with a level 7 Pierre. Like I said, we're gonna rely heavily on Pierre to tank battle solo in the next segment of the game, while we do the marriage rings quest. Or quests, I guess, since there's 2 rings. Yeah, Moko's gonna stop and farm for a bit, looks like. I'm curious to see what Moko's like minimum Pierre level is gonna be. I don't think we ever give. I don't think like we give Slime any weapons or anything, but we do give him some of the armor we find throughout because we'll be using Slalin to cast upper a couple of different times. Oh, that sucks, dude. Oh no. Poor Moko, that's terrible. Yeah, Pierre died. I guess it's not the end of the world, but looks like Moko is just gonna opt to death warp out of here. How's his money looking? 70, we have 881? Okay. It should be plenty to revive everybody. Yeah, that Metal Slime at Pierre's number. I think Moko had 1 herb left and didn't want, and like no MP on the hero, and didn't want to use it if he could get away with it. And unfortunately, he did not get away with it. The Metal Slime said no. Alright, so over in Diener World, looks like we're walking to the, we're walking south to the monastery to do the Tower of God quest and get the Mirror of Ra. Use a quick strength seed on, or stamina seed on Pierre. He rolled a 3, so not bad. And I don't know if anybody recognizes this port scene. This is the very first scene in the beginning. Same boat. Look at the face. There's so many faces in Dragon Quest V. The portholes with the door mouth. There are so many faces in this game. It's great. Look on the right. You see the stained glass windows and the cross behind the nun on SUMDeaner stream. Another face. Everywhere you look. Faces. Dragon Quest V, baby. The developers really, really wanted to make as many faces as they could out of the window door situation. Alright, so Moko has taken the boat to Port Selmy, where he will have to clear out some troublesome bandits from the local pub. At this merchant, we're going to be selling some equipment in order to buy a magic shield for Pierre, which is going to greatly increase his chances of survival in the coming dungeons. Selmy, I think it's Serumi. Selmi in English. Romanized. Also, quick tiny metal grab here. Also, shoutouts to Dragon Quest V for allowing you to sell tiny metals. It's pretty cool. I think they said no more. Obviously, they didn't, because, you know, you spend the first however many hours of the game collecting tiny metals and you don't know what they do, and then, you know, of course the player is going to end up selling them to make inventory space. So I'm not surprised that was a lessons learned from Dragon Quest V. But yeah, they sell for 225 gold, which is, you know, it's not great, but it's still, like, it's better than selling an herb or a warp wing, you know? It's still a little bit more impactful. Anyway, so in Port Selmy, we also got, well, we got the magic shield for Pierre, and then we also, I think he also got a helmet for Pierre and slime clothes for the Slalin. So we've made our way, Moko has made their way to Rura Town, or Rurafin, where we will be learning the Rura spell, the return spell, on the hero, which is extremely useful. Well, we're going to be put on a quest first. We have to go get the what's it called? The Rura Moon Herb, I think. Major skips or glitches. There are major glitches. I think you can do a credits warp in under an hour. However, this run will be largely glitchless. There will be some small bug abuses, just minor programming error abuses. I think specifically, I think Dragon Quest V also has the... I might be mixing this up with 6. I know 6 has it for a fact. I don't know that 5 has it. The, like, reset defense bug by equipping armor in battle. Can you even do that in this game? It's been too long, man. I gotta replay. Either way. The short answer is no. The long answer is mostly no. Alright, so we're getting an imposter fight on SUMDeaner stream. Already got a level 10 hero, so that's pretty powerful. We got the sap off on her. So she's got like 300 HP. We're hitting for about 70 to 80 per turn with everybody. Should be short work. Henry goes down. I don't think that really matters. He's just gonna focus on taking out the imposter since she's gonna continue to summon monsters. Oh. Okay. I think I just saw him try to cast heal on a dead person. So anyway, we got the Roar Moon Herb on Moko stream. We brought it back to the crazy mad scientist guy who throws it in the pot and creates a big explosion. And when we wake up, the hero has learned the Rura spell. The return spell. So we can stop spending money on warp wings. Good morning, Elehex. We've got quite a show. It's been quite a back and forth. Team Doran started about 15 minutes behind Team Healie. Team Healie has been pretty successful in getting through the story beats quickly and succeeding in killing a metal slime or two. However, struggled with the recruitment quite a bit at the beginning of Gen 2. Meanwhile, SUMD on Team Doran breezed through all 3 recruitments at the beginning of Gen 2, got Brown, Slime, and Pierre on first try. I think Pierre was first try, I wasn't watching that closely. Moko had quite a bit of trouble getting Slime specifically. Brownie was pretty quick. He failed a Pierre recruitment outside Reinhardt and then got Pierre in the Reinhardt basement and then clutched out a solo Henry double first try runaway at the end of the basement to get through to Reinhardt Castle. So it's been a bit of a ride. Yeah. You know, I gotta say, I was not. I'm pretty familiar with DQ5 RTA, and I was not expecting this much ups and downs from this race. And it's Diener has definitely cut some of the deficit off, but Moko is not in a bad position either, for sure. We're cruising. The only problem Moko has right now, potentially, is that Pierre is a little bit lower a level than he probably wants him to be. It shouldn't be that big of an issue. He might just have to spend a little bit more herbs. Or spend the hero's MP, rather, to heal Pierre. So yeah, we're chilling, man. Slalin showing off the brand new Expel spell. And we've made it to Salabona pretty easily. So there's a rich man in this town. And we're going to reunite with Bianca in a bit. But his daughter Flora greets us as soon as we enter the town. And so we're going to go off on a bit of a quest. The rich man wants us to find his wedding rings. He thinks we are an eligible bachelor for his daughter because we're a strong warrior. And so he sets us off on a quest to find the lava ring and the water ring. And once we find those 2 items, then the game will prompt us either do you want to marry Bianca from your childhood, or do you want to marry Flora, this rich guy's daughter you just met? And haven't really spent any time with or talked to or anything. So yeah, you're put in this lineup of eligible bachelors and given the quest. He's like, whoever can bring these rings back gets to marry my daughter. Oh, did he? I don't know that bit. That would be interesting, though. And actually, speaking of which, I don't even remember the game, like, even indicating as such. Very well could be possible, though. Might be like a... yeah, a DS flavor thing. Oh, that's cool. I will be right back. Okay. I've returned. Moko recruited Merlin. Whoa. Whew. Okay, sorry about that. Had to make coffee. I'm also on dog duty. So, we were in the Lava Savages fight here on the Moko stream. You pretty much just throw in Pierre and the hero, and you want to upper Pierre to the point where their normal attacks do 1 damage. They will either use a normal attack or spit lava, which I believe does 10 damage. So he has Pierre on a battle tactic that will basically Pierre will heal himself if he gets too low, and Moko can just kind of sit here and mindlessly attack, and just all he has to do is keep an eye out on Pierre's HP. One of those fights where the start of it is pretty sketchy, but once you get set up, then it's pretty easy. And each of them have 400 HP. Okay, pretty clean Lava Savages. Looks like Diener is all done in the Santa Rosa Cave. And is on his way with Zenith Sword in hand. I didn't see how his grind went, though. Any good metal slimes on the SUMDeaner stream? Looks like did Moko have to? Did he have enough MP to cast outside, or did he Death Warp? I didn't see. Alright, so over on the Diener stream, we're gonna see him deal with the bandits here. It's a pretty easy fight. You can just expel them. Oh, it looks like he's just going to kill them with the hero? Either way. $96 experience. I think that's worth it, honestly. So now we have reunited with Bianca on our path to the waterfall cave where the water ring is. And she makes us food and we converse for a bit. And then she will join us temporarily, I believe, to go through the water cave. Or it's not the water cave, right? Oh yes, it totally is. Yeah, not only that, not only does it not have boss, it also has metal slimes. Another chance to get a level or two on Pierre. But some of the other enemies in the dungeon are not as friendly. Some of them you can expel though, so we're starting to get into the like optimizing by using expel or running kind of thing. Do you want to play safe or do you want to just throw caution to the wind and gamba every time? The other consideration you have to make when making that choice is if I run and I fail, then people are going to attack me and I have to spend time healing. However, the potential time gain is the highest also. Whereas if you bring Slalin in and throw Expel on a group of enemies, it may or may not work. But then if it works, you also don't get the XP and gold. So anyway, SUMD making his way to Rural Town. These guys are really, we're definitely closing the gap here. SUMDeaner is just going at breakneck speed as fast as he can. You love to see it. Also, Rural Town kind of like a little bit obtuse as to how to get to the house in the center. And there's no real indication that that tunnel that Diener went under to get to the front of the house is like enterable from the back. Dungeon's a bit obtuse. There's definitely a couple of different paths you can go, but we're going to be abusing that fact because going up and down stairs in this game or in and out of loading zones will reset your encounter rate. So you just saw Mokoppoid go up and immediately down the stairs. Alright. Looks like SUMD is going back to meet with Prince Henry and his new wife. And on the Moko stream, looks like we're getting ready to start the marriage ceremony. Or at least pick our beloved to be. Eepy Sheepy with a raid, thank you. Thank you for the egg energy. I'm sure these two runners could use it. Alright. So, Moko having a little chat with Bianca. In order to move the story along. And then back to Ludman. Oh, back to the inn. So now Ludman is asking us if we have chosen a bride, and we choose Flora. The main reason, I think there's something to do with the children as well, but one of the reasons that we pick her is that she revives when she dies in battle. I think also has to do with the children, but it's helpful for the one dungeon, the Path to Granvale, or Path to Cheesod, where you put her out front and then she just runs away. And if she dies, she respawns with 1 HP after the battle. It's very nice. No, I take that back. There is no difference in the children. So it really is just this Path to Cheesod and Granvale. Granvale, Granvania. I haven't played a Fire Emblem game in like months. Why am I saying Granvale? Yeah, it's a huge difficulty spike for sure. Yeah, I think the Necrogond is an apt comparison. Meanwhile, SUMD making his way through the volcano. He has many dead party members. And Pierre is yellow with 29 HP. Not really what you want to see here. I don't know if he currently has a way to regain MP. Alright, Lava Savages for Diener. Not Lava Savages, what am I talking about? That was just the oil boils or whatever they're called. I'm like, why does he have solo hero out? This is not good. Yeah, so not Diener is Diener is a little low on healing resources, I want to say. 29 HP, MP is actually probably fine. And he's level 9. He's a level higher than Moko was when Moko was here, so... Another thing about Flora, she has a pretty bulky starting equipment loadout, which is pretty cool. She's got a Morning Star, a Cloak of Evasion, a Scale Shield, a Silver Barrette, and a Water Ring. So she's not terrible. It's definitely useful to throw. It's very good. They gave her like some amount of defense. Let's get Behoimi on here. He healed a lot there. Alright, looks like Diener is set up pretty well. 15 MP. As long as these guys don't spit too much lava, he should be fine. Remember, these guys have 300 HP each, so it takes about 10 hits. Does she really? That's kind of funny. Well. We are on the way. Thankfully, with Flora, it's pretty difficult to wipe here. There's a chest that has water flying clothes that we're going to give to Slowin later. I think that's pretty much it about this dungeon. There's not anything super crazy about it. And I remember, meanwhile, in the Diener stream, reviving after after a good Lava Savages fight. Flora does come with good equipment, yeah. She's kitted out for sure. Cloak of Evasion, Scale Shield, Barret, Silver Barret, Water Ring, Morningstar, and she has an extra Silk Veil in her inventory. I don't know if that actually gives her anything useful. Uh-oh. We have an NPC blocking Mocha. Oh no. Oh. Nice. Alright. So we make it to Chizad, and Flora immediately collapses. And so they bring her and put her in bed, and this guy comes to you, and he's like, "You dog, she's pregnant." That was fast.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
I had to parse where that was coming from for a sec. Good, man. It's actually been kind of a whirlwind of a race. Ups and downs on both sides. Diener started with a bit of a deficit, but he's been closing the gap for sure.
Yeah, they both made it through the volcano, right?
Yeah, Volcano, no troubles. Moko was struggling a bit with Slalin recruitment specifically. Diener, of course, all 3 recruitments, first try, easy.
Slalin?
Yeah.
Wow.
Slime.
Yeah, no, I know. It's usually easy.
Yeah. No, it took like 4 encounters, I think. Well, more than that because there were non-slime encounters, but 4 slime encounters.
Well, Pierre's the one that matters, right?
He did get lucky. He ran into a 6 times Pierre encounter in Reinhardt basement, and that's where he got him.
Oh,
and
that's
then
nice.
proceeded to first try run from 2 encounters with Solo Henry and critical HP to make it. So it's been, like I said, ups and downs on both sides. But so far, no real disasters. It's good. Yeah, the Moko just learned that Flora is Pargnant. So I guess for right now, Moko is walking with... Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. He was walking with Pierre and Hero out, but any encounter, he's just going to throw Brownie Flora in, and then if he fails to run, he'll just auto-heal outside of battle and then switch to Flora again. It's very handy for this dungeon. In this part of the dungeon that Moko is in, he's going to pick up a rogue armor and world leaf, and then the staff of punishment as well. I think Staff of Punishment just casts, like, what is it, Inframore? Bagi Rama? In battle when used, but we sell it immediately when we get to Grand Vania. Good 3,000, cool 3,000 gil, or gold.
Gil.
Gil, yeah. Watching too much Kara. Yeah, it looked like DQ4 finished up pretty clean. I think it was about a 15-minute difference between the two. Which, for a 7-hour run, it's pretty good.
Yeah, relatively close, all things considered, all the way through to even now.
Yeah. No, especially with the beginning of 5, there's so much that can go wrong, and even Diener died to Boss Ghost, which set him back a few minutes, but the recruitment stuff just made that not matter, I think.
Yeah, that's a rough one to die to.
Yeah, like, it's nice that you can go back in through the front door to the castle, but you still have to go through the rigmarole of, like, going up to the throne and then falling and going back up again and stay at the inn.
Alright, Grand Vania Inn.
Grand Vania Inn, yeah. Where are we at? Like 2.5 hours, I think? Maybe 240. Meanwhile, SUMD, we have a dead hero. Let's see if the slime boys can make it to the water ring without wiping here. Alright. I think he also wants to grab this chest outside before he leaves.
Yeah, without outside or Riramito, kind of have to walk out.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna opt to Death Warp.
Yeah, makes sense. It feels so bad when you pick up 1,200 gold and have to waste half of that.
Mm-hmm. And Hero is level 12 too, so he knows outside, which is a shame.
Yeah.
So Grand Vania is... You are like the heir to the throne, right? And you finally come back and they're like, holy cow, it's you. You're the son of Papas. And, oh, your wife. Your wife. She's giving birth. It is time.
It all happens so fast.
It happened so fast. The gestation period was like 90 minutes tops. Since Flora is going to leave your party for a bit, for the rest of Generation 2, it's imperative to take some of her equipment off, some of the stuff I was talking about giving to Slime, and then a few things to just sell for later.
Almost time to buy the fighter's hair, right?
Oh yes. So that'll be our method for twin hits or buy kill in this game. Eventually, the daughter learns it as a spell, but for now, we're just gonna buy it as a usable item. And there's not that many boss fights that we really need it for. It's just sort of the end of Generation 2, right? Yami and Gemma.
Yeah, in this version of the game, there is a item that you can buy that Moko is buying now. Not right now, but soon. Called the Fighter's Hair, and it's just a one-time cast of buy kill, and the speedrun naturally wants to get it.
Yep. There's not much in the way of forced fights left. It's just the Evil Tower stuff, I think, for Gen 2.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like it's like 300 or 600 gold per purchase. It's useful.
Yeah, 600. If I remember right, I think when you go to the cave to Zenithia with the minecarts, there are some fights in there where it's helpful to have.
Mm. I always figured that dungeon was just every time I see somebody go through that dungeon, they're running. They're casting Expel on the helmets.
Yeah.
The I forget what those things are called. The little demon zombie helmets.
Mm-hmm. Satan Helm, I think.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh yeah, look at that. SUMD looks like finishing up the marriage quest. He's gonna go have a chat, I think, with Bianca in here, and then go stay at the inn. Oh no, sorry, Flora. We already did all of that. It's wedding time.
Second marriage of the stream.
Second marriage of the stream, yeah. Well, technically fourth, right? Because Henry already got married too.
True.
Packs a punch, dude. Some of these DS translations are a bit whack.
Oh, yeah. Though, Fighter's hair is kind of funny in itself, too.
I agree.
The same kind of item exists in Dragon Warrior Monsters 2, but it's called a Friend Staff.
Friend staff, but is it like a every other staff, or is it you use it once and it's gone?
One time.
Really? I don't remember this, but maybe I didn't know that. No. The marriage just takes place in the inn at Salabona, and then you leave. Or not the inn, the church. Oh, that's right. What's the deal with the cork? That little mini mission you go on with Flora after the wedding? There's like you like go and get the ring blessed or something? Oh, Hagu.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Like the quest you go on with just Flora after that somebody just did, and there's like a plug in the ground, like a blue jar or something. Oh, that's right. It's for
Born.
Yeah.
It's just like a story trigger.
I knew it was that. I couldn't remember what it was about. So, Cave of Trials here. We're gonna grab the sword edge armor and then go upstairs and fight our boy, Kandar and Hippo.
Oh, yeah.
But you're here to get like a royal seal or something, correct?
Yeah, it's like proving your birthright kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then some guy shows up.
Some guy. Gandar and the Shield Hippo.
Oh, nice.
I missed it. Was it a Kaishin?
Just expel right away.
Oh, okay.
Very clean fight.
Nicely done.
It's funny how Slalin, you wouldn't think all that much about them joining, but they're really, really good. Nifuramu or Expel is just so universally useful in a speedrun. Oh. And yeah, I mean, Increase Sukuruto is also crazy good, so.
Yeah. Great staying power, too, throughout the run. He, continuously useful. Unfortunate. Would have loved to see Hagu-chan experience on Pierre.
Yeah, they ran into 2 of them.
That's gotta be 4 or 5 levels at level 10?
Probably a lot. Maybe you covered it before, but on some D side, this area is one of the benefits of having Flora. Because if you pick Flora, you get some... Ludman gives you some chests, across the game.
Oh, really? I didn't realize it was there are more chests accessible to you because you picked Flora?
Yeah, I think it's at the top of the screen.
Interesting. I covered it a bit, but mainly just the utility of her auto-reviving after every battle. And coming with a full stack of decent equipment.
Yeah.
It's nice, too, with the DQ5 battle mechanics that you don't have to, constantly fuss with your party order and all of that, because you have the wagon with you. So you just... She dies... you heal her out of battle, and then you can just walk around as Pierre until you get into another one.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty common theme across GQ runs, where if you have the wagon or some ability to rearrange your characters, if you can just put one character, they're going to survive at least a turn or 2 of battle, it just makes healing that much more efficient, because then you can just have them tank the hits and then use single target Behuimi.
Yep.
Yeah, this guy right here.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, and it's water flying clothes, I think.
Yeah, it is. Which will end up on Slalin, actually.
Yeah, when we're talking about just the wagon manipulation stuff, it's especially good when enemies have large AoE breath attacks, right? It's just better to have one target than 3, and then you have to heal 3 party members. But if you just can tank it with one character, then it's much better.
Yeah, it definitely makes the volcano specifically really, really good. The Mud Looper, the Lava Savage palette swaps. I think those guys are pretty dangerous, and the Lion X palette swaps.
I don't know how you bring a wagon into a volcano area, but...
I don't either, but I guess, the ground is all flat. There's no textures or anything. It's just flat dirt. At least the one... the one SUMDeaner is on now is all lumpy. Imagine everybody's getting motion sickness.
Alright. Moko is king.
Moko is king, and has two twin babies, too. How does the wagon go up the stairs? That's a great question. I just imagine it's controlled like a vehicle in the Flintstones, you know, where they've got their feet out the bottom of it and they can just pick it up and walk.
Yeah. Or the hero learns wind spells in this game. Just kind of swoosh it up.
Yeah. So story-wise, this is the end of the Zenithian trilogy. I'm curious, are you guys ever gonna do a relay that's 645?
Maybe. That is how some of the historical Japanese runs like this do it. Two reasons for today. One is the number one reason is just scheduling. It's tough to
course.
schedule between Japan and Western time slots, so it worked out much better to do it this way. And yeah, I think, well, 6 is a pretty volatile game, and I think we had more interest in like 4 and 5 going first because they should be more relatively consistent, and then
Yes.
we'll see just like, I mean, hopefully not, but it could be large swings for 6 later.
Oh yeah, and we're still not even through the thick of it with 5 yet.
Oh yeah.
There's plenty more to come.
Yeah, so maybe. I think when they do, like, because some Japanese communities have done 1 through 6, and they'll do 3, 1, 2, 6, 4, 5.
Nice. I always like that scene walking across the bridge with Granvania in the background.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. Early SNES, it's very simple, but, you know, it's cool. It's a cool view. Shoutouts to Lagoon for plenty of castles in the distance.
All Lagoon fans, rise up.
I always liked those guys, the like flying demons with the swords and their blue shirt. I forget what they're called.
Oh yeah, DQ2 enemy.
Yeah. This dungeon has so I said there wasn't going to be any like glitch abuse. This dungeon actually has one little minor bug that we're going to take advantage of. In a room that Moko is about to be in, there's going to be a bunch of spikes on the ground. That like come up and hit you if you walk on the tile, I think, and do a bunch of damage to your party. But if you hold a diagonal as you move onto it, it won't. And so you just hold the diagonal, grab the chest, and walk back onto the safe path. It's pretty easy. It also happens to be the Armband of Sacrifice, so definitely a worthwhile use of this little bug. But yeah, minor stuff like that.
This game has a series of pretty heavy glitches that are all banned for most speedruns. I mean, some speedruns use them, but there's like a lot of stuff you can do in DQ5.
Yeah, it's a pretty busted game, right?
Yeah, there's one of the more infamous ones that you can probably find on forums is it's called the Hitoshi Konomi technique. Basically, if you put specific things in the hero's inventory, you can guarantee a critical hit every time you swing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think it has some other effects, maybe with monster recruitments. So there's that. There's as soon as you get access to the wagon, there is a arbitrary code execution that you can do that some TASs use to just access credits.
Mm-hmm. That was the one I had in mind, yeah. When somebody brought it up earlier, I knew about the critical glitch. I had just completely forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one that came to mind is I think it's under an hour for credits warp in this game.
Yeah. And then I don't think it would be super relevant in speedrunning, but there are some funky glitches that you can do with the chance spell, Parapunte, which is like the random spell.
Yeah.
You don't get it till very late in the game. But yeah, it has some really strange effects that I think you can use for metal hunting, but yeah, it's just another example of strange things in this game. And during this era, in the Super Famicom era, there aren't that many glitches across the board. I think DQ5 is probably the most heavy on potential glitches. Sequentially, this came first, then DQ1 and 2 came after this, and then DQ3, and then, DQ6, and then DQ3. So this is their first crack at a Super Famicom. And yeah, the others on the Super Famicom, they have some minor stuff going on, but it's not nearly as much as this game.
Yeah. I haven't seen much. Does DQ6 have anything in the way of major glitches?
No. The main thing that was discovered somewhat recently was that you can basically force RNG to stop working. It
That's
stops
right.
rolling numbers.
Yeah,
so you
it's
can
so
use
awesome.
that to your advantage. Yeah, it's crazy. You can just briefly, it's numbers are always changing, but if you manipulate the math in such a way that you cause it to zero out, it just gets set to 0 and then never can update again.
Yeah, so you're always criticaling and every monster misses you, right?
Yeah, and you run away first try.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Orc level 20, the Orc level 20 and the Wyvern level 35 or whatever it is, you can expel these guys, but I think most runners opt to fight them for the XP and money. I know you can at least expel the Wyvern, but it's probably faster to just go in with attacks because they only survive for 3 or 4 turns. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Calnus wants to stay up for 22 hours again. Running 7-8 back to back. Woof. Actually, does he play 8? I don't remember. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, it looks like Moko is opting to fight both required encounters here. I actually think it's a little difficult now that I'm remembering to get the expel to land, so it just might not be worth it.
Hmm.
Also, Moko had a little bit of a small tragedy in Santa Rosa Cave during the Metal Slime grind, where Pierre was level 7 and he was about to leave and got into a Metal-y encounter, and Pierre was at 1 HP and the Metal-y killed Pierre.
No.
And then he killed the Metal-y.
No.
So I think Pierre, I can't read his mind, and maybe they just decided fighting these two encounters are better overall, but I think that might have something to do with it, if I had to guess. Because I see Pierre is only level 11, which is kind of low for right now.
Yeah, most Dragon Quests try to get Metal Slime encounters as part of like the standard route, but I think DQ5 has always been one of the most flexible that like you can technically live without it, but it's obviously very nice to get.
Yeah, because they skip, the top runners will skip the Zenith Sword entirely, right? They just won't go back to Santa Rosa.
Yes,
which
you don't
means
even go in there.
Pierre is like level 3 for the volcano or something insane. I have a feeling that Manusa on the hero is probably not good for this fight, but I think you don't want the hero silenced. He probably didn't get to cast upper very much. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I take that back. The hero has 0 MP, so it doesn't matter. So we found our captured bride. We have also found Jami. Astute viewers will remember Jami from earlier when our father was murdered in front of us. We finally get to exact our revenge. Also, good use of, we're going to be using the fighter's hair here, of course, to double our attack power. This fight has like 2 phases where Jami has like a barrier up, and you wanna sort of use that to set up and get upper and fighter hair on, and then gonna go in.
Yeah, this guy's tough. He's got Infernus, medium cold breath, and Blazemore.
Oh, you know what? Everything I said about the phasing applies to the next fight, not this one. I misremembered. You're right. Yeah, this one is just like a survive powerful spells fight. He only has, wait, am I misremembering again? No, yeah, you don't fight Gemma here. It is just Jami. Yes, anyway. We're also, I think we haven't discussed it, but we're going to be using the Zenithian shield. in battle. I think doesn't that cast bounce. Yeah, that's right. I couldn't remember where you got the shield. It's one of the Salabona chests.
Yeah. That's what Ludman gives to you.
What is he doing with a Zenithian item? How did that guy get one, of all people?
Makes you think.
I don't know, how's he connected? So that's the end of Gen 2 on the Moko stream. And the hero and Flora get turned to stone and auctioned to the highest bidder.
How this takes place in a field, too.
Yeah.
Alright, I was just popping in for a little bit. I gotta go get ready.
Go prep. Alright, man. Good luck. I'm rooting for you.
Sounds good. See ya.
Later. So let's see, over on the Diener stream. We are doing the Cave of Trials for the royal symbol. He's gonna grab the sword edge armor. Famous Dragon Quest staple. And he's gonna fight Kandar and Shield Hippo. So yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been really closing the gap, or maintaining the gap. There's both of these players have been playing really well and consistently, and yeah, I'm excited to see how Gen 3 goes. There's still plenty of time for this to equalize, but goodness, there's so much game left. Oh no, the timer also. You gotta stretch the window border on the timer a little bit if High Spirits is around. The six-digit clock was too powerful. There's so much fun to be had still. That's right, Nacho. Sword Edge armor, immediately equip that, because you know that's good. These gel men, I like that they like to transform into slime enemies. It's cool. Or transform into, I guess, your party members, since that's all you have. That's right, because one of them will they'll transform into a large hero sprite, and it's jarring. Do runners take a break? Yeah, it's like 6.5 minutes of downtime with a turbo controller, so it's really good. It's a really good break time. This game doesn't have a lot of downtime in that way, but it's nice that, yeah, you've got like 6.5 minutes to just chill out. Make tea? Hell yeah. So, yeah, the hero on Moko's stream, if anybody's not familiar with this cutscene, has been turned to stone and has turned into a lawn ornament for a few years, until Sancho and the children find him. And then he's like, "Hey, what are you doing? That's my lawn ornament. It scares away the crows." And Sancho's like, "No, no, no." That's the king of Granvania. And he's like, "Holy cow." And the children get to meet their father for the first time. Looks like a pretty clean Kandar fight from SUMD. I think he got a pretty quick expel on the shield hippo, so that's nice. Well, you're in luck, Kara main. I'm gonna walk around with Sancho and daughter for a bit. I think in Gen 3 the Sun, there are multiple routes that different runners like to use, but I'm pretty sure the one that's most popular involves not using the Sun and only using the daughter. And when I say using, I mean like giving them experience. So Sancho and the daughter. Sancho becomes an important physical attacker and Sage Stone user. He's just like a good tank. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He has stop spell, and then the daughter, of course, learns by kill. So like, take your pick. It's funny though. This RTA I think is of the Zenithian trilogy. 5 is the game where you fight the least, because 6 has a ton of boss battles, and 4 you spend plenty of time grinding and fighting regular encounters. But in 5, you do the recruitment encounters. A lot of the dungeons are just get to the end, pick up the item, and leave. Or get to the end and fight a boss, and that's it. And most of the encounters are run away, cast expel. I'm oversimplifying it, but it definitely feels like 5 is the one that has like the least amount of boss action, so yeah, it's really important to just like focus on the few characters that speed up Gen 3 the fastest. So we have to grab the demon armor, but there is a Kandar enemy blocking it. I don't know what taco boon means in Japanese, but anyway, SUMD naming his children. Pretty clean Gen 2 from both of these guys. This has been a real treat. I gotta say, when I woke up to do this, I was like, I don't know. In general, my preconceived notion towards Dragon Quest V RTA is that it is a crapshoot. There is a lot of back and forth, gaining and losing lots of time, large chunks of time at once. But despite of that, these guys, in spite of that, these guys have kept it pretty close, which is cool to see. Yeah, thankfully, it's funny that Moko got held up by the Slalin recruit of all things. Both of them had, like, second try Pierres. Or first try, even. I think Diener was first try, I can't remember. And Moko fought one Pierre outside of Reinhardt, and then went through the dungeon and found him there and recruited him. So yeah, it's been pretty clean. Is it really 50-50? Wow. 11th try is crazy, dude. Alright, so this dungeon is pretty chill. You're just mostly going straight through it, not running into, or not fighting any encounters, not picking up any chests. There might be a backup I don't know about in here, but... yeah, Moko on the way to Elhaven. And SUMD on his way through Demon Tower. Easy expel. We're in the seeing boss palette swaps as normal enemies portion of the game on Moko stream. So Hawkman, forced encounter. You can also expel these guys. I think he's gonna try and do that with Slalin, or maybe he's just using the Aeolus shield instead of casting it. Yeah. SUMD is extremely knowledgeable about the games that he runs. And his commentary is always definitely impressive. I agree. All of these guys. I mean, they wouldn't be doing this if they didn't know everything about their game and play it well. He does sing, that's true. So we're really just here to grab the magic carpet and then leave. Magic carpet and the final key, excuse me. SUMDeaner has no idea how to 100% DQ5. Okay, well, listen. I'm just trying to pay my friend SUMD a compliment. I don't know a lot about Dragon Quest V outside of the speedrun. And even then, I mean, God, I charted this like 7 years ago now. If anybody wants to follow along or learn this game themselves, I yeah, the month that I was obsessed with Dragon Quest V. If anybody wants to follow along and they're in the Dragon Quest Speedrun Discord, if you find a link to the Dragon Quest Compendium, my chart is under the DQ5 tab. It is by no means perfect, but I encourage any new runners to take a look at that. And I'm not sure if Error or SUMD or anyone else has publicly shared notes, but it's a good starting place. I basically, I took whatever existing English notes there were. There was like 1.5 people who had notes that I was using, and then also Maru, the Japanese runner of many Dragon Quest games, and former record holder of DQ3 specifically, because I think Morizo still has it. God, I can't keep track anymore. Anyway, I have his notes, and then a couple of. I watched a lot of DQ5. So, all that to say, check it out. It's a great game. Okay, SUMD cleaning up Demon Tower. No trouble here. And Moko doing a pretty sizable shop menu here. Selling his Sword of Slumber Wizard Robe and the Sword Edge armor for a total of like 15,000 gold to buy a bunch of fighter hairs and then Dragon Mail and Iron Mask equipment for Pierre. He's also going to grab the Meteorite armband and a little bit more money before you're leaving for the Sky Tower. SUMD, on the other hand, this is a treacherous encounter. I hope the hero survives. This is not looking good, though. Hero dying here would... well, I think he has a World Leaf at this point. I don't know if he's going to use it. Yeah, looks like he's going to use it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's nice, obviously Dragon Quest games, they don't exactly give world tree leaves away for free most of the time. You get like one free one or two free ones throughout the entire game. And that is certainly the case here. So, yeah, there's one World Leaf. One World Leaf on the way to Granvania, and you just kind of pass that one around in case you have to use it. You can die to a fire trap for a penalty-free revive? Interesting, I don't think I knew that. Yeah, they do a bunch of damage. They really hurt. Is it really half your HP, current or max? I guess it's max if they can kill you. Oh, looks like Moko had a small wipe in the Sky Tower. Is that true? Or was that just the typical... Because I know you teleport to Ned's before you go. I think he might have wiped in there. Just like a few minutes lost. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that is a really useful trick. Oh, you know what? There is a World Leaf chest in this dungeon. So you do get another one. So, SUMDeaner... What is Ivol? What do you mean? Ivol is the boss of the evil castle. I forget what his translated name is. King Coral? I don't know, I only know the boss's name is Ivol. I've only played this version of the game. I don't know any of the current translations, sorry. Yeah. It's kind of a sketchy fight to not be able to run from. I hope Moko makes it. This is another dungeon where there's no boss at the end, you just have to grab a bunch of chests and then leave. Alright, so we've grabbed the Magma Staff on Moko's stream, and it's time for SUMDeaner to take a break. He had a great Jami fight, and yeah, nice 6.5 minute break. Yeah, yep, it's in the Zenith Castle. Zenithia, I mean. So, Moko is heading into an extremely dangerous dungeon. Very important to give the Meteorite armband to Slalin, in case he needs to cast Expel, like on this group of enemies here. Perfect. Oh, that's right, there's one in Demon Tower, yeah. Nicely done, SUMD. You're really keeping it close. Both of you guys are playing really well. Absolutely. This dungeon included, Nacho. This dungeon is extremely dangerous at the levels that that Moko is currently at. Thankfully, like, I would say a good half of the enemies in here are weak to expel. No, I'm sorry. Just two of them. Just the Satan Helms and the zombie soldiers. Oh, and those guys, the two guys on the screen that are being expelled currently. I need to update my notes, apparently. But yeah, the like the soldier bulls, the dragon warrior, like lizardmen palette swap guys, you have to like cast increase with Slalin, defend, and then attempt to run. Because if you run fail, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. And this is again one of those dungeons that doesn't have a boss at the end. You just simply need to make it through to the end alive. But you don't have the what's it called? You don't have the cart with you, the carriage, so you don't have any party members except who you take in here, which is Sancho Hero Slalin. Or, I'm sorry, Sancho Pierre Slalin. Oh, do they really have defense? That's so messed up, man. Yeah, the end game of this game is pretty brutal. I agree. Most of these dungeons are pretty dangerous. We'll get a little bit of catch up in levels, fighting Gemma and a few other bosses, but like specifically the walk to King Coral or Ivol. That dungeon is absolutely famous for just brutal run killing. And you die and you lose like, oh man, at least 4 minutes, 5 minutes, right? It's a big chunk when you die there. Because you have to go all the way to, you have to go to the place where you were enslaved, and then go all the way downstairs and into the dungeon, and then back through the dungeon. It's tough. You really want to one-shot that. Alright. Sukaruto, increase. And he cast decrease, yep. Or defense. But thankfully Moko got first try run, so safe for now. We made it pretty far, and everybody's still alive, so this is looking good, but this could turn at any point. No. Thank you, Error. All right, looks like a pretty clean Taroko cave from Mokoppoid. Not much issue getting through there. I don't think anybody died. Yeah, look at that. One thing we picked up in that cave was the Staff of Benediction, which casts Behoimi or Healmore on use. I think we sell it. I don't think we have any reason to keep it, but let me double check. Actually, no, we do keep it. It does that. Yeah, that's right. It's a free heal. That's right. Yeah. This is actually a major... I lied. This is actually a frequently used item in the late game. Since we don't have Sage's Stone yet. Alright. Diener with some status effect on the daughter. Oh, it's gone now. Yeah, sleep makes the most sense. So you get the golden orb. They're doing a little bit of lore here about little flashback. And so you're gonna go into, or Moko is going to go into like a painting, so to speak, for this flashback, and do a little time travel shenanigans wherein he gives himself a fake golden orb, I believe, and takes the real one as an adult from his younger self. The key, whatever it's called in the new version. Yeah, it's a very cool moment. Somebody making his way, I think, to the Undersea Palace. So that he can head to El Haven for the Magic Carpet. And, yeah. The Fairy Forest, or Forest of Illusion, where Moko is right now, is a little bit of a maze. Mainly just cutscenes, but then He's got to grab the fairy horn and the fairy sword. And the fairy sword will, I believe it casts by kill in battle, right? Yeah, so extremely useful item. There's also an optional elven medicine. We'll see if he picks it up. This is, and there's Bella again from the beginning of the game. Oh yeah, buff. That's what buff is. For some reason I thought buff was twin hits. You're right, it's increase. Or upper, I guess. I don't know, is it buff or kabuff? The end game of DQ5 is rife with usable items in battle. Gonna be using like the Zenithian shield, Zenithian sword, fairy sword. That's right, and then the daughter learns by kill at level 16. I mean, they made it a pretty cheap, usable item, but then again, it also takes up inventory space, so... I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, best face in the game on the left here? Yeah! I was late, sorry. But, that castle. Another great DQ5 face. The castle face is my speedrun.com profile picture, and has been since I made the chart for this game, like 7 years ago. I love it. Okay, so the flashback sequence I was talking about with the orb is happening now on Moko's stream, and on SUMD, we just picked up the magic carpet. Yeah, it's very cool. Somebody picking up 3,000 gold chest and the meteorite armband, and then doing the menu from earlier, selling the Sword of Slumber, Wizard Robe, and Sword Edge armor for the 15,000 gold. and just upgrade some armor and accessory for Pierre. Stocking up on fighter hairs, of course. Classic. Meanwhile, Moko is looting Zenithia a little bit. Grabbing the aforementioned World Dew and the grappling hook. So now we've got on the daughter. The daughter's pretty kitted out now. She's got a hat of happiness and the fairy sword and the princess robe. The princess robe was one of the chests we got recently in the fairy castle. And the grappling hook is going to allow us to proceed through the next dungeon. We're gonna need to belay a little bit down to a giant dragon head statue to replace its eyeballs. All right, SUMD now entering the what's this place called again? Sorry, the Sky Tower. To once again grab the magma staff. And of course the World Tree Leaf, which optional. But I would think that SUMD wants to replace the one he had to use earlier, so there it is. And we cast outside, but we're not done here yet. We basically just have to go to two different brains of the dungeon to get two different items, and then we're gonna leave. This has been a fun refresher course, man. Always love those neon yellow colored king slimes. The palettes in this game are really cool, honestly. I think that the sprite art is amazing in this game. They really packed a punch into a tiny cart in 1992 or whenever this game came out. So, yeah, Gen 3, a little bit, the beginning of Gen 3 is kind of chill. Little bit of sketchiness with the Sky Tower, but for now, everything's good. It's going to start getting a lot harder for these two folks. Starting pretty much with the next dungeon for Moko. And also SUMD going into Toroko, so we're gonna have two scary dungeons going on at once. But Moko is starting to get into the end game gauntlet of really scary dungeons. This dungeon has just an insane amount of powerful enemies. Blizzard Hawks, Snake Hands, Golden Golems, Skullgon, Dragon Warriors, Grendel, you name it. There's only a handful of enemies that are weak to Expel, and most of them are just, run away. Yeah. Great Temple specifically is like the high of just unfairness in DQ5 RTA. So hopefully we don't see that and these runners make a smooth ending. Anyway, so SUMD starting his way through Toroko. First try run, love to see that. Oh, does it force hero into your party? I don't think I knew that. I probably knew it at one time, but yeah, that's kind of crazy. He is pretty weak and doesn't really have much utility in the way of navigating powerful random encounters. Like, he doesn't have, increase or expel or anything that could potentially mitigate that large time loss. So anyway, looks like on Moko's stream we are fighting this encounter with a Great Dragon and Bon Crag. $1662 XP, nothing to sneeze at. Definitely some encounters in the tower, the Dragon Tower, that you can get away with fighting. Yeah, you have the wagon, I believe, throughout that entire dungeon. That doesn't stop enemies from completely wiping the floor with you. Oh, when you reach the boss? I thought you had it the whole time. That's bizarre. Anyway, one thing we didn't see when Moko was here is we are going to grab the Staff of Benediction chest, like I said, but also there's Pusan, this NPC, is stuck in a forever loop on this minecart, so we have to hit the switch so that we can save him, and he'll go flying onto the ground and splat. And yeah, we have to take him with us to Zenithia. And you'll find out why. Because I don't think I mentioned that yet. Oh, interesting. You can cast spells from it. Error Man, it sounds like that question could be asked of a lot of things in the DS version of this game. Vexes you. Great word. What a cool game this is. Alright, so, looks like SUMD made it through with only one death, and also opting to use the hero, or maybe that's just because he's in Zenithia now, but, yeah, one death, pretty good. Still clean, a little scary, but we lived. Taroko is a very scary dungeon. The minecart path. Furs is a Russian name for the queen chess piece. Interesting. That's new lore. So Queen Furs is a bit redundant, huh? Moko fighting another Golem Metal Drac encounter. I think he's feeling a little sketched out because, yeah, the Golem can summon friends. And he's kind of low on HP. But looks like it shouldn't be a big deal. He'll get out just fine. Some more XP. Much needed, I'm sure. I feel like at the end of the game, the XP is really just imperative to keeping you, you know, like it lets you survive another turn, basically. So I have to imagine that, you know, building... Because like I said, this game doesn't have a ton of boss fights, and even the boss fights that you do fight, you generally are equipped to deal with through the use of like buff spells and good equipment. But now that we're starting to get into the late game, levels and stats are going to start really mattering in terms of survival rate. Queen is so funny. Okay, Moko into the Gemma fight, or Gema. 4,500 HP. We're gonna be starting out with some buffs. Increase from Sancho, Pierre using fighter hair on himself to double his attack, and then the daughter is going to be using the fairy sword to cast increase. And then Sancho is going to join the party and fight her hair himself. So Sancho and Pierre can attack. And the daughter is going to heal with Staff of Benediction or cast or use the Zenith Shield. This boss, yeah, I was going to say Menusa, the daughter, which is not great, but she can still use the staff. this boss has the potential to surround or silence your party. I have not played any of the DS versions. I did play the mobile version of Dragon Quest II, which was surprisingly good. But anyway, so it looks like we're going in. Daughter is silenced and full HP, so really all he can do is defend. And we're doing about 100 damage per attack, so it's going to be a little bit, but shouldn't be a huge problem. The Staff of Benediction is clearly the reason that you can survive this boss fight. Oh, nice Kaishin. 300 damage, that's huge. Nice. SUMD getting the fairy horn and the fairy sword. He'll be done with this little segment soon, and then he's got to go raise the castle and do the Santa Rosa flashback, and then it's Dragon Tower time. So he's really not that far behind. And that was a nice clean fight from Moko. I think everybody survived, considering his text is white. Actually, that's a Dragon Quest IV thing, never mind. But I can tell just by the level ups that everybody survived. So anyway, good fight. I don't think I've ever seen that go very badly. I think a turn 1 silence is not great on Sancho, but because you want to get double increase up as soon as possible. But yeah, as long as you make it through the first couple of turns and you're set up, you should be good. So Ririn Mito cast outside, and now we are going to start the Great Temple quest here in just a bit, after we go in and place the eyeball in the dragon statue with the aforementioned grappling hook. We need to grab the dragon staff here at the end of this. And the dragon staff will allow us to summon the dragon to ride as a vehicle, to fly, and that's how we will get to the Great Temple. Oh, really? Whoa. Is that game over if everybody's paralyzed, or do you just not get to move until one of them unparalyzes? I can't remember how that status effect works in this game. Instant wipe, yeah. Great. Thanks, game. You can clip off the stairs, meaning like go out of bounds? That's kind of cool. Is it useful at all? The only DQ5 PS2 I've really seen is the run that uses opening the disc tray to beat it really quickly. Alright, Moko has opened the dragon head, and SUMD, heading into the flashback segment, SUMD is going to lie to a child in just a few seconds. It's for the greater good, though. Oh no, really? I didn't even realize that was possible, man. That's terrible. How much of a time loss is that? Like 20, 30 seconds? It's really slow, yeah. It's gotta be more than that. It's gotta be closer to a minute, right? Alright. So now we are into the Great Temple. Just a quick guard boss fight. He's gotta fight the two dragon warriors. And then he's going to fight Ramada, as we talked about, or whatever, Queen. Long have we waited. On est sous les neufs. So this boss fight is a little scary. You use multi-target attack spells. So it's something you have to like pay attention to when you're healing. If you have two people that are kind of low. You've got Staff of Benediction. You've got, Heal More spell. The daughter also knows healing spells, so it's not the worst. Yeah, good night, Mom. Looks like it was a clean fight from Moko, while SUMD tries to survive the Dragon Temple Gauntlet, heading downstairs to fight Gemma. Meanwhile, Moko heading into the Great Temple. So there's tons of really strong enemies in here. Snake hands, lizard men, evil spirits, springers, evil clowns, dark shaman, metal dragons, black dragons, dragon warriors. Ooh, SUMD. Woof. That was close, buddy. I'm sure he's feeling it right now. That was a tough encounter. Oh, Sancho already dead for Moko. That's unfortunate. I think he's trying to determine whether he uses the leaf or turns back. I think he's gonna commit to using the leaf. Looks like. Well, SUMD with the Metal Drag squad. Or Great Dragon, I mean. And easily first try runs. These guys are doing 40 to 70 a swing. Woof. On the SUMD stream. Both of these guys are in it, man. I mean, both of these dungeons are really just... they're ass. There's no other way to put it, man. Ooh, he's so close to the front door, please. Okay, first try run, easy. Oh, nice initiative encounter, too. Okay, SUMDe's good. Meanwhile, on Moko's stream, we're still surviving. We're down a world leaf, but everybody's alive. This encounter, I don't believe is that dangerous, but they can status affect you. Oh, you know what? No, the evil spirits are the ones that change your battle plan. That's right. So... Yeah, it's bigger. We're at 11 hours and 18 minutes. It's just, it's cut off. It's the classic. I do this with my layout too, where you don't realize how many digits are gonna cut off your layout. I had a problem with this recently with split icons, so I can relate. Like, I didn't realize that when you got to hour 3 that the number 3 would be so wide. Anyway. Yeah, the person who is controlling the layout is currently asleep, so we just have to deal with it. Just understand that we are 11 hours into the relay. And whenever Cowie wakes up, we'll get it fixed. And in fairness, he was awake for 22 hours before Dragon Quest V started. So, you guys might just have to use your imagination, man. Alright, Moko heading into Ivol. This fight is pretty interesting. He moves on a set pattern. He will start by casting Ice Breath, which does 100 to 110 damage to your whole party. Then bounce, then you will attack for a fixed 95 damage, defend, he'll cast Explodet, and then Freezing Waves to remove all buffs, and then repeat. So a big thing here is making sure that you are actively using the Zenith Shield to purge his bounce and his I guess it removes his defense buff too. So the general strategy, you want Pierre or Sancho attacking. The daughter will be buffing with By-Kill. Or healing with the Staff of Benediction. Sometimes you can sub Pierre in here for some extra damage on turns when Ivol is, yeah, like this. And that's a Freezing Wave turn. Part of the strategy too with this fight is swapping out Pierre for like a dead party member on the Ice Breath turn, so you can sort of mitigate your healing a little bit. You only have to heal 2 people instead of 3. and you know it's coming, so you can use it that turn, and then you have the next turn is the turn he casts Bounce. So yeah, you'll see he swapped in the hero. Or I don't know who Oshin is. I guess that's the sun. Yeah, shout outs to the tracker. Very cool. We love a good relay tracker. Looks like Moko has this fight pretty under control, and he's done. Nice. Other than the little issue with Sancho dying to the very first encounter, or second encounter, whatever it was, and having to use the World Leaf, that was pretty smooth. So, looks like SUMD has his work cut out for him, man. Oh boy. I'm nervous for my boy Diener. This is a tough spot. He doesn't know what to do because Pierre is so close to dying and Sancho is not taking any damage, and yeah, that was a tough turn for sure, but he played it well, and yeah, I think we should have no problem getting out of here. Tough encounter though. Good call. Very good decision making from Diener on the fly there. The classic Dragon Quest gamble of, I have two party members who are at relatively low HP and only one way to heal one of them. So I have to heal the weaker one and hope that the stronger one doesn't get targeted, and sure enough, Sancho tanked the hit. So, SUMD on the way to the Gamma fight, and passing the meteorite armband, I believe, to the daughter here on Moko's side, and yeah. We're cruising. Nice elfin elixir into the encounter reset on the stairs, but looks like it didn't do him much good because he got another encounter 4 steps afterward. Third try run too, that's tough, man. So much healing. Okay. Yeah, he's got a... Getting a little low on MP on the Diener stream here. Meanwhile, Moko is heading towards the end of the game. He now has the 3 keys he needs to open the path to the Dark World. But first he has to stop by Granvania and, of course, eliminate Bjorn. I know they renamed him Bjorn, but anyway. One more pit stop before the final area. Bjorn the Behemoth. Okay. Alright, since I missed the Gamma fight last time, I'll talk a little bit about it. Starting off with hopefully a good setup turn. Yeah, looks like it. Increased by kill on Pierre. Increase the daughter has surround, so I guess that's not a big deal. Ooh, is she? No, we're good. Staff of Benediction to heal Sancho. We'll use the staff again to heal her. And it looks like, yeah, smartly using turn... Diener is playing this extremely safe, defending on turns when he needs to heal, and yeah. Sancho having a huge max HP pool, it's kind of... You don't really think he's low on HP at 100, but he's actually less than half, so... You know, smart move, throwing the defend turn in there with Sancho and Pierre. Ooh, daughter's low. Hope he doesn't get outturned. Nice. Meteorite armband coming in clutch there. Yes, sir. Dragon Quest 6 coming up. Dragon Quest 6 is coming up right afterward. Yeah. As soon as the end on the credits hits, the Dragon Quest 6 runner will begin. And speaking of begin, it's almost time for Moko's Bjorn fight. Looks like Diener still staying alive in the Gamma fight. Remember, this guy has 4,500 HP, and we're doing about 200 damage a turn, so it's gonna be a little bit. On turns when we're actually attacking too, you know, because doing a bit of defense as well. Play smart. All right, Bjorn, another 4,500 HP boss. He will randomly use one of lightning all, flame breath on all, kick rocks at everyone, attack a single target, or cast upper on himself. So as you can see, it's pretty treacherous. Thankfully, the kick rocks attack doesn't do a ton of damage to Pierre, given his armor and resistances. So. Thank you guys for the raids, by the way. Decapent and Dented Razor, and I think there was another one earlier about the eggs. We appreciate you guys sticking around and hanging out on this Dragon Quest Sunday on RPG Limit Break. And don't forget, we are only 2 weeks? Gosh, 2 weeks away from the main event of RPG Limit Break itself. So make sure you drop a follow if this is your first time here. And you like RPG speedruns. Oh, so, okay. We're swapping in the hero here on Moko's stream. I guess we need to do some emergency healing. Sancho is going to be either healing or attacking here. I don't think the daughter can last very long in this fight. I don't think she's geared up enough, so I think just Sancho and Pierre gotta go it alone. The hero has upper too, so it's fine. But like, you know, we don't have. He's not the actual hero. Spoilers. The children are. and so he kind of falls off in the late game a bit. In this fight, we will abuse. We will use the fact that he has the upper spell. But that's pretty much it. And that was a disaster-free Bjorn from Moko. Meanwhile, SUMD stream. We are getting ready to head towards Great Temple. Once we get the Dragon Staff and Dragon Orb. Yeah, he's the main character, not the hero, right. I gotta stop calling him the hero. Nice one, nice. Hey. I can not confirm nor deny that. I am just an outside observer here. I always love that guy on the left. What a little freak he is. It's a great sprite. I forget the name of that enemy, but I always thought he was very creepy looking. Alright, SUMD dropping the grappling hook. Meanwhile, on Moko's stream, we are picking up the Sage's Stone and taking the portal to the Demon World. But not before doing a handful of inventory organization. Swaps. Getting the meteorite armband on to, I guess, Pierre? Looked like I was too fast. You're going too fast, Moko. SUMD getting some XP. It's good finding some fightable encounters in here. So close to the end. Silver Devils. Shout outs to Dragon Quest monsters, by the way, for calling those guys Ag Devils, AG, as in the chemical name for silver. Actually, wait, isn't it? Hold on. Okay, yeah, it is. Had to double check that I was right on that one. I knew gold also started with A, and I'm like, is it AU or AG, man? I can't remember, because neither of them really make sense. Outside of their Latin words, I'm sure. Attorney General Devil. Right. Exactly, Ash. Attorneys General. Since there were 3 of them. Yeah, that's right. I looked it all up afterward. Don't worry. I needed to make sure I was right before I said something stupid. Alright, so Moko entering the final dungeon of the video game, the Evil Mountain. So it starts with a couple of maze-like floors, lots of really powerful enemies, some good loot in the chests. You know, some of the silliest walking you'll have to do in this game is just solving the sliding floor tile puzzle in the next room. It feels really long to do this dungeon. Yeah, I'm also 35, and I haven't had to look at a periodic table of elements in, like, a long time. So, forgive me for not being on top of that one. Oh, man. Anyway, alright. SUMD, Great Temple Inn. Let's go. Yeah, that's true. Would be easier for Romance languages. Alright, so we'll start off with the pretty easy Lizardmen fight. Not much to this one, just, kill them. I don't think they're stronger than regular enemies, right? Oh, yeah, I can't really use the I'm old defense in the RPG speedrun crowd because, well, I'm young. Just something I've noticed, not passing judgment in any way. Just, you know, I've been around the speedrun scene for over 10 years, so I feel old. And it turns out that everyone else has also gotten old with me as it happened. I was 2 years old when this game came out. Okay? Okay? Don't judge me. So, one of the more heartbreaking cutscenes in the game, you finally get to speak to your mother. And you realize that you're talking to her spirit and not the actual living, breathing mother. And she encourages you, and I think she gives you the... Does she give you the echoing hat? No, that's a chest. Cutscene with mom. And then you have a fight with 2 evil shaman. Like, Mirror Dress kills her right then and there in that cutscene, where she just walks up and joins her father, your father. Or you mean she's already dead? Because that was kind of my point. She dies right there. Oh, I don't think I knew that. I don't know. I played this game casually, like, a long time ago, man. Slam Dunk Wizard, you gotta control yourself, bro. Yeah, let's go watch our son destroy the ultimate evil. That's kind of badass. Alright, so that's the Echoing Hat, and we are going to, I don't know who we end up giving that to. I gotta look down my notes and double check. I want to say it is Slalin, but it also could be Daughter. Oh, you did? Okay. Alright. SUMD is heading into the evil temple, the Great Temple, excuse me, and has a dead party member. And I don't know if this is a conscious choice to bring the hero instead of Pierre, like Moko did. It definitely cuts down on the amount of healing. Anyway, anybody, any DQ monster fans will recognize the arrow tiles that automatically move you, the conveyor tiles. I think 4 might have those as well. But yeah, you saw them a lot in like the weird trap rooms or maze rooms in DQ Monsters, and yeah. Wait, 3 has them, really? That's right, 3 does have them. I forgot about that. I speedran 3. I should know this. They move me to tears. Well, you're in luck, because they're also in 6. I think they make a brief appearance in 6, though. Whoa, Metal King sighting! I think Metal King is too beefy to kill. The nice thing about not having Pierre in the party is you can utilize his MP to heal outside of battle, and he's not one of the people you have to worry about healing. Are they terrifying? I just figured they would be more trouble than they're worth from a speedrun point of view. Alright, SUMD is in the final hallway. His prayer rings have not broken yet. Nice. All right, starting out. We got buy kill on Sancho. And we're gonna swap in Pierre for the hero. So you can start setting him up and doing some damage. On Moko's stream, we're about to fight some Hell Battlers. A pretty easy forced encounter right here. The strat is just going to be buy kill Pierre and then solo the encounter with Pierre, hopefully. They only have 450 HP, so it should go pretty quickly. All right, let's take a look. How we doing over here on the SUMD stream? I think once you get the hang of this, there's not a ton that can go wrong in Evil. Really, it's just getting somebody killed before the Staff of Benediction goes off. I think is the main hang up. But like we talked about earlier, you also have access to the carriage during this fight, so you can swap party members in and out. And SUMD still has a world leaf that he can work with, so. Pretty good setup. Not super worried about the outcome here, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it just in case. Hell Battler, no match for Pierre on Moko stream, so we're chilling. Moko is getting ready to head into Mirudras. Whatever translation you want to call him. Oh, the King Medal has chance. Ah, I see. So you have a big menu before the final boss too. You're gonna swap some stuff around. You got the Orichalcum after that fight, which is immediately going on Slalin. Swap the Fairy Sword to the Daughter. Gonna Prayer Ring up, so everybody's got full MP. And everybody's got enough fighter hairs and, you know, Sage's Stone, Meteorite Armband, all that stuff is in its right place. And we're gonna start up. Form 1 has, it will start with either Freezing Breath or Explodet, and then attack or Freezing Waves, and then it will call help. So yeah, 2 killer machines. We're going to have Sancho is going to be using the Sage's Stone most turns. Slalin is going to use support spell Sap and Increase, and Daughter is going to be using Buy Kill, and Pierre is going to be the main damage outputter. And Slalin can expel the killer machine. So also shoutouts, Diener got through Evil. It's pretty clean. These guys, the Mad Clowns, or Killer Clowns, you can confuse as well. So they're not much of an issue. And then you can focus on the boss. Nimzo. Silly ass name. Alright, that was pretty easy. Phase 2. So we've got a couple of different patterns. We have a strong pattern, a medium pattern, and an easy pattern. So we're looking for flames first attack. Medium pattern starts with a heal and then flames. Strong pattern starts with an attack and then flames. So we want to see flames first turn.